Like, subscribe and share Light Fanfiction audiobook channel for more fun. Chapter 56. The cold raindrops, mixed with the smell of mud and blood, pelted hard against Yakushi Nono's face. She and her limping yellow dog didn't dare to look back. Behind her, the violent energy erupted once more, a dark red beam shooting into the sky, turning the night sky red. A deafening roar followed, shaking the earth. The shockwave knocked Nono to the ground from a great distance. She rolled several times before stopping, her mouth full of mud. But ignoring the pain, she immediately scrambled to her feet, grabbed Big Yellow's collar, and continued running deeper into the rainforest. It's Bai Yuan. She knew that Bai Yuan's power had gone out of control. This power had temporarily stopped the Yan ninja chasing her, allowing her to catch her breath. Awoo! Big Yellow let out a low wail. With each step it took, its front leg, pierced by the rock spear, sprayed blood and left streaks of blood on the muddy ground. Live on! Bai Yuan's last, inhuman roar kept echoing in her mind. She can't die here. Qing risked her life to buy her time, and Bai Yuan used his reason to give her a sliver of hope. If she and the last member of the team, De Huang, both died here, then their sacrifices would have been in vain. Why is it always like this? Why am I always the one being protected? Nono felt a sharp pain in her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Just then, several sharp whooshing sounds came from the woods behind them. It was the IWA ninja chasing after them. They weren't deterred by Bai Yuan's rampage. Instead, they split into a small team and relentlessly pursued him, unable to shake him off no matter what. Nono had long since run out of chakra and could only watch helplessly as several IWA ninjas surrounded her from different directions, a cold smile on her face. Roar! Just then, the big yellow dog that she had been supporting suddenly broke free and turned to face the pursuers. Its golden fur seemed to burst into flames, and although its front legs were trembling with pain, its eyes remained fierce, as if it were fighting for its life. Fire release! Dog roar! A burst of flame, streaked with golden sparks, erupted from Big Yellow's mouth, forming a fan-shaped wall of fire that instantly engulfed two IWA ninja charging towards them. Amidst screams of agony, the two were reduced to charred remains. Damn beast! A rock ninja who came around from the side formed hand seals, and a thick earthen wall rose up, just enough to block the aftershocks of the flames. Seizing the opportunity, De Wang, dragging its bleeding leg, charged at another IWA ninja who was trying to launch a sneak attack, and slammed down with its burning claws. The rock ninja hurriedly blocked, but was forced back by the force of the blow, leaving several claw marks on his arm where the bone was visible, and his flesh was instantly charred. Taking advantage of the opportunity created by De Wang's desperate efforts, Nono ran for her life, her lungs burning with pain, each breath pulling at her broken ribs and sending piercing pain through her. Since graduating, she has been studying medical ninjutsu with all her might, staying up all night to study Tobirama's water release manuscripts, and even risking damage to her meridians to develop new techniques. She thought she had become stronger, and that she was no longer the burden who would only hide in the back. But reality slapped her hard in the face. Faced with a real battlefield dominated by powerful ninja villages, her signature water-style ninjutsu seemed utterly laughable. The water she created couldn't even buy her time against the earth-style ninjutsu of Iwagakuer, which could alter the terrain. She could only watch helplessly as Qing charged towards the enemy to protect her, only to be engulfed in an explosion, leaving no trace of her body. Bai Yuan, in order to create an opportunity for them, abandoned all reason, becoming a monster driven solely by destruction. Now, even De Huang was risking his life to cover her retreat. No, don't be afraid, I'm here. Amidst my chaotic thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly rang in my ears, carrying the clear, youthful tone unique to teenagers. Those were the words spoken many, many years ago, in the orphanage, when a frail body stood in front of her. Back then, Nono was weaker and more prone to crying than she is now. The orphanage always lacked food, and her small rice ball became a target for bullying and theft by the older genin. That day, her little rice ball for lunch was snatched away, and she was pushed to the ground. She could only sit there helplessly, tears streaming down her face. The other children all stayed far away in fear. Just when Nono thought she was going to go hungry again, a boy not much taller than her rushed over, spread his arms, and stood firmly in front of her. "It's Bai Yuan. What are you doing? Don't bully her." At that time, Bai Yuan was just a child who had recently entered the orphanage, even thinner than her. Facing those guys who had already graduated from the ninja academy, his voice was loud, but it carried a hint of barely concealed tremor. The result was predictable. Bai Yuan was easily pushed to the ground. The people snatched the rice ball from him and kicked and punched him, cursing him as a BD whoever came from who knows where. Bai Yuan was beaten black and blue, but he didn't utter a sound. He just protected his head tightly, and after those people left, he slowly got up, walked to Nono, grinned with his swollen lips, and clumsily wiped away her tears with his sleeve. "Don't cry, I'm here. You're out of rice balls, I'll share mine with you." He took out his flattened rice ball from his pocket, carefully broke it open, and put the larger half into her hand. From that day on, Nono knew that there was someone in this world who would protect her at all costs. Behind them came the painful whimper of Big Yellow. It had been struck again by a rock ninja with a Tsuchiya spear, leaving a wound on its stomach that exposed the bone. But it still managed to hold off the enemy's last steps. Nono's tears mingled with the rain, but her eyes became incredibly determined. She cannot betray this protection. Absolutely not. She no longer walked in a straight line, but instead used trees, rocks, and streams to constantly change direction, erasing any trace she left behind. Footprints, scents, chakra remnants, these were all signals for a ninja's tracking. Nono jumped into a swift current, letting the icy water wash over her, cleansing away the smell of blood and traces of chakra. She swam upstream for several hundred meters before finally managing to scramble ashore from behind a hidden rock. She maximized her perception. The sounds of wind, rain, rustling leaves, explosions and shouts of battle in the distance, all these elements flooded her mind, forming a three-dimensional battlefield map. The IWA ninja and Tsunagakuer ninja have fully engaged in battle. The terrifying energy belonging to Hakubuchi is still raging, indiscriminately devouring all life on the battlefield. This was a good opportunity for her to escape. But Nono also knew that her time was running out. Once that force subsided, or the IWA and Tsunagakuer ninjas decided their battle, they would soon turn their attention back to her, the one who had slipped through their net. She had to find a safe place to hide before dawn. She didn't know how long she had been running, but her strength began to wane again. Nono's consciousness began to blur, and her steps became unsteady. The fracture in her left arm throbbed with excruciating pain, and every bump felt like it was about to shatter completely. "Bai Yuan, it hurts so much," she murmured unconsciously. Chapter 57. She had to find a safe place to hide before dawn. She didn't know how long she had been running, but her strength began to wane again. Nono's consciousness began to blur, and her steps became unsteady. The fracture in her left arm throbbed with excruciating pain, and every bump felt like it was about to shatter completely. "Bai Yuan, it hurts so much," she murmured unconsciously. Her memory returned to that afternoon at the orphanage. Because Bai Yuan always protected her, those low-ranking ninjas became even more brazen, cornering them at the back of the mountain. This time, they didn't steal anything, they simply wanted to see them make a fool of themselves. "Hey, crybaby, kowtow to your little boyfriend and we'll let you go." The leader of the lower-ranking ninjas shoved Nono with a mocking expression. She was so frightened that she trembled all over, and tears welled up in her eyes. Just as she was about to give in, Bai Yuan, once again, rushed forward without hesitation, standing in front of her. This time, he didn't say a word, but simply used his small body to shield her from everything. Punches and kicks rained down on him. He was knocked to the ground, struggled to his feet, and was knocked down again. But Bai Yuan never retreated an inch. In the end, he was covered in wounds, lying on the ground, too weak to even stand up. Those lower-ranking ninjas, finding it boring, left grumbling and cursing. Nono ran to his side crying, her heart aching as she looked at his injuries and swollen face. But he grinned, revealing a mouth full of bloody teeth, and said to her, "Don't cry, look, I'm fine." Their beatings didn't hurt at all. Even though he was in so much pain he was about to faint, he was still clumsily trying to comfort her. From that moment on, Nono vowed in her heart that one day she would become strong enough to stand by his side instead of always hiding behind him. "I haven't gotten stronger yet." Nono gritted her teeth, forcing herself to wake up. She pulled out a high-energy compressed ration pill made by Orochimaru from her ninja tool bag. This was her last stock. One pill could replenish a lot of stamina, but after the effects wore off, she would fall into a deeper state of weakness. There's no time to worry about that now. With trembling hands, she swallowed the soldier's ration pill. A warm current quickly spread throughout her body, and her exhausted body regained its strength. Without stopping, Nono put in her effort again, quickly traversing the slippery rainforest. She would survive, become stronger, and then find him to tell him, "This time, it's my turn to protect you." She didn't know how long she had been running, but the effects of the soldier's ration pills were rapidly wearing off, and immense fatigue and the excruciating pain from her wounds surged up once more. Just when she was about to give up, she saw ruins ahead, which appeared to be a village destroyed in the war. The instinct for survival drove Nono to run towards the ruins. She found a relatively intact dilapidated house and hid inside. All her strength was completely drained at that moment. She slid down against a cracked wall, gasping for breath. "We're safe for now." As soon as her tense nerves relaxed, the excruciating pain and exhaustion from the wound became unbearable. The lenses of her gold-rimmed glasses were already smudged with mud and water, so Nono simply ripped them off and tucked them into her clothes. Without the glasses to conceal them, her eyes, which always held a smile, were now filled with coldness. Everything went black before her eyes, and she completely lost consciousness. She didn't know how much time had passed when a soft footstep woke her from her unconsciousness. She suddenly opened her eyes, instinctively clutching the 1000 book hidden in her sleeve. Several figures appeared at the doorway of the dilapidated house, blocking out the faint sunlight from outside. They wore Konoha's standard vests and plain white masks. "It is the root." Nono's heart sank instantly. "Found her, target confirmed, Yakushi Nono." The root ninja's voice was devoid of emotion. It was the elite captain codenamed Owl who had previously been monitoring Nono in Konoha. He knelt down in front of Nono, his gaze sweeping over her pale face before settling on her broken left arm. "Looks like you've been through a tough battle." Xiao's tone was calm, as if he were talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Just then, another root ninja reported from outside the ruins, "Captain, there's another dying ninja dog here, it's the one from Team 7. Xiao raised an eyebrow and walked out. Big Yellow lay in the muddy water, covered in blood. Blood was still seeping from the wound on its belly, and its breathing was weak, clearly at its limit. But even so, when it sensed someone approaching, it struggled to raise its head and let out a weak, threatening growl. It can breathe fire, is fiercely loyal to its master, and even injured like this, it still has the will to fight. A glint of interest flashed in Owl's eyes. "Not bad material. Lord Danzo will be very interested in it." He ordered his subordinates, "Use an anesthetic to treat the wound. Don't let it die. Take it with you." Immediately, Owl returned to the dilapidated house, grabbed Nono's intact right arm, and lifted her off the ground. "We're here to protect you, Miss Nono. Lord Danzo cares about you a lot, especially about your two teammates." "Teammate?" These two words sent a jolt through Nono's heart. Bai Yuan, Qing, and De Huang. She struggled, but found she didn't have the strength to move even a finger. Don't waste your energy, Owl said calmly. You forced yourself into battle and used too much water release, your chakra pathways are a mess. Without half a month of rest, you won't even be able to form a single hand seal. Of course, once we return to root, we'll give you the best treatment. Uchiha Haru has already self-destructed, and that white-haired guy has become a monster. Lord Danzo went to great lengths for someone as talented as you. He made a gesture, and two root ninjas behind him stepped forward, each grabbing one of Nono's arms. Nono was dragged away from the dilapidated house. Looking at the gloomy sky and the incessant rain outside, and at Big Yellow, who was being carried on a stretcher by another root ninja and had already passed out, her heart turned cold. She escaped the encirclement of Iwagakuer, but along with her companions, fell into the hands of Root. Nono didn't cry, nor did she struggle anymore. I just kept repeating it to myself over and over again. Live on! You must survive! Bai Yuan, Qing, wait for me! Before her consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness, she seemed to hear that sunny and cheerful boy again, joking in her ear. No, the car doors are welded shut. Nobody's getting off. Yes, nobody's getting off the bus. This journey called destiny has only just begun. I long to go back to the little house we bought with a loan. Chapter 58. The rain in the land of rain never stops. On a ridge a few kilometers away from the place ravaged by the black behemoth, several Iwagakuer ninjas lay sprawled behind wet rocks, soaked to the bone and looking utterly disheveled. The leading Jonin, Huang Tu, was holding a high-powered telescope, observing the distance with a solemn expression. In the lens, the towering black monster was walking aimlessly across the muddy ground with heavy steps. Each time it lifted its foot, the earth trembled slightly, leaving a huge footprint that was quickly filled with rainwater, forming small lakes. Captain, what is this thing? A young IWA ninja asked, his voice trembling, his face filled with the fear of surviving a close call. Not long ago, their proud elite squad of 50 men was as fragile as paper in front of that thing. The earth release barrier it was so proud of, earth flow wall, was easily torn apart by a beam of red light. The saturation bombardment of ninjutsu left not a single mark on it. That wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Huang Tu put down his binoculars, wiped the rain from his face, and said in a deep voice, I don't know. But it's definitely not any known tailed beast. Its reaction is more like a pure will to destroy. His palms were still sweating. As the son of the third Tsuchikage, Onaki, Huang Tu believed he had seen countless powerful figures and faced the rage of tailed beasts. But the sense of oppression he felt from this monster was completely different. Perhaps Killian is not as agile and powerful as the tailed beasts, but even just standing there releasing spiritual pressure is enough to send shivers down the spine of an ordinary ninja. Huang Tu even felt that in the face of that monster, ninjutsu, tactics, and experience had all lost their meaning. Has the Tsuchikage sent any orders? Another ninja asked. Yes. Huang Tu's tone was somewhat complicated. Keep an eye on it, and absolutely prohibit any approach. Record every single movement it makes in detail. On the other side, several kilometers away on another hill, a team of puppeteers from Sunagakuer was doing the same thing. What a magnificent creation! The lead puppeteer gazed greedily at the distant behemoth through the lens embedded in the puppet's eye. If only I could turn it into a puppet. Put away your dangerous thoughts. A steady voice came from the side, it was Ebizo, the middle-aged advisor of Sunagakuer. He looked at the young couple beside him, who were also genius puppeteers. The power that thing unleashed cannot be restrained by any chakra threads. He had personally led the team here to investigate this variable that had disrupted the entire battle. Scorpion's father, the man with astonishing talent in puppetry, flashed a hint of resentment in his eyes, but did not refute it. His wife, Scorpion's mother, beside him, held his hand tightly with worry. The black behemoth, later known in the ninja world as the monster Kirian, had been ravaging this area for a day and a night. It has no reason, no goal. It was simply following some kind of instinct, destroying everything within its field of vision. It raised its head, its empty mask facing the gloomy sky, and let out a long roar. The voice was unlike that of any living being, filled with endless sorrow and anger, as if it were denouncing this unjust world. Rainwater fell on its black shell, instantly evaporating due to the high temperature emanating from its surface, forming a white vapor that enveloped it. It seemed to have grown tired of the incessant rain and opened its enormous mouth. The red light gathered in its mouth, growing brighter and brighter, radiating a chilling energy fluctuation. It's going to use that trick again. Everyone get down! Huang Tu roared. All the IWA ninja immediately pressed their bodies tightly against the ground. Boom! A thick, crimson beam of light shot out from Kilian's mouth, sweeping across the area. Crimson flash! Wherever the beam of light passed, the earth was plowed into a bottomless canyon, rocks melted, and trees turned to ash. Even the rain clouds in the sky were briefly torn open by this force, revealing the grey sky behind them. After unleashing this attack, Kilian's body visibly swayed, and his movements became much slower. After a day and a night of relentless destruction, even such a massive body finally began to show signs of fatigue. Its roars were no longer so frequent, and its steps became increasingly heavy and unsteady. It was like a lost child, wandering through the ruins it had destroyed with its own hands, its enormous head slowly turning, its empty mask seemingly searching for something. Searching for that fleeting figure vanished in the firelight, and the cries fading into the distance in the rain. But it couldn't find anything. So it opened its mouth again and began to gather its last strength. This time, the red light condensed much more slowly, and its brilliance was far less dazzling than before. Finally, a zero, several times thinner than before, shot out, leaving a charred mark on the mountain dozens of miles away. Having done all this, Kilian's massive body froze completely. It stood silently in place, letting the cold rain wash over its body. For a long time, its tens of meters tall body began to tilt, like a mountain that had lost its support. Rumble! With a deafening roar that shook the earth, the black behemoth collapsed heavily to the ground. The earth cracked, soil flew everywhere, and a huge crater formed where it had fallen. The violent energy shockwave spread outwards, completely leveling everything that remained. When everything calmed down, the world seemed to fall silent instantly. Only the patter of rain remained, pounding against this ravaged land. Is it over? A trembling IWA ninja asked. Huang Tu raised his telescope again and looked at the huge pit. The behemoth lay there motionless, its suffocating spiritual pressure still palpable. He must be dead. Huang Tu breathed a sigh of relief, his muscles aching from excessive tension. But at that moment, through his binoculars, he witnessed an incredible scene. "Captain, look!" exclaimed the sensory ninja beside him, "that thing is getting smaller." In the lens, the enormous, mountain-like black body was shrinking at an imperceptible speed. Its black carapace was gradually disintegrating, transforming into pure energy particles that dissipated into the air. This process is extremely slow, and it is impossible to detect unless you are watching it closely. Report this situation to Lord Suchikage immediately. Huang Tu's voice carried a hint of shock. Also, order everyone to maintain their distance. No one is permitted to approach that pit without my permission. The same order was also issued by the commander of Sunagakur. This forbidden zone, formed by the appearance of the Kilian, is now shrouded in an eerie silence. Both sides in the conflict chose to remain on the sidelines and observe. No one knows what that monster was, and no one knows what it left behind after it disappeared. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The icy rainwater flowed into the giant pit, mixing with the mud, and partially submerged the slowly shrinking body. Bai Yuan fell into a long slumber. He will wait here quietly. Chapter 59. Uchiha Haru detonated the 30 explosive tags drawn by Hakugen. In that instant, everything slowed down. Bai Yuan's roar and Nono's cries vanished in an instant. Then, their vision was filled with white light. The light was not like flames, but rather a pure glow produced by the release of some kind of energy. A wave of heat, capable of evaporating steel, followed, as if to burn her to ashes. Qing knew she was doomed. In order to create a glimmer of hope for the fleeing Nono, she did not hesitate to detonate all the explosive tags. These are Class 7's trump cards. Bai Yuan researched sealing techniques and personally crafted them, each one is more than twice as powerful as a regular explosive tag. Now, these trump cards, along with herself, will disappear from this world. Do you regret it? Qing did not regret it. Only one thought occupied her mind, filled with intense resentment. Why, am I still not strong enough? In the forest of death, a boy stands alone facing a venomous snake, his profile cold and resolute. The power he unleashes, solely for survival, is deeply imprinted on Qing's soul. On the training field, Qing was fascinated by the contradiction of the guy who was calculating mission rewards on an abacus while exchanging spoils for winter supplies for the orphanage. And then there was the scene at the Rain Kingdom camp, where Bai Yuan burned his journal and said, "We can't go back," his eyes filled with weariness and resolve. From that moment on, the three of them were bound together. She also thought of Nono. That girl who always smiled gently and prepared meals for everyone. That teammate who, in battle, would use sharp eyes and water-style techniques to build defensive lines. That silly girl who desperately developed new techniques so as not to hold everyone back. They should have paid off the mortgage together, raised Dawang together, and survived together. Everything will end here. It's because I'm not strong enough. If I could have activated the 3 tomos sooner, if I could have mastered the techniques my aunt taught me, if I could have integrated yin release into fire release, wouldn't everything have been different? Would I have been able to protect them? If I were a little stronger. This thought, like a thunderbolt, exploded deep within Qing's mind. An intense, extreme obsession became the most violent catalyst. Scalding tears of blood burst from the corners of her eyes, and the 3 tomo Sharingan in her vision spun wildly at that moment, the outline of the tomo melting, stretching, until it became completely blurred. The dramatic change first occurred in her left eye. The 3 tomo were as if forcibly compressed by an invisible force, then spread and reshaped in an instant, finally converging into a strange new pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, in Qing's right eye, the 3 tomo, at the final moment of fusion, gave birth to a new pattern, and then quickly retreated back to the 3 tomo. A cold and obscure power of light erupted from her newly formed left eye, responding to the obsession she held onto before her death. It was activated unconsciously just before her consciousness completely dissipated. Eye technique imprisonment. A colorless spherical barrier, riddled with cracks, was unconsciously released by Qing. Like a fleeting moment, it appeared and shattered amidst the devastating explosion. Yet, in that instant, it averted most of the fatal damage for her. Qing's consciousness was completely overwhelmed by the excruciating pain and shock. Her petite body was thrown into the air by an irresistible force, tumbling and rolling before disappearing into the depths of the rainforest as a black dot. In midair, the kaleidoscope in her left eye quietly faded, returning to its original 3 tomo form. When she crashed heavily beside a muddy swamp, she had already lost all consciousness, her fate unknown. As for the astonishing change that occurred in her eyes in a short time, she herself was completely unaware of it. The epicenter of the explosion was a charred crater billowing thick smoke. Iwagakuer Jonin, son of the 3rd Tsuchikage, and his surviving subordinates, watched in shock at what they were seeing. "Captain, that Uchiha girl!" A young IWA ninja's voice trembled. Huang Tu did not answer, but walked forward with a solemn expression. The air was filled with a pungent, acrid smell. The temperature at the center of the crater was extremely high, rainwater would evaporate instantly upon falling. They found about 10 incomplete, carbonized corpses. Judging from the fragments of armor, they were the ninjas who had previously besieged Uchiha Haru. A woman used explosive tags, and nearly 10 of our comrades perished together, another subordinate muttered in disbelief. Among them are even 2 elite Jonin, and the rest are all at least elite Chunin. Wrong. Huang Tu squatted down, picked up a bit of charred soil, and frowned. He knew very well the power of 30 explosive tags. Even if Konoha developed an advanced explosive tag, it would be enough to instantly turn a Jonin to ashes. But the remaining debris at the scene is strange, and there's also this energy fluctuation? He sensed another kind of cold, chilling chakra flash through the core of the explosion. Though faint, it was definitely there. Only these corpses? Huang Tu asked in a deep voice. The subordinates searched the area and shook their heads, reporting, "Captain, nothing else was found. The Uchiha girl's body wasn't found either. Were they blown to bits?" "No." Huang Tu stood up, his gaze sweeping over the edge of the crater. The shockwave was not uniform in direction, a clear trajectory pointed towards the distant rainforest. "She might not be dead." Huang Tu uttered a judgment that even he found absurd. Surviving at the epicenter of such an explosion? How is that even possible? But his ninja instincts told him that the Uchiha girl had survived through some unknown means and had been swept away by the current. "Report this situation to Lord Tsuchikage immediately," Huang Tu ordered. "Important report. Team 7 of Konoha is fully capable of confronting an elite Jonin squad head-on and inflicting heavy casualties. Its member, Uchiha Haru, is suspected of possessing some unknown secret technique that allows him to survive explosions. His whereabouts are unknown. It is recommended that the threat level of each member of this squad be raised to S rank." At the same time, in the backyard of the orphanage in the remote Hidden Leaf village, Uchiha Ruri was pruning the roses in the flower bed with a large pair of scissors. She was dressed in simple casual clothes, and her long hair was casually tied up with a wooden hairpin, like an ordinary woman. Suddenly, she stopped moving. "Meow!" A sharp, piercing meow suddenly rang out. A black cat appeared at her feet, its back arched, its fur standing on end. It growled softly, its golden eyes fixed on the direction of the land of rain, its face filled with terror. "This is the ninja cat, Ran, that she and Haru jointly signed." Uchiha Ruri's face instantly darkened. She slowly crouched down, reached out her hand, and tried to comfort Xiaolan. However, her hand stopped in mid-air. Through the special contract with the ninja cat, Ruri could sense that Haru's life force was extremely weak and could be extinguished at any moment. Li Yuli's eyes changed instantly, becoming completely devoid of emotion. "Don't worry, Xiaolan." Her voice remained gentle, and a faint smile even lingered at the corners of her lips. She gently stroked Xiaolan's back, her gaze also fixed on the direction of the land of rain, as if she could see through thousands of miles to the girl lying in the swamp. "It seems someone made a move against someone they shouldn't have." She stood up, casually stuck the scissors into the soil, and turned to go back into the house. "It's time to get some exercise." Chapter 60. The rain is still falling. The cold rain mixed with mud washed over Uchiha Haru's face, taking away the last bit of warmth from her body. Her consciousness ebbed and flowed in the darkness, sometimes pulled back by excruciating pain, sometimes dragged into unconsciousness by exhaustion. Some images flashed through my mind. A flash of white light, an explosion, Bai Yuan's roar, and Nono's tear-streaked face as she was chased by IWA ninja, running further and further away. Live on. This was the last sound she heard before she lost consciousness. It was Bai Yuan's voice. "Did I do it?" Qing was uncertain. She felt her life force slowly draining away with the rain. The pain in her body had become so numb that she could barely feel it anymore. Perhaps, it would be better to just die like this. Just as her consciousness was about to fade, a familiar chakra suddenly surged into her back, carefully flowing through her collapsing meridians. This force was gentle, yet possessed a powerful life force, precisely repairing her damaged organs. The intense pain was soothed by this force, and Qing's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. She tried with all her might to open her heavy eyelids. In the blurry light and shadow, a familiar figure squatted beside her, her long hair, tied up with a wooden hairpin, still neatly styled even though it was wet from the rain. "Aunt." Qing's lips moved slightly, but the sound she made was very soft, and her voice was hoarse. Uchiha Ruri didn't speak, but simply extended 2 fingers and touched Qing's forehead. The green medical chakra aura brightened, continuously flowing into her body. That face, which always wore a gentle smile in her memory, was now expressionless under the rain, eerily calm. Occasionally, a chilling glint would flash in those eyes. She arrived in the land of rain half a day ago. Ruri and Uchiha Kagami were geniuses of the same era, and she sensed something was wrong from the very beginning of the war. Besides the mark of the summoning contract, she left Haru with a life mark made of yin release chakra. Connected to this mark is not only her, but also their shared ninja cat, Ran. When the signal from that mark weakened to the point of almost disappearing, both she and Xiaolan were affected from the depths of their souls. Without hesitation, she left the village immediately. Relying on her faint life force and Ran's extraordinary sense of smell, she crossed the land of fire in less than a day and plunged into the rain-soaked battlefield. Finally, beside a mud puddle, she found her niece. The girl she swore to protect with her life lay there, covered in blood, barely breathing. He kept muttering in his sleep, "A promise to live on." At that moment, Li Yulai could barely suppress the murderous intent in her heart. It took her 3 breaths to forcefully suppress that murderous intent. Now is not the time for revenge. Saving lives is the priority. Bai Yuan. No. Qing's consciousness cleared a little. She grabbed her aunt's sleeve and asked forcefully, "They? When I arrived, you were the only one here," Ruri said calmly, continuing her treatment. There were traces of earth release techniques and explosions around, as well as chakra left by at least 2 teams of ninja from different villages. It was a fierce battle here. Qing's eyes immediately reddened, and tears mixed with the rain flowed down her face. She was all alone. "That doesn't mean. Why are you crying?" Ruri's voice remained calm, but the chakra in her hands softened. "A promise is a promise. You survived, and that's good enough." She helped Qing sit up against a tree. "Now, tell me what happened." "About that kid named Bai Yuan, the girl from the pharmacist family, and your eyes." Li Yulai's gaze fell on Qing's eyes. Even without it being activated, she could feel the same cold and sorrowful power in those eyes, a power that shared the same origin as her own. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. This child, in the end, still chose this path. Haru recounted, in fits and starts, how her squad had narrowly defeated the Iwagakure demolition team, how they were then targeted by the hunting team, how they were betrayed by Danzo, leading to their unexpected encirclement by the Iwagakure battalion, how the battlefield was eventually separated, and how she detonated the explosive tags to cover Nono. Upon hearing the name Danzo, a flash of murderous intent flickered deep within Ruri's eyes, but it quickly vanished. "I thought I was going to die, but during the explosion, my eyes hurt a lot, and then..." Qing didn't know how to describe that feeling, that unconscious power. "And then, you survived." Ruri finished her sentence, her tone unreadable, neither happy nor sighing. "It was your unique eye technique that saved you without your knowledge." Qing looked at her aunt in surprise. "Auntie, how could you?" "Because I also have these eyes." Li Yulai looked at her calmly, and the next second, her black eyes instantly changed. They were no longer 3 tomo jade, but a complex and peculiar pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Qing was completely stunned. She had never imagined that her already incredibly powerful aunt was also a user of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Every kaleidoscope's awakening is accompanied by loss. You lost your companions, you lost your faith, so it responded to you. Ruri slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she had returned to normal. She gently stroked Qing's hair, her movements still so tender. This power is immense, but it's also a curse. Each use will worsen your eyesight, until you go blind. Unless, you can find another close relative's kaleidoscope, transplant it, and evolve it into an eternal kaleidoscope. Closest relatives. Qing murmured softly. The Uchiha clan, she had no close relatives left. Therefore, until you learn to control it, don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Ruri's voice was stern. The Uchiha bloodline is both honor and responsibility. Now, you must learn to bear it. Just then, Xiaolan, the black cat that had been perched on Li Yulai's shoulder, suddenly arched her back, her fur stood on end, and she growled warily. It didn't look around, but stared intently into a distant direction deep in the rainforest. Ruri followed Xiaolan's gaze. Her senses were sharp, and she immediately detected a massive energy. That energy was filled with an aura of destruction and sorrow, lurking in the distant rainforest. That energy was neither chakra nor natural energy, but some kind of more primal soul power. Most importantly, the core of that energy is related to the boy named Bai Yuan that Qing mentioned. It's Bai Yuan. He's still alive. Qing's right eye suddenly stung. She couldn't explain this sudden surge of immense energy, but her right eye, which had failed in its awakening, now felt an utter emptiness. Her intuition told her that the source of that emptiness and sorrow was Bai Yuan. This thought instantly brought her to her senses, dispelling all her confusion and sadness. She struggled to stand up, a sharp pain shooting through her wound, making her gasp, but her eyes remained unusually determined. "Auntie, take me to him." Li Yulai looked at her niece's tear-streaked yet resolute face and remained silent for a while. She knew she couldn't stop her. Moreover, she was also very curious about that strange energy. "Your injuries are still severe, you can't withstand any more strain," Li Yulai said calmly. "I can manage." Li Yulai looked at her and suddenly smiled. In that smile, there was relief, approval, and a touch of doting. "All right." She didn't say anything more, bent down, and carefully carried Qing on her back. "Hold on tight." As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yulai's figure blurred, and the next moment, she appeared on the treetop dozens of meters away. Her movements were extremely fast, darting through the dense rainforest at high speed without making a sound, not even disturbing a single leaf. Qing lay on her aunt's back, which wasn't broad but felt very secure, and was utterly shocked. "Is this my aunt's true power? Such speed and such hidden skill are probably unmatched even by the village's elite Jonin. Auntie, we're going to go find your little boyfriend." Li Yulai's voice held a hint of teasing. "And while you're at it, let me see what kind of person our Xiaoqing is so desperately in love with." He's not." Qing's face flushed instantly, and she retorted instinctively, but her voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's buzz. Li Yulai didn't say anything more, but she increased her pace even further. In the rainforest ahead, the destructive energy fluctuations became increasingly clear. Chapter 61. The raindrops, moving at high speed, transformed into white streaks, rapidly receding into Uchiha Haru's vision. The wind howled in my ears, and the cold wind from the land of rain stung my cheeks. Qing seemed oblivious to the pain. She lay on her aunt Uchiha Ruri's back, her hands gripping her aunt's shoulders tightly, her entire focus on the distance. The energy fluctuations emanating from there caused Qing's heart to clench with pain. "It's Bai Yuan." Li Yulai moved very fast, the tree canopies beneath her feet forming a continuous green shadow in her vision. She moved silently and extremely quickly through the rain. The entire route bore the marks of war. The village was destroyed, and charred wooden beams emitted black smoke in the rain. On the abandoned battlefield, broken kunao and short swords lay stuck in the mud, and the corpses beside them had turned white from being soaked in the rain. Occasionally, you could see a few homeless people huddled in the corner, watching the two fleeting figures with numb eyes, their faces expressionless. Death and numbness are common in this land. Auntie, faster! Qing cried anxiously, I feel like he is not well. The emptiness emanating from my right eye grew stronger, as if a piece of my soul had been ripped away. The energy fluctuation, though immense, was filled with an aura of destruction and sorrow. Don't rush, this is already the limit. Li Yulai's voice was calm, clearly reaching Qing's ears through the strong wind. Any faster and will attract unnecessary attention. Your body can't take it. Ruri's gaze swept over a battlefield ruin below, where remnants of chakra left by ninjas from Iwagakure and Sunagakure remained. The war has thrown this land into chaos, with various forces intertwined, and any rash move could attract unwanted attention. She could feel her niece on her back trembling slightly from excessive worry. Meow! Ran, the ninja cat perched on Ruri's other shoulder, growled uneasily. Its black fur clung tightly to its skin, and its golden eyes were filled with vigilance. The closer they got to their destination, the heavier the invisible pressure in the air became. It wasn't the pressure of chakra, but some higher level force that directly affected their soul. We're almost there, Li Yulai said, quickening her pace once more. After traveling for another 10 minutes, Li Yulai's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing the scene ahead. They stopped at the edge of a cliff. Below was a huge crater, hundreds of meters in diameter. The inner walls of the crater were very smooth, as if the rock had been melted at high temperatures and then cooled rapidly, and it gleamed black in the sunlight. The air was thick with scorching steam, and raindrops sizzled as they fell on the pit walls, evaporating instantly. A huge aftershock of energy spread upwards from the bottom of the pit, making people's clothes rustle. What kind of power is this? Ruri's expression became very serious. She put Qing down from her back and walked to the edge of the cliff, carefully sensing the power within. It's not a tailed beast. While the chakra of tailed beasts is violent, it's full of life force. This power, however, is more like pure destruction, carrying a feeling that makes even the soul tremble. He's there. Qing ignored her aunt's shock, her gaze was fixed on the center of the giant pit. She staggered forward, trying to get closer. Li Yulai grabbed her wrist. Wait, there might be danger ahead. Li Yulai's voice was serious. This energy is still eroding everything. She pointed to a huge rock below the cliff. Under the impact of the energy ripples, that rock was weathering and peeling away at a visible rate, eventually turning into dust and being washed away by the rain. Qing's body stiffened. She looked at the vanished rock, then at the bottom of the pit, and tears streamed down her face. He's right there, I can feel him. Li Yulai fell silent. Holding Qing's hand, she could feel her niece's sorrow and determination. She took a deep breath, and a strange kaleidoscope pattern flashed across her eyes. Stay close to me. Li Yulai pulled Qing along, carefully descending the gentle slope step by step into the giant pit. The closer they got to the bottom of the pit, the higher the temperature and the greater the air pressure. Xiaolan had already jumped back into Li Yulai's arms, burying her head deep inside, too afraid to look. Finally, they reached the bottom of the pit. The sight before her eyes left Qing stunned. In the murky water at the bottom of the pit, lay a huge, black monster. It is tens of meters tall, with a bizarre shape, like a humanoid monster covered in bone armor, with a white mask on its face and a dark tear stain on the mask. It lay there quietly, motionless, its massive body slowly shrinking. Wisps of black energy particles peeled off its body and dissipated into the rain. Qing felt no fear. Upon seeing this monster, the emptiness and sorrow in Qing's right eye reached their peak. A connection from her soul made her realize that the monster before her was Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan! She murmured to herself, tears blurring her vision. She broke free from Li Yulai's grasp and ran towards the monster. Calm down! Li Yulai pulled her back again, her voice tinged with a hint of reprimand. If you go over there now, you'll only be torn apart by the remaining energy. Qing seemed not to hear, and continued to struggle, calling out Bai Yuan's name repeatedly. Li Yulai frowned and gently touched Qing's neck. Qing's body went limp, and she stopped struggling, but her eyes remained open, tears streaming down her face. How could this happen? She knelt in the mud, covering her face and crying, why did it have to turn out like this? Li Yulai crouched down, gently patting her back, then looked up at the sleeping monster, thinking, is this the person Qing was willing to risk her life to protect? For the sake of his companions, he was willing to transform himself into this monster. This power has completely transcended the realm of ninjutsu. Shimura Denzo, just what kind of being have you provoked? Just then, Li Yulai's gaze suddenly sharpened as she looked at the edge of the giant pit. Xiaolan, who had been nestled in her arms, also raised her head at the same time, letting out a threatening growl. We have a guest. Li Yulai's voice returned to its icy tone. She glanced at him. Illusion technique, mist servant technique. An invisible wave emanated from them, distorting and blurring the surrounding scenery. They, along with the shrinking monster, seemed to merge into the rain, disappearing from view. On a hill a few hundred meters away, a puppeteer from Sunagakure frowned. The footage transmitted from the miniature scorpion reconnaissance puppet he was controlling suddenly cut off. Strange, there was definitely a reaction just now. Was it interfered with by the aftershocks of that energy? He muttered to himself. Out of caution, he did not allow the puppet to approach further, but instead chose to remain hidden, monitoring this eerie area from a greater distance. Inside the giant pit, Li Yulai dispelled the illusion and confirmed that the person was gone. She glanced at her niece kneeling on the ground and sighed. He's not dead yet. Li Yulai's voice softened considerably. This body is protecting him, but it's also draining him. He's recovering. Qing suddenly raised her head, tears streaming down her face, but a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. What we need to do is protect him until he wakes up, Li Yulai said, looking into Qing's eyes, each word distinct. She walked to the edge of the giant pit and stood under a relatively intact rock wall, where she could be sheltered from most of the wind and rain and also serve as a good place for guarding. She quickly cleared a space, then took out waterproof blankets and supplies from the scroll and set up a temporary shelter. After doing all this, she walked back to Qing's side and helped her up. Let's go, we've got to wait. Supported by her aunt, Qing walked into the shelter. She sat down, her body trembling uncontrollably from exhaustion and grief. Her gaze pierced through the rain, fixed on the black monster at the bottom of the pit. She didn't know when Bai Yuan would wake up, or even if he could return to his original form. But she knew she had to wait here. Just like long ago, in that dark forest, he slew the venomous snake to save himself. This time, it's her turn to protect him. Li Yulai stood at the entrance of the shelter, warily observing her surroundings. Chapter 62. The rain is still falling. Uchiha Haru has been waiting here for 10 days. The shelter at the bottom of the pit was a very rudimentary structure built by Li Yulai against the rock wall using a few pieces of waterproof material. The air was filled with damp earth and a hint of sulfur, the smell of rainwater mixed with the energy particles from Bai Yuan's body after he became a monster. Qing sat on the blanket, hugging her knees, her eyes fixed on the black monster in the middle of the pit that was slowly shrinking. Its contraction process is very slow, and there are already many cracks on the outer bone shell. Sometimes a small piece falls off and dissolves in water. From the cracks, you can see black and red energy flashing. Bai Yuan. Qing would whisper to him every day, her voice just drowned out by the sound of rain. Qing would talk about the orphanage and Grandma Yunhua, and also about how De Wang had caused trouble again. She also complained about the endless rain, how Nanoyu had disappeared, and their mortgage payments. She wanted to use this method to wake him up. Uchiharuri sat quietly to one side, wiping a short sword with a clean cloth. She didn't talk much, but she would always offer Haru a hot plate of grilled meat or a cup of warm water when needed. "Aunt," Qing suddenly spoke, "what exactly is the power of my Mangekyo Sharingan? I understand it completely. It's like I've awakened, but I can't feel it anymore." The hand that was wiping the glass knife paused for a moment. "The kaleidoscope is the power to transform spiritual energy into reality, it's a projection of your inner self. Perhaps you didn't experience the death of someone you truly cherish, so your true inner desires are still unclear. You haven't reached that level of profound, unforgettable longing." Li Yulai's voice was calm. "To understand the specifics, you should ask yourself, what were you thinking when you awakened?" Qing was stunned. She thought of Bai Yuan, she thought of Nono, she thought of the disbanded squad. "I want to protect them." "So your eye technique is guardian." Ruri sheathed her short sword. "But this power comes at a price. In fact, all ordinary kaleidoscopes face a cost, each use depletes your maximum visual capacity. In clan terms, the kaleidoscope's power has a fixed limit, once it's depleted, you go blind." Qing subconsciously touched her left eye, it seemed as if that reassuring power still lingered in her eye socket. "Meow." A cat's meow interrupted the two. Ran, the ninja cat who was dozing on Li Yulai's lap, suddenly arched her back, her golden eyes fixed on a crack in the rocks outside, and let out a warning growl. Li Yulai and Qing immediately became alert. "Here we go again," Li Yulai said softly. In the past few days, they've felt someone watching them several times. The person is very careful, an expert, always using a strange method to spy from hundreds of meters away. He's a puppeteer from Sunagakure. Ruri stared at the rain. His reconnaissance puppets are very small, with very weak chakra fluctuations, like insects. Following her aunt's gaze, Qing's three-pointed stare spun rapidly in her eyes, capturing the movements within the rain curtain. Sure enough, beneath a rock gleaming from the rain, a palm-sized black metal scorpion was silently adjusting its stinger. The crystal at the tip of the stinger was pointing directly in their direction. "Auntie, I'm going to drag him out." Qing's voice was cold. For the past 10 days, she has stayed by his side without leaving for a moment, holding on to a strong determination within her. Bai Yuan is still asleep here, and no one can disturb him. Li Yulai glanced at her, then nodded, "Go ahead, don't force yourself." Having received permission, Qing no longer hesitated. She leaped out of the shelter, her figure leaping swiftly across the slippery rock face, heading straight for the reconnaissance puppet. In a cave several hundred meters away, a young man dressed in a Sunagakure uniform was sensing everything through the chakra threads connected to his fingertips. He was Soemon, Ebizo's personal disciple, known as the Thousand Threads Hand. When he sensed that the reconnaissance puppet had been discovered and that a girl in black was rapidly approaching, a slight smile appeared on his lips. "A survivor of the Uchiha clan? Interesting." With a slight twitch of his fingers, he flicked the metal scorpion's stinger, sending 3 purplish glowing venomous needles flying in a triangular formation towards Qing in mid-air. At the same time, the scorpion's body sprang up and burrowed into the soil. Haru twisted her body in mid-air, her Sharingan clearly capturing the trajectory of the poison needle. She quickly formed hand seals, and a highly compressed ball of flame shot out from her mouth. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fireball traced a scorching trajectory through the rain, precisely intercepting the 3 poison needles. The intense heat instantly evaporated the toxins, releasing a pungent odor. The fireball slammed into the ground, fire chakra poured into the earth, soil flew everywhere, and the metal scorpion that had just burrowed inside was blasted out, its shell covered with cracks. It's not over yet. Qing quickly formed hand seals, and another ball of fire followed, engulfing the puppet in midair and burning it into a twisted lump of iron. Soemon sensed all of this through his chakra threads, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. This Uchiha girl has a very sharp combat instinct, and her mastery of fire release techniques far surpasses that of her peers. The color of the flames also seems to be mixed with something else. He no longer concealed himself, slowly emerging from the cave and standing on a protruding rock, rainwater sliding down the edge of his straw hat. Behind him stood two masked twin guards, their auras perfectly identical. An interesting prey, Soemon murmured. He slightly spread the 5 fingers of his right hand, and 5 almost transparent chakra threads extended out and disappeared into the huge scroll on his back. Buzz! The scroll unfurled automatically, and 3 puppets sprang out, landing steadily on the open ground in front of Soemon. Leading the charge was the turtle golem, its thick carapace clearly for defense. Behind it followed the slender mantis golem, its arms wielding enormous scythes for close-quarters attacks. Bringing up the rear was the spider golem, its abdomen riddled with firing ports for ranged attacks. With a flick of his finger, Zhongyiman brought the 3 puppets to life. The spider puppet launched the first attack, its abdominal mechanisms whirring as a black rain of needles mixed with poison gas enveloped Qing. The turtle puppet moved in front of the spider puppet, unfurling its carapace to form a sturdy shield. Meanwhile, the mantis puppet, using its ranged attacks as cover, its figure appearing and disappearing in the rain, swiftly slashed towards Qing's side and rear from a tricky angle. The 3 puppets worked in perfect unison, instantly forming a deadly attack network. When Li Yulai witnessed this scene in the shelter, her eyes narrowed slightly. Controlling 3 high-performance puppets with one hand, and achieving this level of coordination? Faced with this onslaught, Qing's breath caught in her throat as she focused intently on the incoming attacks. She dared not confront the poisons head-on, relying solely on the dynamic vision of her Sharingan to search for an opening amidst the impenetrable assault. Qing's figure darted through the rain of 1,000 trees at high speed, her toes constantly shifting direction on the slippery rocks, leaving a trail of afterimages. But the attacks were too dense, the mantis puppet's twin blades were already within reach, the gusts of wind they generated stinging her cheeks. Now! Her 3 Tomo eyes spun rapidly, catching a fleeting, minute movement at the mantis puppet's joint as it swung its blade. Instead of retreating, she advanced, twisting her body at an incredible angle to narrowly avoid the scythe. At the same time, her short sword, wreathed in black and red flames, stabbed back at the mantis puppet's neck joint. Uchiha-style sword leaps in flames. However, Soemon's smile deepened. Ding! With a crisp sound, Qing's short sword struck as if it had pierced a diamond, leaving only a faint white mark. An invisible chakra shield flashed across the mantis puppet's neck. It's a trap! Qing's pupils contracted, it was too late to retreat. The mantis puppet's other scythe swept across, and at the same time, the turtle puppet's carapace opened, and a thick mechanical arm, accompanied by a whistling sound, grabbed for her ankle. Caught between 2 attackers, she had nowhere to retreat. Just then, a figure appeared in front of Qing without warning. It's Glass! She had left the shelter some time earlier, and stood there quietly, as if she had been there all along. Li Yulai didn't even look at the scythe that was being swung and the mechanical arm that was grabbing her, her gaze pierced through the rain and locked onto Zhongyiman in the distance. In a pair of scarlet eyes, 3 Tomo slowly rotated, eventually merging into a peculiar blood-red pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The moment Soemon met those eyes, his mind went completely blank. Pupil technique, mirror flower. In his eyes, the whole world seemed to have turned into a shattered mirror, with countless images of Ruri and Sime flashing in the reflection. He couldn't tell which was real and which was fake. The chakra threads at his fingertips instantly went out of control. The movements of the 3 puppets suddenly stopped. Fire release. Li Yulai spoke calmly, and a cluster of black flames ignited on the short sword in her hand. The flames were silent and emitted no heat, yet the surrounding rain evaporated the moment it approached, leaving not even a trace of moisture. Li Yulai's figure moved. Her movements were slow, even somewhat elegant, like a stroll in the rain. She simply swung her sword twice. The first cut sliced across the mantis puppet's waist. The sturdy puppet, upon contact with the black flames, was like butter meeting a hot knife, silently sliced open. Black flames clung to the cut, rapidly spreading and completely engulfing the puppet's upper body, leaving not even a trace. The second strike landed on the tortoise puppet's extended mechanical arm. Black flames burned up the mechanical arm, reaching the puppet's main body in the blink of an eye. The thick metal tortoise shell was no different from paper in front of the black flames, and a huge hole was burned through it. Soemon finally broke free from the genjutsu. He looked at the two puppets that had been destroyed in an instant, and his expression changed for the first time. Without hesitation, he severed the chakra threads between himself and the two puppets. At the same time, he waved his left hand, and the two twin guards behind him immediately formed hand seals. Wind release, wind formation wall. A transparent wall of wind blocked their way. Li Yulai did not pursue him, but simply watched him quietly, letting the rain soak her hair. The Mangekyo Sharingan, and that legendary indestructible black flame. Soemon's voice was somewhat deep as he stared intently at Ruri, his mind racing. As Ebizo's personal disciple, he had access to the highest level classified files of Tsunagakuer. There were fragmentary records there, a mysterious female ninja from the same era as Uchiha Kagami, powerful enough to turn the tide of battle, possessing unheard of black flames. But strangely, all records related to her abruptly ended a few years ago, as if she had vanished into thin air. Zhang Guimen compared the scene before him with those vague legends, and a long-forgotten name surfaced in his mind. "You are Uchiha Ruri?" he asked tentatively, his voice filled with an unbelievable sense of confirmation of something mythical. Legend has it that after awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Ruri vanished without a trace. Her left eye possessed the near-perfect ability to alter memories. All who witnessed her true power either perished on the spot or unknowingly forgot her existence entirely, as if it were merely a nightmare. This is why her records in the ninja world are so sparse and contradictory, making her seem like a living ghost. Soemon glanced at the slowly shrinking monster in the center of the giant crater, then at Ruri holding the black flame dagger, and calmly made a judgment. The objective of this mission is now impossible to achieve. He nodded slightly to Li Yulai as a greeting, then, accompanied by two guards, his figure quickly disappeared into the rain. Only after the enemy had completely left did Qing come to her senses. She looked at the still burning black flame in her aunt's hand, then at the remains of the puppet on the ground, and murmured, "Aunt, is this your power?" Li Yulai dispelled the black flames on her sword, turned around, and patted Qing on the shoulder. "This is a fire release technique created by your aunt. Practice the chakra fusion I taught you diligently, and you can do it too." Her voice was calm, but her eyes were fixed on the center of the giant crater, with a hint of worry. Bai Yuan's recovery seems to have entered its final stage. The enormous monster's body is shrinking at an accelerating rate. Chapter 63. This is a fire release technique created by your aunt. Practice the chakra fusion I taught you diligently, and you can do it too. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were fixed on the center of the giant crater, with a hint of worry. Bai Yuan's recovery seems to have entered its final stage. Qing's heart tightened, and without asking about Yan Dun, she immediately turned to look. The massive black beast, the size of a small mountain, was shrinking at a visible rate. Large patches of its white, bony outer shell cracked and peeled away, falling into the water at the bottom of the pit and melting silently. Emerging from the enormous crack was a pure, condensed black-red light, beating rhythmically like a heart. Each beat sent invisible ripples through the surrounding air. The rainwater fell a meter above the giant beast and was evaporated by a burst of heat, forming a large cloud of rising white mist. He's coming back. The thought sent a shiver down Qing's spine, and her icy limbs regained some warmth. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, using the pain to confirm that this was not a hallucination. It's been 10 days. For the past 10 days, she has been tormented by fear and anticipation. She fears that this behemoth will forever remain just a behemoth, and even more so that one day it will disappear completely, taking with it the last breath of that BD. Now, he's finally coming back. Bai Yuan. She whispered unconsciously, taking a few steps forward uncontrollably, standing at the edge of the shelter, her 3 Tomo Sharingan eyes fixed on the shrinking energy core. She began to imagine the scene of their reunion in her mind. When he wakes up, the first thing I'll do is punch him hard and yell at him for being a reckless idiot who got himself into this mess. Then, you need to show him that you're no longer just a burden following behind him, but that you can stand on your own and protect him. No, let him rest first, he must be very tired. And then there's No, we need to find her quickly. I feel completely unsafe without her around. Once Bai Yuan wakes up, the 3 of them, plus De Huang, must reunite, not one of them can be missing. There's still the mortgage to pay, Orochimaru's drug bills, and the bounties from the IWA ninja in the camp. Everything seems to be getting back on track. Suddenly, the future became clear again. Li Yulai stood quietly behind her, not disturbing her. She could see the undisguised anticipation on her niece's face. But as the owner of the kaleidoscope herself, she knew far more about the power unleashed at this level. Such immense power would come at a price that could never be small. She simply placed her hand on the hilt of the knife at her waist, silently keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings. Boom! A muffled thud interrupted Qing's thoughts. The giant beast's body began its final disintegration. Countless cracks burst forth from the massive black body, and black and red energy beams shot out from the cracks, only to be instantly pulled back to the core by a powerful gravitational force. The entire behemoth's form began to distort and collapse, like a punctured balloon. The terrifying spiritual pressure that had enveloped the area for over 10 days, preventing any living being from approaching, was drawn back into the ever-shrinking core like a receding tide. In just a few breaths, the mountain-sized black behemoth vanished completely in a spatial distortion. The oppressive feeling that had been suffocating in the world also disappeared. The incessant rain finally reached the center of the giant pit, making a series of drip-drop sounds that were exceptionally clear in the deathly silence of the pit's bottom. The rising white mist gradually dissipated. At the bottom of the pit, a figure lay there quietly. It was him. It's Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan. A sob rose in Qing's throat, and without thinking, she jumped into the pit. She could feel her heart pounding wildly in her chest, as if it wanted to break free. But when she staggered to the figure and saw his face clearly, the whole world seemed to stop. The Bai Yuan before her was not the person she knew at all. Although his body was still there, it was devoid of any life force, and the cracks all over his body seemed as if it would shatter completely at the slightest touch. Bai Yuan lay there quietly, his skin deathly pale beneath his tattered ninja uniform. Black cracks ran from his neck across his entire body, making him look quite frightening. These cracks extended to his wrists and ankles, making him look like a piece of a jig that was about to fall apart. Qing leaned down, trying to feel his breath, but her heart sank suddenly. Bai Yuan's breathing was so faint as to be almost non-existent, and his chest showed no rise or fall. If it weren't for the Sharingan still being able to detect the last glimmer of chakra within him, Qing would have even thought he was just a corpse. Qing's mind went blank, all the images she had just imagined vanished in an instant. It turns out, this wasn't a triumphant return. This is, the last glimmer of light before life burns out. No. Qing's legs went weak, and she knelt in the muddy water beside Bai Yuan. Rain and tears streamed down her pale face. No. That's not how it is. She reached out her trembling hand to touch him, but stopped mid-air. She was afraid that her touch would shatter him completely before her eyes. Why? Why, after giving so much and sacrificing so much, is this the outcome? The disappearance of Nono, her resolute act of risking her life, scenes flashed through her mind. Bai Yuan's final roar, filled with resentment and pain, seemed to still echo in her ears. The agreement is to survive by any means necessary. Fraud! You big liar! Overwhelmed by grief and anger, she lost her reason. A sharp pain suddenly burst forth from the depths of her eyes. Ah! Qing covered her eyes and cried out in pain. Her vision blurred instantly, and the whole world turned into a vortex of interwoven blood red and pitch black. Something seemed to be rushing out from the depths of her soul. She felt warm liquid trickling from the corner of her eye, with a metallic taste. She wiped it with trembling fingers, her fingertips stained crimson. It's blood. In her spiritual world, the three rotating megatama joined together, stretching, deforming, and merging amidst immense pain. The obsession with protection, the agony of loss, and the overwhelming resentment and despair these emotions fueled her, refining her eyes to a completely new level. Finally, the wildly spinning crimson vortex stopped. The three megatama have completely disappeared, replaced by a pair of eyes with three sets of megatama patterns of equal length extending from the central disc. The megatama are arranged in a spiral, forming a symmetrical triangular closed loop. Mangekyo Sharingan, fully awakened. A massive surge of pupil power suddenly spread outwards from Qing's center. This power wasn't violent, but it carried a deep-seated sorrow and silence. Wherever the power reached, the splashing raindrops froze in mid-air, and the howling wind ceased. An invisible barrier enveloped her and the dying Bai Yuan, isolating them from everything outside. This sudden outburst brought a tremendous mental shock to her, and Qing, who was already on the verge of collapse, could no longer hold on. Her consciousness went dark, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 64. Bai Yuan regained consciousness. He was in pain all over his body, feeling as if his body was falling apart. Even the slightest movement was excruciating. Breathing was a tearing pain. The icy rain relentlessly pounded against his cheeks, sliding down his neck and into his tattered collar, stealing away the last bit of warmth from his body. He tried to move a finger, but found his body wouldn't obey him. Bai Yuan struggled for a long time before he could barely open his eyes. My blurred vision lingered for a long time in the rain before I could finally make out everything in front of me. He lay at the bottom of a huge pit, surrounded by churned-up wet earth and charred rocks. Beside him, a familiar figure huddled, motionless. It's Sunny. Her hair, wet and clinging to her pale cheeks, and her tattered red clothes, now soaked in mud, made her look even more wretched. Dried traces of blood and tears remained at the corners of her tightly closed eyes, and she looked extremely fragile. Bai Yuan's heart tightened suddenly, this feeling of heartache even overshadowed the excruciating pain in his body. He wanted to call Qing's name, but only a strange hoarse sound came from his throat. He wanted to reach out and check her breath, but his arm was too heavy to lift. Don't move, you're badly injured, moving around will cause it to fall apart. A cool, clear female voice came from not far away. Bai Yuan struggled to move his eyes and saw the woman holding an umbrella, standing quietly by the pit. Uchiharuri. She looked at him expressionlessly, her eyes devoid of emotion, calmly scrutinizing him. She's fine, just exhausted, Li Yulai added. Hearing this, Bai Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze back to Qing's face, feeling a pang of unease. He lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. He failed to protect anyone. Haru sacrificed himself to cover his companions, Nono's fate is unknown, and he himself is now in a state where even moving is difficult. The so-called promises and protection now seem like a joke. How long have I been asleep? Bai Yuan's voice was hoarse. 23 days, Li Yulai replied calmly, starting from when you became that monster. 23 days. Bai Yuan's mind was somewhat dazed. He only remembered that his last consciousness was consumed by anger, and then everything went blank. He instinctively wanted to immerse himself in the system and check his status. Host profile. Name, Bai Yuan. Status, severe near-death experience, disrupted soul structure, bodily functions below 5%. Basic attributes. Strength, 79. Agility, 79. Physical condition, 79. Spirit, 79. Chakra manipulation, 79. Chakra level, 10/8200. Upon seeing the series of 79 numbers, Bai Yuan's heart sank. He clearly remembered that before his consciousness was severed, he had made a desperate gamble by using his treasured ores to generate a large number of experience points, which he used to boost his attributes to over 80. Then, for no apparent reason, I lost consciousness. Why are they all 79? But when his gaze fell on the assets section, his breath caught in his throat. Asset management. Cash holdings, 53,000 taels. Training points, 45,100. 45,100 points. Bai Yuan's eyes lit up immediately. We've struck gold. This is a huge profit. Bai Yuan's mind started working again. He impatiently chanted in his mind, "System, raise my physique to 80 points." Warning, the host's basic attributes have reached the current stage threshold, 79 points, and cannot be improved further. The line of red text sent a chill down his spine. What do you mean? Bai Yuan was stunned. The threshold? I still have over 40,000 points, why can't I add more? System explanation. The host's soul has a critical deficiency, the current power balance has reached its limit. Forcibly exceeding the 80-point attribute threshold will result in a berserk state and unconsciousness. Soul missing? This was the first time Bai Yuan had heard this term from the system. He had always thought he was just an ordinary transmigrator with a cheat code, but now it seemed that things were far more complicated than he had imagined. Before he could think it through, another system notification popped up. Notification: the Ninja World Training System v3.0 update is complete. Economic system modification: the cash to experience points exchange function has been permanently disabled. Experience points can be obtained by completing system tasks or recycling special energy sources. This notification completely stunned him. Cash cannot be exchanged for experience points? Are you kidding me? This system should have already stated that money is cheap, and everything in the world has a price tag. What's the point of your system having a price tag? Energy is conserved, host, have you forgotten? Bai Yuan cursed inwardly. This was worse than bankrupting him. What about adding some points? He asked, clinging to his last glimmer of hope. Try to communicate with your shallowness. It is part of your soul. Shallow hit. Bai Yuan's gaze fell on the katana at his waist. Since he drew it from the system, no matter how much he nurtured it with chakra, it had not responded at all. Even when he tried to communicate with it, there was no reaction whatsoever. How did his addition of a little bit suddenly become related to shallow hitting? Just as Bai Yuan was feeling agitated and was about to press for more information, a soft groan came from beside him. Qing woke up. She slowly opened her eyes, her vision still somewhat blurry, but when she saw Bai Yuan turning his head to look at her, her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. Bai Yuan, you. She tried to sit up, but swayed due to extreme weakness. Looking at her haggard appearance, Bai Yuan felt a pang of pain in his heart, but he unconsciously forced a weak smile and teased her in his hoarse voice, "What's wrong, crying like a kitten? Anyone who didn't know better would think I was dead." The expected embarrassment and rebuttal did not materialize. Qing just stared at him, her eyes instantly reddening again. She didn't speak, but silently moved her body closer, then reached out her icy hand and carefully, yet with unwavering determination, grasped his equally icy hand. It was as if they were confirming whether he was really still alive. Feeling the soft touch in his palm, Bai Yuan's heart trembled. He didn't know what to say for a moment. The two lay quietly in the cold mud, holding each other's hands, listening to the sound of rain overhead. Your eyes. Bai Yuan finally couldn't help but speak. He noticed that Qing's Sharingan was different from before. The faint, cold power in her eyes made him feel a chill. Qing's body stiffened for a moment. She instinctively wanted to avoid the topic, but ultimately chose to face it honestly. It seems to have changed. Her voice was soft, and she sounded somewhat bewildered. It's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ruri calmly revealed the answer. Under the final emotional impact, your Mangekyo Sharingan fully awakened. This is the last power of an ordinary Uchiha clansman, and also a heavy curse. Curse. Chapter 65. It's the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ruri calmly revealed the answer. Under the final emotional impact, your Mangekyo Sharingan fully awakened. This is the last power of an ordinary Uchiha clansman, and also a heavy curse. Curse. Bai Yuan's heart sank. He knew, of course, what the Mangekyo Sharingan meant, immense power, and the risk of blindness that came with it. Qing did it all for him. If she weren't so weak, how could she have? Thinking of this, Bai Yuan felt a pang of sadness. Seemingly sensing Bai Yuan's emotional fluctuations, Qing gripped his hand even tighter. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, at the temporary camp of Sunagakure village, the atmosphere was terribly oppressive. Senjutsu Soemon knelt on one knee in the center of the tent, head bowed, reporting what he had seen and heard in the giant pit. Sitting opposite him were two people of high status in Sunagakure and Ebizo. You mean, after that monster collapsed, its energy was contracting inward? Ebizo frowned, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Yes, Ebizo-sensei, Soemon's voice was steady. Furthermore, I also discovered two guardians near the giant crater. Both are female ninjas from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Granny Chiyo's eyes. Konoha actually sent the Uchiha's elite to a place like this. One of them, though young, possessed exceptional fire-style skills and keen combat instincts, Soemon recalled his brief encounter with Haru. But more importantly, there was another one. He paused, his tone becoming serious. She possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, and wields the legendary immortal black flames. What? Both Ebizo and Cho were deeply moved. Black flame. Could it be that woman? The middle-aged Cho murmured to herself, as if recalling some long-forgotten past. Uchiha Ruri. Soemon announced the name. I've confirmed her identity. She's stronger than rumored. My three elite puppets couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. A long silence fell inside the tent. A mysterious being capable of transforming into a colossal beast, and a kaleidoscope-wielding powerhouse wielding immortal black flames. Either of these variables could alter the course of a local battle. Pass down the order. After a long silence, Cho finally spoke, her voice tinged with weariness. All troops, temporarily avoid that area. Until we ascertain the details of that monster and Uchiha Ruri, do not engage in any conflict with them. Our main objective remains Konoha's frontline headquarters, Ebizo added. Since that idiot Danzo has delivered the bait to our doorstep, there's no reason for us not to take it. We'll devour it and expand our gains. As for the monster and the Uchiha's aftermath, let Konoha worry about that. Yes. Zhonghuimen accepted the order, and in a flash, he disappeared into the tent. Cho looked at the giant crater area marked as extremely dangerous on the map, a worried expression on her face. This war, from the very beginning, seemed to be heading in a direction that no one could have predicted. Inside the giant pit shelter. With Liu Lai's help, Bai Yuan managed to sit up and lean against the rock wall. Every breath he took caused excruciating pain in his lungs. He must recover as quickly as possible so that his companions can recover. System, tell me, how can I communicate with Asada? He asked in his mind. Your chakra and soul. Nonsense. Bai Yuan rolled his eyes inwardly. Specific method, completely immerse your mind and chakra in it, feel it, and invoke its will. Bai Yuan took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain, and channeled the last remaining wisp of chakra within his body, slowly pouring it into the A-cup ointment at his waist. Then, he closed his eyes and immersed himself completely in the moment. This time, it's different from any other time. The moment his spirit touched the blade, he was instantly plunged into utter darkness. There was nothing there, no sound, no light, only deathly silence. He couldn't sense the knife's presence, nor could he sense any so-called will. There's nothing here. Just when he was about to be driven mad by this deathly silence, he seemed to see it. In the deepest darkness, there was a faint light. I followed that light for a moment, but then, overcome by overwhelming drowsiness, I drifted off to sleep again. After an unknown amount of time, Qing also woke up from her light sleep. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Bai Yuan with his eyes closed, his brows furrowed, and his face pale. Bai Yuan, she called softly, a hint of worry in her voice. Bai Yuan did not respond. Li Yulai walked over, glanced at Bai Yuan's condition, and frowned. Don't worry, he's just unconscious due to his injuries, Li Yulai said. Don't disturb him in this state. Qing nodded and quietly stood by. Seeing Bai Yuan's pained expression, her heart ached as well. She wanted to do something for him. And, she suddenly spoke, her voice soft but firm, I want to use a kaleidoscope. Li Yulai gave her a deep look. Are you sure? Every time you use it, your eyesight will decrease by 1 point. I'm sure. Qing's eyes remained unwavering. If the light can't illuminate his path, then what's the point of keeping it? Li Yulai remained silent for a moment, then finally sighed. Everyone's kaleidoscope is different. Your left eye should be for protection. Close your eyes, feel that power with your heart, and imagine what you most want to protect. Qing closed her eyes. She channeled her meager chakra into her left eye. A warm, gentle power emanated from her eye, forming a spherical barrier that enveloped their bodies. She could sense that Bai Yuan's life force had been stabilized by this power and was rapidly recovering. Is this her pupil technique? A space-time barrier for defense and recovery. A weak but satisfied smile finally appeared on Qing's lips. She leaned on Bai Yuan's shoulder and gradually drifted off to sleep, but at that moment, the kaleidoscope in her right eye spun slightly. A barely perceptible mark flashed across Bai Yuan's forehead. Li Yulai didn't notice anything amiss. She would occasionally glance at the two young people nestled together, a hint of tenderness flashing in her cool eyes. This long, rainy night doesn't seem so unbearable anymore. The atmosphere in the shelter was a bit strange. Bai Yuan leaned against the rock wall, his wounds aching with every breath. He had been awake for a while. Uchiharuri had already given him some basic first aid and explained his current situation to him. But his attention was mostly on the equally frail girl beside him. Qing sat next to him, less than a fist's width apart. She was unusually quiet today, unlike her usual aloof self or easily angered. She simply handed him a piece of grilled meat, then looked down at her knees, lost in thought. Chapter 66. Qing sat next to him, less than a fist's width apart. She was unusually quiet today, unlike her usual aloof self or easily angered. She simply handed him a piece of grilled meat, then looked down at her knees, lost in thought. Bai Yuan took the grilled meat and ate it in small bites. He knew that Qing had survived and even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he felt a pang of guilt, since this whole thing was caused by him. He wanted to say something, like thank you or I'm sorry, but when the words came to his lips, he felt that saying anything would be superfluous. The two sat quietly, the only sounds in the cave being the rain and the crackling of firewood outside. Li Yulai was wiping her dagger a short distance away, seemingly oblivious to everything, giving the two of them plenty of space. After an unknown amount of time, Qing seemed to have made up her mind. She took a deep breath and took out a brocade pouch that had been warmed by her body heat from her bosom. Bai Yuan had seen this brocade pouch before, it was Qing's personal possession. It was embroidered with a small flame, and now it was covered in mud and looked a bit old. Under Bai Yuan's puzzled gaze, Qing untied the brocade pouch with trembling hands, poured the contents into her palm, and then slowly and solemnly handed it to Bai Yuan. It was a piece of fabric whose original color was no longer discernible. It was washed very clean and ironed very flat, but the black blood stains on it still couldn't be washed off, and the edges were worn. "This, do you still recognize it?" Qing's voice was soft, trembling slightly with anticipation. Bai Yuan's gaze fell on the severed sleeve. "It looks familiar." He instinctively reached out to touch it, and the moment his fingertips touched the fabric, a scene he had forgotten, which he had always thought was a hallucination before his death, suddenly rushed into his mind. Those were his childhood days, when he was still struggling to survive at the Ninja Academy. Back then, he was just an orphan. To avoid being bullied and to have enough to eat, he worked harder than anyone else. To build up his courage, he sneaked into the forest alone, a place even older students dared not go. The scenes in my memory are very clear. The forest was damp and dark, the tall trees blocking out the sunlight, and the air was thick with the smell of rotting leaves and wild animals. 8-year-old him, thin and small, carried a dagger and cautiously made his way through the woods. He planned to hunt some wild game to fill his stomach and improve his meals. But soon after, he encountered a venomous snake. He desperately swung his dagger and finally killed the snake. He thought he had won. But just as he relaxed, the snake, in its death throes, lunged and bit his arm. He groaned in pain, kicked the snake's head away, and looked at the 2 teeth marks on his forearm from which black blood was seeping out. His heart sank. "I've been poisoned." He quickly tore off the piece of his sleeve the one Qing was holding and tried to suck out the poisonous blood with his mouth. But it was no use, the poison was spreading too fast. Excruciating pain and numbness quickly spread throughout his body. His vision went black, the world spun around him, and he collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept his fate. He thought his transmigrated life was going to end so pathetically. Just as he was losing consciousness, he vaguely saw a figure. A very cute girl ran out of the bushes crying, her eyes filled with anxiety and self-blame. He saw the small figure frantically searching for something in the grass, then putting some herbs into its mouth and chewing them laboriously. He saw her kneeling beside him, her small face close to his. Then, a pair of soft, warm lips gently, trembling slightly, pressed against mine. He could still recall the raw, soft touch, and the faint fragrance. The bitter medicine, carrying its aroma, was slowly fed into his mouth, melting within his cold body. He always thought it was just a hallucination caused by his desperate desire to live when he was about to die. But now, memory and reality have aligned. It turns out, it wasn't an illusion. Back then, I was too timid. Qing's voice brought him back to reality. She had her head down, her voice muffled and heavily nasal. "I encountered the snake first, and I was so scared I crouched in the woods. I saw you rush out, saw you fight the snake. I was too scared to move. If I had been braver, you wouldn't have been poisoned." Her shoulders trembled slightly, she felt deeply guilty. "After you collapsed, my mind went blank. I only remembered that my aunt had taught me that certain herbs could counteract snake venom, but I didn't know how to give it to you. You were already unconscious, and I couldn't get the medicine down your throat." As she spoke, her face flushed slightly, and her voice became barely audible. That's the only way I can think of. Her explanation was somewhat incoherent. Later, just as you were about to wake up, I ran away. After you left, I secretly ran back and picked up the piece of sleeve you tore off. She looked up, and her kaleidoscope Sharingan eyes, usually cold, were now filled with moisture and a touch of girlish smugness. I found this on top. She flipped open the lining of the cut sleeve with her fingertips. In a very secluded corner, the emblem of the Thousand Hands clan was embroidered in red thread. Bai Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. I don't know why you have this, or if you're a member of the Senju clan. My aunt said that the Senju's identity is a sensitive topic in Konoha, so I haven't told anyone, and I've just kept it. I've always kept it hidden. Qing's voice lowered again, as if she were telling a secret that had been buried for many years. I washed it clean and put it in this sachet, carrying it with me every day. Sometimes when I'm tired from training, or when I'm bullied by the tribe, I'll secretly take it out to look at it. Seeing it reminds me of that day in the forest, all alone facing the poisonous snake, and then I feel like my own hardships aren't so bad after all. So, I've been chasing after you. I thought you hate the weak, so I wanted to become stronger, strong enough to stand beside you, instead of hiding behind you and watching you get hurt for me. After he finished speaking, the cave fell silent again. Bai Yuan looked down at the thing in his hand, then at the girl in front of him. He felt a mix of emotions, his throat tightened, and he couldn't utter a single word. He finally understood. I understand now what this girl meant by saying one thing and meaning another all these years. I understand her clumsy attempts to protect me, and I understand why she always put on a brave face in front of me. It turns out that their fates were already intertwined. One of his hunts saved her life. And she, in her most clumsy way, saved him. Liu Lai looked at the two of them, a complex emotion she herself didn't even realize flashed in her cool eyes. She silently stood up, walked to the cave entrance, and turned her back to them, creating a space where no one would disturb this belated confession. Mirror, perhaps this is what you meant. Bai Yuan took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain throughout his body, and slowly raised his hand, using all his strength to pull the still trembling girl into his arms. The movement aggravated his wound, causing him to gasp in pain, but his arm remained steadfast. Qing's body stiffened instantly, her face flushing crimson. She wanted to struggle, yet she couldn't bear to part with the embrace. Fool! Bai Yuan's hoarse voice gently rang in her ear. Qing could no longer hold back her tears, which silently soaked the tattered clothes on his chest. She didn't answer, but buried her face even deeper, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, as if she wanted to melt herself into his body and never separate from him again. Chapter 67. The rain has stopped. The air smelled of damp earth and grass, and the sun shone warmly on this war-torn land. Bai Yuan woke up to the smell of roasted meat. Uchiha Haru sat beside him, hugging her knees with her chin resting on them. Her Mangekyo Sharingan was focused on the campfire, the firelight reflecting on her ash-covered face, making her look serene. Bai Yuan tried to move around a bit. Although the after-effects of his rampage had improved a lot, his whole body still ached. Hearing the noise, Qing immediately came to her senses. When she saw that Bai Yuan was awake, her eyes lit up at first, but then she looked away somewhat embarrassedly. You're awake? Her voice was very soft. Bai Yuan responded, struggling to sit up. Seeing this, Qing quickly reached out to help him up and handed him a piece of roasted meat. Your aunt said you used up a lot of energy and need to replenish it. Bai Yuan took the roasted meat but didn't eat it right away. He looked at Qing's slightly moist eyes and her flushed ears, and remembered what happened last night. He remembered the blood-stained torn sleeve, her clumsy bandaging, and that final embrace. Bai Yuan cleared his throat, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to begin. King Yi spoke almost simultaneously. The two looked at each other, then, as if struck by lightning, quickly looked away. Bai Yuan spoke first. He sighed, put down the grilled meat, and reached out to ruffle Qing's hair. I know, it's all in the past. His voice was a little hoarse, but his tone was serious. From now on, I won't leave you alone again. Qing's body trembled slightly. She raised her head, her eyes instantly reddening, but this time she didn't cry. She just nodded forcefully and then buried her face even deeper. Not far away, Uchiharuri, with her back to them, paused for a moment while wiping her short sword. A smile flashed across her lips, but she quickly regained her usual indifference. After the tender moments, we still have to face reality. As Bai Yuan munched on his grilled meat, he brought up the system panel, his mind in turmoil. His gaze skipped over the attributes that could no longer be added and stared intently at the few cold system notifications. Warning: the host's soul has a critical deficiency. Forcibly exceeding the 80-point attribute threshold will result in a berserk state. Suggestion: try communicating with your shallow mind. It is part of your soul. Notification: the Ninja World Training System v3.0 update is complete. Economic system modification: the cash to experience points exchange function has been permanently disabled. Experience points can be obtained by completing system tasks or recycling special energy sources. He needs to figure out what all of this means. System, get out here. Bai Yuan calmly asked in his mind, what was that monster I transformed into before? Berserk, that means turning into that form. He could never forget the feeling of losing his mind, of being driven only by destructive and consuming instincts. It wasn't power, it was more like a regression. This time, the system provided an explanation directly. Analysis confirms. The state the host entered due to forcibly exceeding the threshold is called Kiryan. It is the lowest level of hollowification. Kiryan. This word left Bai Yuan completely stunned. As a human from Earth, he certainly knew what it was. It was a cannon fodder hollow from Bleach, someone without a brain, only capable of reckless actions. He felt this was outrageous. You mean, I turned into that thing before? Bai Yuan's voice cracked with anger. My attribute points exceeded 80, so I became a Killian. Yes, host. The system's voice carried a distinctly playful tone. Don't you think this is incredibly classy, host? Bai Yuan. Are you crazy? Why don't you become a Killian? What's the point of adding attribute points then? Don't be so impatient, host. You've successfully reached an agreement with Isachi. Once you master the initial release, you can continue adding points. If I could communicate, I would have already. No response. Can you say something useful? Hint: the missing soul fragment you are referring to is Isachi's sword spirit itself. Bai Yuan. The sword spirit is missing? How am I supposed to communicate with that ghost? Honey. There's always a way. Believe in yourself. Believe in the light, host. Furthermore, this system now proudly presents the interdimensional teleportation service. Precisely locate your soul fragment, teleport with a single click, and your mission will be accomplished. Immediately afterwards, a golden notification appeared before Bai Yuan's eyes. Special service: search for coordinates in another world and provide one-way teleportation service. Special price: 1 million experience points. Bai Yuan looked at the long string of zeros, counted them once, and then counted them again. 1 million experience points, and it's a one-way ticket, damn it. The cash exchange function is also closed. This damn system is clearly trying to trick Grell after he got a taste of success. Damn system, I've noticed that you've become quite intelligent, or rather, mentally challenged, ever since you swallowed my Grell. Bai Yuan gritted his teeth. System, degree, hey. Bai Yuan, I'll make you spit it out sooner or later. Eyes closed face, system, can't get it out. Bai Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Arguing with this damn system was pointless, he had to walk his own path. He touched the light sword in his pocket. It seemed he needed to change his approach from now on. He couldn't rely solely on the system stat allocation for now, he had to find the answer within himself. As he was thinking, a warm and gentle energy emanated from him, enveloping his body. This was not chakra, but a power closer to the very essence of his soul. Under the soothing power, he felt the soreness from his rampage lessen considerably, and the lingering violent energy within him quickly subsided. Bai Yuan was startled and turned to look. Uchiha Haru had her eyes closed, and the Mangekyo Sharingan in her left eye was slowly rotating, its beautiful runes radiating soft light. That power emanated from her eyes. This is her pupil technique, imprisonment. Left eye, imprisonment, pupil technique, imprisonment array. She uses the power of her left eye to create a spherical space-time barrier. The barrier's strength and size are linked to Qing's eye power. Her abilities are as follows. 1. Space imprisonment. The barrier possesses absolute physical defense and chakra reflection. All physical attacks, taijutsu, ninja tools, will be directly deflected upon contact with the barrier, and all chakra attacks, ninjutsu, bloodline limit, will be absorbed upon contact with the barrier and reflected back to the enemy. 2. Space-time seal. Space-time is sealed within the barrier, making it unaffected by space-time ninjutsu or dojutsu. 3. Seamless protection. The barrier moves with Qing. Wherever Qing goes, the barrier follows, forcibly expelling anyone Qing considers an enemy from within the barrier, physically thrown away by the repulsive force of the barrier. Inside the barrier, Qing can manipulate it to absorb natural energy from the outside world to repair the body and mind of those within. Qing seemed to sense his gaze, opened her eyes somewhat shyly, and whispered, "Auntie said, my power might make you feel a little better." Looking at her earnest profile, Bai Yuan felt a warmth in his heart mixed with great anxiety. The kaleidoscope has strong side effects, the more you use it, the greater the chance of going blind. Never use this again unless absolutely necessary and life-threatening. Turn it off immediately. Qing wanted to explain something, but seeing Bai Yuan's gloomy and serious face, she could only respond with a sound and turn off the kaleidoscope. At the same time, she lowered her head slightly, a smile playing on her lips. Bai Yuan smiled as well. There's more to life than just becoming stronger. Experiencing life and death and adventuring together with your companions is also a blessing. He reached out and grasped Qing's hand again. This time, the girl didn't pull away, instead, she gripped his hand even tighter. Just then, Uchiha, who had been scouting outside, walked over. She glanced at their tightly clasped hands, her expression blank, and her tone indifferent. "It seems your condition has stabilized. Now, let's talk about what's next. There's bad news. 2 days ago, Konoha already added your Team 7 to the list of casualties." Chapter 68. In the forest after the rain, the air was filled with the smell of rotten leaves and soil. The news brought back by Uchiha weighed heavily on the hearts of the three of them. Konoha had determined that Team 7 had been completely wiped out. Killed in action. Bai Yuan leaned against the rock wall, twirling the black light-colored dagger in his hand, a hint of mockery on his lips. "Well, at least I don't have to worry about being sold out again." He spoke casually, but his fingers, gripping the knife, turned slightly white from the force. Nono and Dawang are missing. The battlefield was in chaos. After the Black Behemoth's rampage, the two of them seemed to have vanished. Since Konoha had declared them all dead, it meant the village hadn't found their bodies either, or, someone had deliberately hidden their whereabouts. "It seems we've become lost souls." Uchiha Haru sat by the fire, hugging her knees, the firelight illuminating her somewhat pale face. She had already deactivated her Mangekyo Sharingan, her eyes returning to black, but the worry in her eyes was still undeniable. "We're not wandering ghosts." Bai Yuan reached out and gently flicked her forehead, comforting her, "We're free now." Qing covered her forehead, his actions had lightened her heavy mood considerably. The next 3 days were a rare yet difficult period of rest. Bai Yuan's body was severely depleted due to the Kurionization rampage last time. Although Qing's eye technique imprisonment helped him recover a lot, the soreness in his body and the damage to his meridians still need time to heal. During this time, Qing followed Bai Yuan like a little shadow, never leaving his side. Perhaps it was because they had experienced life and death together, or perhaps it was because the unspoken understanding between them had finally been broken, but the atmosphere between them had become somewhat different. For example, when changing the dressing, Qing would always blush and tremble as she unwrapped Bai Yuan's bandages. Her fingertips would touch his skin as if she were being electrocuted, and she would quickly pull them back, then pretend to be calm and continue. Li Yulai always sat in the corner, wiping her knife with a blank expression, occasionally glancing up at the two young people before letting out a soft sigh. 3 days later, Bai Yuan stretched his limbs. Although he hadn't fully recovered, he had at least recovered about 80%. "Let's go." Bai Yuan put on his somewhat tattered dark blue coat, his eyes turning cold. "Go find Nono." At the border between the land of rivers and the land of fire, there is an underground gold exchange called Broken Crow. This place is a gathering place for wandering ninjas, rogue ninjas, and bounty hunters. They are well informed. 3 people wearing grey cloaks pushed open the creaking wooden door. The noisy tavern fell silent for a moment as many ill-intentioned glances were cast over. Bai Yuan walked in front, ignoring the stares, and went straight to the counter. Behind the counter was a one-eyed old man wiping wine glasses with a dirty cloth. "We buy information." Bai Yuan lowered his voice and slammed a wad of cash on the table. The one-eyed old man glanced at the wad of money, his cloudy eyes suddenly brightening. "What would you like to ask, sir? As long as you pay the right price, I can even get you the color of the Hokage's underwear. I want to know the whereabouts of Team 7 from Konoha on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, especially the bespectacled medical nun and the golden ninja dog." As soon as these words were spoken, the tavern, which had just begun to quiet down, fell silent again. The one-eyed old man stopped wiping the cup. He looked up, a flicker of fear flashing in his single eye, then quickly pushed the money back onto the table. "No comment." The old man's voice hardened. "I can't make that money. Please leave." "Not enough." Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow, then slapped out another stack of papers. "Double." "It's not about money." The old man lowered his voice, a hint of warning in it. "There are some names that can't be mentioned here. Those are things from the roots, things we rats in the gutter dare not touch. If you don't want to die, don't ask." "Roots?" Bai Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold. That one word said it all. Just then, a screeching sound of chairs scraping against each other came from the corner of the tavern. "Hey, you 3 newbies over there." A burly man with a face full of scars, carrying a large axe, stood up, followed by 5 or 6 ninjas with unfriendly expressions. "Since the boss isn't doing business with you, why not leave the money and treat us to a drink? Judging by your figures, you're all so delicate-skinned, especially the 2 in the back, hee." The burly man's gaze swept over King He and Li Yulai, who were wrapped in cloaks. "Karu, the rogue ninja from Iwagakuer, bone-crushing axe, has a bounty of 8 million taels of silver." Bai Yuan didn't turn around, but simply stated the other party's information. The burly man paused for a moment, then grinned maliciously. "Oh, you know your stuff. Since you know my name, why don't you behave yourself? It's so noisy." As soon as Bai Yuan finished speaking, he vanished from the spot. He didn't draw his sword, nor did he even show any fluctuation of chakra. The next second, he appeared behind the burly man, placing a hand on the man's bald head. "Concentrate your breathing." Bang! With a muffled thud, the burly man weighing over 200 pounds, along with the large axe on his back, was as if he had been hit by a speeding carriage, his entire body slamming face down into the floor. Wood chips flew everywhere, and cracks appeared in the ground. The burly man didn't even have time to scream before he passed out. The entire audience was stunned. Before the remaining henchmen could react, a black and red shadow flashed by. Uchiha Haru had somehow appeared among them, the kunao in her hand burning with strange black-red flames, the prototype of the flame release technique she was developing. "Don't move!" The girl's clear, cold voice rang in their ears. The smell of burnt hair wafted over, and the henchmen froze on the spot, trembling. That was the pressure emanating from the Sharingan. Even without activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, that eye power was enough to terrify these desperados. Bai Yuan dusted off his hands, stepped on the back of the unconscious burly man, and scanned the room. "Anyone else want to buy me a drink?" No one dared to speak. The one-eyed old man had shrunk under the counter, trembling uncontrollably. Bai Yuan sighed and withdrew his foot. He knew he wouldn't get anything out of them here. Root's secrecy was too good, or rather, Danzo's power was too great. These peripheral people simply couldn't access core intelligence. "Let's go." Bai Yuan waved to Qing and Li Yulai. The three of them walked out of the gold exchange. It was already dark outside. "It's no use," Uchiharuri said, her voice still calm. "I know Root's modus operandi very well. Once it involves core secrets, outside channels simply can't find out. Unless we find someone on the inside," Bai Yuan continued her sentence. "You know any Root ninjas?" Ruri asked, somewhat surprised. "I don't know him." Bai Yuan shook his head, then a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "But I do know one who should know a lot about the Root." Qing looked at him suspiciously. "Who? You know him too?" Bai Yuan took out a scroll from his pocket. "I didn't want to contact him so soon. After all, I owe him a lot of money, and I feel really bad about it." That was a summoning scroll Orochimaru gave him. Bai Yuan bit his finger and pressed his handprint onto the specially made scroll. Spiritual communication. Bang! A puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing a small, snow-white snake, no thicker than a finger, on the ground. It raised its head, its golden vertical pupils coldly fixed on Bai Yuan, hissing softly. Bai Yuan's lips twitched. He couldn't understand snake language. "Tell him I have a big business deal." Bai Yuan crouched down, looking at the little white snake, about the loss and replenishment of the soul, and the theory of achieving immortality through cell technology. Qing and Li Yulai, who were standing to the side, were completely confused. But the little white snake's eyes became lively, it flicked its tongue, as if it were thinking about something. Also, Bai Yuan took out the snake-shaped talisman Orochimaru had given him from his pocket, waving it in his hand. "Tell him that his experimental material has been delivered to his doorstep, and ask him if he dares to accept it." The little white snake gave Bai Yuan a deep look, then disappeared with a bang. "Will this work?" Qing asked, somewhat worried. "Don't worry." Bai Yuan stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "What I said is very appealing to that guy. He'll come, and he'll be here soon." Chapter 69. Don't worry. Bai Yuan stood up, clapped his hands, and said, "What I said is very appealing to that guy. He'll come, and he'll be here soon." Half a day later. On the border of the Land of Fire, deep in a mountain forest shrouded in mist year-round. The terrain here is complex and the magnetic field is chaotic, so much so that even compasses malfunction, making it a natural hiding place. Bai Yuan, with Qing and Li Yulai in tow, stopped under a large tree. "Is this the place?" Li Yulai looked around warily. Her senses told her that the area was filled with sophisticated barriers and traps. "Orochimaru's taste is always so shady," Bai Yuan remarked. Just then, a slight tremor came from the ground. The ground ahead cracked open, but instead of mud flying everywhere, it was as if some mechanism had been activated, revealing a staircase leading underground. A cold wind blew up from below, and a tall, pale figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Pale skin, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow, and that signature smile. Shiraka-kun. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse yet magnetic, echoing through the forest. He greedily licked his lips, his gaze passing over Qing and Liulai, fixed intently on Bai Yuan, his eyes burning with fervor. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. I didn't believe a single word of the casualty list those idiots in Konoha posted. Orochimaru spread his arms wide, as if welcoming an old friend, or perhaps showing off his territory. Orochimaru-senpai, it's been a long time. No need for a gift, but I'm a little short on cash lately. Could you give me a few more days to repay the money I owed you last time? Orochimaru smiled indifferently. You're still the same, Hakugen-kun. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. I'm not interested in money. That's so kind of you, thank you so much. Won't you invite us in for a seat? Orochimaru paused for a moment, then burst into a hoarse laugh, hee hee hee. Come in, my new lab is just finished, and I happen to need a few, guests. He turned and led the way, his back view long and lonely. Oh, right, Orochimaru suddenly stopped, turned his head, his gaze deep, that little girl in your class, and that fire-breathing dog. I know where they are. Bai Yuan's smile vanished instantly, and his eyes turned icy. Lead the way. Following Orochimaru into the underground base, the scene before them surprised both Haru and Ruri. Unlike the primeval forest outside, here there were bright lights, neatly arranged test tubes, huge culture tanks, and all sorts of sophisticated instruments they had never seen before. Welcome to my world. Orochimaru spread his arms wide, his tone tinged with a hint of smugness. But before he could elaborate, Bai Yuan interrupted him. Stop talking nonsense, where is Nono? Bai Yuan asked directly. Orochimaru walked to a huge metal table and tapped a map with his finger. Root base, 3rd level, Biological Rejection Reaction Laboratory. Orochimaru turned around, looked at Bai Yuan, and his expression became serious, with a rational coldness. That Danzo guy is very interested in your dog. He seems to think that special flames and physical vitality are some kind of undiscovered bloodline limit. As for that little girl... Orochimaru paused, his golden pupils slightly contracting. She's very talented, whether it's medical ninjutsu, water ninjutsu, or intelligence work. Danzo wanted to place a cursed seal on her, but she kept resisting. The young girl has a very strong will. Bang! With a loud crash, a piece of the table corner next to Bai Yuan was snapped off. Danzo. Bai Yuan squeezed out the name through gritted teeth, and the air around him began to become unstable. Qing gently grasped Bai Yuan's fist, soothing his emotions. Calm down, Hakugen-kun. Orochimaru watched the scene with great interest, especially staring into Haru's eyes. Getting angry won't solve anything, it'll only make you the next test subject. If you want to get someone out of the root, brute force won't do. You have a way? Ruri asked coldly, still wary of Orochimaru. Of course. Orochimaru licked his lips, took a scroll from his sleeve, and tossed it to Bai Yuan. I not only know the route, but also their shift change times. After all, I spent quite a bit of time en route. Bai Yuan caught the scroll, unfolded it, and saw that it was covered with densely packed defensive diagrams of the routes, even clearly marking the locations of the hidden sentries. Why are you helping us? Li Yulai questioned. This is betraying the village's higher UPS. Betrayal. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his eyes filled with disdain. So what if he betrayed us? Who said Danzo represents the village? He may be a high-ranking member, but he doesn't represent everyone. His outdated ideas are too much of an eyesore. And he looked at Bai Yuan, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. I'm more interested in Hakugen-kun. He's 10,000 times more valuable than Danzo. Bai Yuan closed the scroll, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. Deal. Bai Yuan looked at Orochimaru, but this deal requires extra money. I want the forbidden scrolls from Route A and D. Danzo's secret stash. Orochimaru was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, laughing so hard he was doubled over. Deal. Everything you get is yours. Just then, Orochimaru seemed to remember something and clapped his hands. By the way, since we're going to make a big scene, just the few of us might not be enough to create a lively atmosphere. He walked to a wall in the laboratory and pressed a button. The wall slowly slid open, revealing a dark room behind it. To welcome you all, I specifically notified 2 other old friends. Although they were heartbroken for days because of your fall in battle. The door to the dark room opened, and 2 powerful auras of chakra rushed out. A tall, white-haired man carrying a huge scroll was scratching his head impatiently. Beside her stood a voluptuous blonde woman with red-rimmed eyes, clutching a crumpled death notice bearing the name Bai Yuan on it. Orochimaru, what the hell are you doing? Didn't you say you had that brat's belongings to show me? Tsunade's voice was thick with nasal congestion and anger. If you dare mess with me, I'll make sure Gamabuntashi's here. Jiraiya cursed as he turned around. Then, they saw Bai Yuan standing in the center of the laboratory, completely unharmed, even calculating how to divide the spoils. The air suddenly became still. A deathly silence. Bai Yuan looked at the stunned Tsunade and Jiraiya, waved awkwardly, and gave them a bright but irritating smile. Tsunade-sensei, Jiraiya-san, long time no see. Actually, I didn't die, I just took a stroll around the Pure Land. Oh, by the way, Tsunade-sensei, you haven't settled the score for the 20,000 ryo you lost to me last time. The next second. You brat! A deafening roar erupted as Tsunade's fist, carrying world-destroying power, smashed open the door to Orochimaru's laboratory. Orochimaru clutched his forehead, his face contorted with pain. My gate. Chapter 70. Boom. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere, the gate twisted and deformed, and a grating creak echoed from the ground. The specially made door, which was said to be able to withstand B-rank ninjutsu, was now completely deformed and embedded in the opposite wall. Bai Yuan stiffly raised his hand, the smile on his lips still lingering, when he felt an immense surge of chakra rush towards him, almost suffocating him. Tsunade-sensei. Let's talk this out. Violence won't solve debt problems. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, a green afterimage instantly filled his field of vision. Bai Yuan felt a tightness in his chest, and a tremendous force slammed into him, pulling him tightly into an embrace. The force felt like it was trying to mash him into his bones. UBD, UBD. Tsunade's voice was hoarse, trembling, and tearful, with tears and snot smeared on the clothes Bai Yuan had just changed into. Why don't you just die? If you're still alive, why didn't you send a message sooner? Do you know how worried we were? Bai Yuan's ribs groaned under the strain. His eyes rolled back as he struggled to breathe, patting Tsunade's arm. Teacher, my ribs are broken, they're really going to break. If it breaks, I'll put it back on for you. Shut up! Tsunade roared, but loosened her grip slightly, she still wasn't willing to let go. Jiraiya, scratching his messy white hair, watched this scene, his tense shoulders slumped, revealing a carefree expression. Haha, I knew this kid was tough. Jiraiya strode over and slapped Hakugen hard on the back. Good lad, it's good that you're alive, it's good that you're alive. Standing at the back, Uchiha Haru watched this scene, slowly loosening her grip on the kunao. She looked at Hakugen, who was surrounded by Tsunade and Jiraiya, looking distressed, and a slight smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. This is Bai Yuan's bond. Even in this cruel ninja world, there are people who genuinely care about his life and death. Cough cough. Just then, a hoarse cough rang out. Orochimaru stood beside the ruins, stroking the broken alloy door, his golden vertical pupils revealing no emotion. Although I don't want to interrupt you, Tsunade, this door cost 80,000 taels. Remember to transfer the money. Tsunade abruptly raised her head, glared fiercely at Orochimaru, and roared, "Shut up, Orochimaru! This is Danzo's fault!" Orochimaru shrugged, his gaze passing over Tsunade and landing on Bai Yuan. He looked at Bai Yuan, his tongue unconsciously licking his lips. Is the reminiscing over? Bai Yuan, since you're so lively and energetic, then. Whoosh! Orochimaru's arm extended out of nowhere without warning, and a thick syringe gleaming with a cold light appeared in his hand, heading straight for Bai Yuan's carotid artery. Let me see what changes have occurred in your body, which has been brought back from the dead. That was both fast and tricky. But Bai Yuan reacted even faster. The second type of water-based water jet system, designed for concentrated water breathing. He forcefully twisted his body in Tsunade's arms, his toes touching the ground, using the momentum to spin around several times with Tsunade, thus dodging the syringe. Orochimaru-senpai. Is this your way of treating guests? Bai Yuan, supporting a slightly dizzy Tsunade, complained to Orochimaru, you want blood upon meeting me? At least treat me to a meal first. Orochimaru withdrew his arm, showing no embarrassment whatsoever. Don't be so stingy, Hakugen-kun. Give me just one vial of blood, just one. Get lost. Don't even think about it. Bai Yuan protected his arm, looking disgusted. I can forgive your debt of 200,000 taels. Deal? No. My blood is worth at least 50 million taels. Watching the two haggle over the price, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, both speechless. All right. Tsunade slammed her fist on the lab table beside her, instantly denting the hard surface. What kind of time is this to be clowning around? Let's get down to business. Her expression instantly turned serious. Bai Yuan, you said that Nono and Daki were captured by Danzo? Is the information accurate? The atmosphere froze instantly. Bai Yuan stopped joking. He straightened his disheveled collar, his eyes becoming deep and thoughtful. Absolutely true. Orochimaru-senpai's information is never wrong. Orochimaru remained non-committal. He walked to the control panel and pressed a few buttons. Buzz. A screen of light was projected into the air. It was a complex structural diagram. Countless passages and secret chambers were intertwined like an anthill. This is the root's underground base. Orochimaru's voice returned to its icy tone, located beneath Konoha, more than 10 meters deep. Orochimaru picked up a soft whip and pointed it at the densely packed red dots on the map. Don't mistake this for an ordinary basement. Danzo is extremely insecure, so the defenses here are very tight. First, there's the outer perimeter, an invisible sensory network composed of cursed seals and chakra threads. Anyone without the root mark who intrudes will be detected immediately, but no one else will be alerted. Secondly, there are the internal passageways, containing dozens of traps, such as poison gas and arrays of explosive tags. The most troublesome thing is the guards. Orochimaru pointed to several key points. The root ninjas are all Danzo's former subordinates. Among them, there are 8 permanent Jonin and more than 30 special Jonin. And that doesn't even include Danzo himself. Jiraiya stared at the map, his brow furrowed. If we launch a direct assault, Danzo will have ample time to move the hostages, or kill them, before we even get inside. Tsunade bit her nails, pacing back and forth. Nono is a medical ninja, Danzo probably captured her for some kind of technology. But rhubarb. Danzo is very interested in that dog's abilities, Orochimaru added. He suspects it has some kind of special ninja beast bloodline, or even a kind of atavism. According to my intelligence, he's planning to conduct a live dissection experiment soon. Anatomy. Upon hearing those two words, Uchiha Haru's dim eyes suddenly snapped open. The three tomo in her eyes spun rapidly, instantly merging into a strange kaleidoscope pattern. Boom! A surge of chilling chakra, several times stronger than before, suddenly erupted, instantly lowering the temperature in the room and making the air seem to freeze. This is... Jiraiya's smile vanished instantly. His muscles tensed instinctively, his body shifted slightly to the side, and a strong sense of crisis sent cold sweat down his back. Tsunade's pupils contracted slightly, her gaze shifting between Haru and Hakugen, her face filled with surprise. Such chilling chakra emanating from such a young child? Wonderful, it's absolutely wonderful. Orochimaru, however, showed no sign of wariness. He stared intently at Haru's blood-red eyes, his golden vertical pupils trembling incessantly. He licked his lips with his long tongue, making a hissing sound, and his body involuntarily wanted to lean forward. The legendary eyes that surpass the three tomo jade, I never expected. A hand suddenly reached out and blocked Orochimaru's burning gaze. Orochimaru-senpai, control your drool. Bai Yuan stood expressionlessly in front of Qing, completely blocking her view. 10,000 taels for a single glance, no credit. Do you want to go bankrupt? Chapter 71. Orochimaru-senpai, control your drool. Bai Yuan stood expressionlessly in front of Qing, completely blocking her view. 10,000 taels for a single glance, no credit. Do you want to go bankrupt? Bai Yuan's interruption immediately lessened the suffocating pressure. Uchiha also pressed down on Haru's shoulder, gently applying pressure with her fingers to calm her down. Qing took a deep breath, and the pattern in her eyes slowly faded, returning to her black pupils. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Bai Yuan turned around, looked at the map again, and unconsciously moved his fingers on the abacus. He raised his head and looked around at everyone present, the future legendary Sunin of Konoha, the person with the Mangekyo Sharingan, and himself, who was at the near cage level. This force, if disregarded, could easily raise a small country to the ground. A direct, forceful attack is indeed prone to unexpected problems. Bai Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Therefore, we need some special methods. What method? Jiraiya was taken aback. Bai Yuan pointed to Jiraiya and Tsunade, thank you for your help, master. Since Danzo likes to hide in his hole like a rat, we need to make some noise to scare him out. My plan is as follows. Bai Yuan began to explain his tactics. First step, a feint. On the night of the operation, Tsunade-sensei and Jiraiya-senpai, I want you two to have a fight on the other side of Konoha, near the Hokage Rock. Fight. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Yes, not only should we fight, but we should fight a truly earth-shattering battle, ideally summoning both Gamabunta and Slug-sama. I've already thought of a reason for you. Just say that Jiraiya-senpai was caught red-handed peeping at Tsunade-sensei while she was bathing. Hey! Why use such an excuse? Jiraiya protested. Because it fits your persona perfectly, no one will suspect anything. Bai Yuan ignored the protests. The bigger the commotion, the more attention the route will be diverted. Danzo, that old fox, is extremely suspicious, he'll definitely mobilize most of his forces to investigate. The second step is infiltration. Bai Yuan looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru-senpai, you should have a secret passage to bypass the barrier, right? Orochimaru chuckled sinisterly, of course. The back door I left for myself, that idiot Danzo will never discover it in his entire life. Very good. Haru, Orochimaru-senpai and I will form a strike team and head straight for the core laboratory. As for our senior Ruri, Bai Yuan looked at the silent Uchiha Ruri, please set up a genjutsu barrier around the root organization. It doesn't need to be too strong, just enough to prevent any sound from coming out from inside. No problem, Li Yulai replied calmly. Bai Yuan moved the abacus, producing a crisp sound. Furthermore, we will split all the profits from this operation 50/50. Rewards. Tsunade was stunned. This is a rescue mission, where would there be any rewards? Tsunade-sensei, you just don't understand. Bai Yuan looked at him with a disappointed expression. What is root? That's Danzo's lair, built up over several years. It's filled with all sorts of forbidden scrolls, rare medicinal herbs, and the dirty money he'd plundered from various clans. That old miser Danzo is so stingy, he's even stingy when it comes to allocating funds to the orphanage. This time, besides rescuing people, we'll also make him bleed a little. Bai Yuan got more and more excited as he spoke. I've calculated it. If we can empty half of Danzo's inventory, it's enough for you, Tsunade-sensei, to gamble for 3 whole years, even if you lose every single day. Upon hearing the words betting money, Tsunade's eyes lit up instantly, and her previous worries vanished. Good lad, you've got potential. No wonder you're my disciple. Tsunade patted Bai Yuan's shoulder forcefully. I approve this plan. That root organization. I've disliked them for a long time. Jiraiya stood by, dumbfounded. Hey, we're legitimate ninjas, not bandits. Shut up, Jiraiya. Tsunade yelled, turning her head. Don't you need to do your research? I know you too well. Jiraiya swallowed hard. It seemed to make sense. Ahem, since it's for the sake of the village's future. Jiraiya managed to salvage the situation, it's only right to punish Danzo, that cancer, a little. Seeing the group reach a consensus in an instant, Uchiha Haru and Ruri both fell silent. They suddenly realized that these guys seemed more terrifying than the roots. Now that the plan is set, Orochimaru put away his pointer, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. We need to make some preparations. Danzo has a few troublesome subordinates, especially that Ryoma Aberame. His parasitic insects are really difficult to deal with. Leave it to me. Ching said coldly, twirling the short knife in her hand. A flash of black and red flame flickered across the blade. Insects are most afraid of fire. Very good. Bai Yuan nodded. Then, for the next 3 days, adjust your mindset and prepare to cause a huge disturbance. He turned around and looked out the laboratory window. Although it was underground, he could almost see through the thick layers of soil the girl trembling in the darkness and the silly dog covered in wounds from protecting its owner. No, Rhubarb, hang in there a little longer. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For the next 3 days, Orochimaru's laboratory served as a temporary pre-battle command post. A tense atmosphere filled the air. On one side, Tsunade was rehearsing a couple's quarrel scenario with Jiraiya, trying to make it realistic, and as a result, Jiraiya was actually knocked away 3 times. On the other side, Orochimaru pulled Bai Yuan aside and conducted a comprehensive physical examination on him without drawing blood. Incredible! Orochimaru stared at the data report in his hand, his vertical pupils trembling. Your cell activity is more than 10 times that of an average person, and there are no signs of deterioration. This is not something that ninjutsu can achieve, it's more like a leap in the level of life. This is called concentrated breathing, Bai Yuan said casually while warming up. Drink more hot water, go to bed early and get up early, you can do that too. Orochimaru was clearly unconvinced, but his interest only grew. Once this matter is over, Hakugen-kun, we must discuss this topic in depth. I'm willing to exchange all my forbidden techniques for it. That's a story for later. Bai Yuan tightened his headband and stuffed handfuls of specially made explosive tags into his ninja tool pouch. These explosive tags were made by him in the past 3 days, and each one was mixed with his unique high-intensity chakra. Time is up. Uchiha Ruri appeared silently at the door. She had changed into a black, tight-fitting combat suit and wore a mask with patterns on her face. It's already night in Konoha. Bai Yuan took a deep breath. Set off. Konoha village, late at night. The once peaceful village was suddenly shattered by a deafening roar. Jiraiya! You hopeless pervert! How dare you drill a hole in the roof of the women's bathhouse? Accompanied by Tsunade's furious roar filled with shame and indignation, a giant blue-purple slug appeared out of thin air beneath the Hokage rock, its massive body landing and kicking up clouds of dust. Immediately afterwards, a giant toad with a pipe in its mouth and a short knife in its hand jumped out, causing the ground to shake violently. Hey, Tsunade, let me explain. It's for literature. It's for artistic inspiration. Don't you understand what inspiration is? Jiraiya stood atop the toad's head, waving his arms while sweating profusely. Then, he formed hand seals, and a barrage of fire-style techniques illuminated half the night sky. Go explain your art to death. Painful heavenly kick. Boom. 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 The scene of their rampage was as chaotic as a tailed beast going berserk. The alarm blared throughout Konoha in an instant. An enemy attack? No. It's Lady Tsunade and Lady Jiraiya. Quick! Stop them! The Hokage building is collapsing. Countless ANBU and security ninja poured out from all corners, rushing towards the Hokage rock. Meanwhile, at the other end of the village, in an inconspicuous shadow, a crack silently appeared in the ground. 3 figures emerged like ghosts. Orochimaru licked his lips, gazing at the distant, towering flames. What a spectacular opening! Bai Yuan lowered his body, the black sword spinning silently in his hand, his gaze fixed on the seemingly empty forest ahead. Under his total concentration of perception, every leaf in that forest, every movement of the wind, was clearly visible. 30 meters directly ahead, there are 2 on the left side of the bushes, and 1 more in the shadow of the tree canopy. Bai Yuan squinted, speaking quickly and softly, the suppressed breathing sounds particularly clear to his ears. Leave it to me. Qing's voice was cold, and she disappeared as soon as she finished speaking. She flashed and appeared directly in front of the 2 sentries on the left. Before the 2 root ninjas could react, all they could see were a pair of blood-red eyes. The magical shackles technique. The 2 ninjas froze, their eyes went unfocused, their cries caught in their throats, and they collapsed limply to the ground. At the same time, a muffled thud came from the tree on the right. The last sentry had fallen due to the illusion, but Qing caught him steadily and placed him on the ground. Bai Yuan, Lord Danzo, the delivery has arrived. Chapter 72. Rumble. A dazzling purple light tore through the night sky above Konoha village, and the massive collision of chakra caused a violent tremor, shaking the ground. Smoke and dust billowed above the fire shadow rock. A gigantic toad, wielding a short knife and smoking a pipe, leaped into the air. Opposite it, a massive blue-white slug slowly crawled, easily shattering the rocks in its wake. Tsunade's roar, amplified by chakra, resounded throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village, even shaking the chopsticks off diners at a late-night food stall. Jiraiya! You hopeless BD! Die! Boom! Tsunade stomped down, and a large area of forest below the Hokage rock instantly collapsed, uprooting several large trees and sending them flying into the sky. Standing atop Gamabunta's head, Jiraiya was drenched in sweat. He frantically formed hand seals to defend himself, shouting, "Misunderstanding! A huge misunderstanding! This is science! It's art! Toad oil flame bomb!" Jiraiya took a deep breath, and combined it with the oil expelled by Gamabunta. He exhaled a huge flame. The flame drew an arc in the night sky, grazed Tsunade's hair, and struck the abandoned training ground next to him with precise accuracy, creating a huge explosion. The Konoha police force and the ANBU were immediately thrown into disarray. A newly arrived squad leader of the ANBU, anti-sex force, stared at the scene before him, his face twitching beneath his mask. How can we intervene in a battle of this magnitude? Interfere? Do you want to die? Another senior ANBU member stopped him. That's the Hokage's disciple settling a personal score. Quick, evacuate the surrounding area. Don't get caught in the aftershocks. In the shadows, several root ninjas wearing faceless masks exchanged glances. The commotion is too loud, let's fire a signal flare. A signal flare soared into the sky, and the presence lurking throughout the village rapidly moved towards the Hokage rock. Just as Hakugen had predicted, Danzo's suspicion made it impossible for him to ignore the commotion. Underground, around the root base. Listen, it's quite a commotion up there. Bai Yuan, pressed against the cold rock wall, felt the vibration from above and smiled with satisfaction. He patted the wall. Tsunade-sensei's acting skills are truly suited for opera. Orochimaru walked at the front, his hands rapidly forming hand seals and pressing them against a flat wall. Rippling patterns appeared on the wall, then spread out to both sides, revealing a pitch-black passage. Stop being sarcastic, Hakugen-kun. Orochimaru's hoarse voice echoed in the corridor. Danzo has moved most of the outer guards, but the core internal defenses are automatic. Especially that guy guarding the supply depot. Supplies depot. Just passing by. Orochimaru gave him a meaningful look. However, that guard was a bit troublesome. The three quickly passed through the passage. Just as they were about to enter a spacious underground hall, a sickening buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Stop! Bai Yuan suddenly raised his hand, and the three of them stopped instantly. From the darkness ahead, a person wearing a dark green trench coat emerged. He wore sunglasses, and was surrounded by countless tiny black insects, forming a constantly writhing black cloud. Ryoma Abarame, an elite Jonin of Root. Orochimaru. Abarame Ryoma's voice was completely flat. You've brought outsiders into Root, are you trying to betray Lord Danzo? Orochimaru chuckled, arms crossed. Betrayal? I just brought a friend for a visit. Ryoma, get out of the way, you can't stop us. Lord Danzo's orders are absolute. Abarame Ryoma raised his hand, and the countless parasitic insects instantly transformed into a black curtain, sweeping down from above. These insects were specially cultivated, capable of instantly devouring a ninja's chakra and flesh. How disgusting! Uchiha Haru frowned, and the short sword in her hand was instantly drawn. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Claw Red. The shuriken in her hand ignited and shot densely into the swarm of insects. At the same time, she took a deep breath, her chakra compressing violently in her throat. Fire release, Great Flame Annihilation. Boom! A massive sea of fire instantly filled the passage, the blackish-red flames, carrying intense heat, crackled and popped as they burned the swarm of insects. Countless charred insect corpses fell to the ground. Water-breathing, unleashed strike tide. Bai Yuan's figure pierced through the sea of fire. He didn't draw his sword, but held it horizontally in its sheath, instantly rushing in front of Abarame Ryoma under the cover of the firelight. Abarame Ryoma reacted quickly, and countless insects coalesced into a black shield in front of him. An attack of this magnitude. A force brutally pierced through the remains of the insect shield, causing Abarame Ryoma to stagger. Taking advantage of this opening, Bai Yuan flicked his wrist, turning Asahi around, and with a gust of wind, slammed the hilt of his sword heavily into Abarame Ryoma's chest. A dull thud echoed through the passage. Ryoma Abarame was struck hard, his body stiffening instantly, and the high-speed chakra circulating within him was shattered. Before he could even muster the strength to awaken the remaining swarm of insects, a pale arm emerged from the shadows. Orochimaru had appeared behind him at some point, his fingertips burning with eerie purple chakra flames, and he pressed them unceremoniously against the back of Ryoma's neck. 5 Elements Seal. Ryoma Abarame let out a muffled groan, and the insects swarming around his body went completely out of control, falling to the ground in large numbers. This elite root Jonin collapsed limply to the ground. Good coordination. Orochi licked his lips, looking at the unconscious Ryoma. Aren't we going to kill him? He'll be a problem when he wakes up. Am I some kind of great demon king? Bai Yuan straightened his clothes, ignoring the Ryoma lying on the ground. We're here to rescue people. Aren't the root ninjas also Konoha ninjas? They're more than capable of protecting themselves, why would they kill them? Let's go, the supply depot, no, the rescue route is ahead. Bai Yuan stared at the heavy metal door in front of him, his eyes shining. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly and stepped forward to release the sealing spell on the door. As the metal door slowly opened, the golden light almost blinded Bai Yuan. The shelves were filled with sealing scrolls, boxes of ninja tools and explosive tags were piled up in the corner, and a cabinet contained various ores and medicinal herbs. That Danzo guy! Bai Yuan gasped, his face contorted with pain. He embezzled the orphanage's funds, and it's all here. It's all the people's hard-earned money. As he condemned the act, he swiftly pulled out a large blank scroll. Haru, don't just stand there, pack it up. Orochimaru-senpai, you'll definitely need those herbs, don't be shy. Weren't we here to rescue people? Qing said, but her hands moved quickly, expertly stuffing things into the scroll. There's so much stuff, we won't have enough scrolls. Use these. Bai Yuan tossed over 2 spare scrolls. Remember, only take the expensive ones, not the ones that are actually useful. This is our economic sanction against Lord Danzo. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh as he watched the two of them sweep through the area at lightning speed. He walked to a hidden safe and casually cracked the combination. Bai Wenjun, I think you'll be more interested in this than those inanimate objects. Orochimaru took a thick black notebook out of the safe and waved it around. What is this? Danzo's private savings account book. Bai Yuan leaned closer. No, it's a diary. Orochimaru turned a page and read aloud in a mocking tone, Konoha year 34, October. That hypocrite Hiruzen stole my thunder at the meeting again today. My suggestion was clearly more efficient. Humph, one day, I'll make him kneel down and beg me. That hypocritical smile is disgusting, but little does he know that the true backbone of Konoha is me, Shimura Danzo, damn it. Pfft. Uchiha Haru couldn't help but burst out laughing. Bai Yuan's eyes widened even more, and he snatched the diary, flipping through it rapidly. March, Konoha year 35. Kagami's niece seems to have awakened the Sharingan. That brat named Hakugen is a real nuisance. Why are all the young people these days so difficult to deal with? Back in my day. Ha 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 ha. Bai Yuan laughed until his stomach hurt. This guy has such a vivid inner monologue. Is this the legendary Dark Ninja? He quickly pulled out the makeshift camera Orochimaru had given him and started snapping photos of the diary. Take pictures. Take pictures of every single page. This is priceless. That's enough. Just as the three were happily dividing the spoils, Qing suddenly stopped and looked towards a glass window deep inside the room. Through the window, she could see a huge circular space below. That's where the real core laboratory is. Bai Yuan followed her gaze, his smile vanished instantly, and his expression turned icy. In the center of the laboratory below, on a huge operating table, pharmacist Nono was restrained by chakra bindings, her face pale and her eyes closed. In the cage next to her, Big Yellow, covered in blood and with most of its golden fur charred black, lay helplessly on the ground. A man in his prime, with a back as straight as a javelin and short, jet black hair that showed no signs of age under the cold light, stood with his back to the crowd, a test tube gleaming with a dark light between his fingers, and steadily approached the operating table. Shimura Danzo. That's diluted primary cell fluid after extraction. Is he planning to conduct an implantation experiment? Orochimaru's expression changed, his voice low. The high-intensity yang release and water release techniques that Nono displayed have probably given him the idea for that experiment. Wood release. Bai Yuan's voice was icy and chilling. He put away his diary and scrolls, and slowly placed his palm on the shallow belt at his waist. "Sonny, are you ready?" "Anytime." The three Tomo and Qing's eyes spun wildly. "Orochimaru-senpai, please cut off the lab's backup power to prevent him from transferring the equipment. Also, secretly provide backup. Please do my best." Orochimaru's figure instantly disappeared into the shadows on the ground. Bai Yuan took a deep breath, his heart pounding violently. "Then, say hello." Bai Yuan's hands moved so fast they were barely visible, completing 4 hand seals in the blink of an eye. He took a deep breath, compressing his immense chakra within his chest. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A deep blue water dragon appeared out of thin air, roaring as it crashed into the reinforced glass of the supply depot. Boom! The glass wall instantly cracked, then shattered with a deafening roar. A massive torrent of water poured down, crashing into Danzo in the center of the laboratory. Danzo, who was about to inject the medicine, suddenly turned around, his one eye abruptly contracting. Without thinking, his body instinctively retreated, barely avoiding the center of the water jet's impact. The water pressure slammed into the ground around the operating table, shattering the sophisticated instruments. Just as the water splashed, a figure followed closely behind, passing through the water curtain. Bai Yuan adjusted his posture in mid-air, focusing his breathing to its fullest extent. The crisp sound of drawing his sword was particularly clear amidst the sound of water. Water-breathing Type 2 water wheel. Using the momentum of his descent, Bai Yuan executed a swift, tumbling slash in mid-air. The blade, enveloped in azure light, precisely severed the restraints binding Nono and De Huang, without harming them in the slightest. Bai Yuan landed steadily, holding his knife in one hand, protecting Nono and De Huang behind him. Uchiha Haru followed closely behind, standing beside Hakugen. The three Tomo in her eyes spun, and the short sword in her hand ignited with black and red flames as she warily watched for any hidden sentries that might appear around them. Danzo steadied himself, his face grim as he looked at the two intruders, his gaze sweeping over the damaged door and the puddles on the ground. "Bai Yuan, how did you get in?" "The outer defensive barrier. That kind of flawed technology is outdated." Orochimaru's hoarse voice came through the lab's loudspeakers, tinged with mockery. "Danzo, your technology updates too slowly." "Orochimaru." Danzo's face was extremely grim. He gripped his cane tightly. "You betrayed me. Don't put it so harshly." Bai Yuan brandished his sword, pointing it at Danzo. "We're simply conducting a legitimate asset liquidation. Lord Danzo, given your illegal detention of my teammates and pets, and your attempt to commit illegal acts, I, on behalf of Team 7, hereby formally inform you. You're bankrupt." Chapter 73. The air fell silent for a moment. Arrogant brat. Danzo Shimura was stunned for a moment, then instantly filled with anger. He was, after all, a disciple of the second Hokage and a high-ranking member of Konoha. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Wind release, vacuum ball. He took a deep breath, and several high-pressure wind bullets shot out of his mouth. The wind bullets flew towards Bai Yuan's brow and limbs with a whistling sound. This move was both ruthless and cunning, it was clearly intended to cripple Bai Yuan. "Too slow, Lord Danzo." Bai Yuan's figure swayed in place. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" With several muffled thuds, the high-pressure bullets pierced through Bai Yuan's afterimage, leaving several bullet holes in the alloy wall behind him. Meanwhile, Bai Yuan himself had already arrived at Danzo's side. "What?" Danzo's one eye shrank, and he instinctively tried to hide to the side. But a hand was already on his shoulder, it looked weak, yet it rendered him unable to move. "It's time to pay the fine, Lord Danzo. Disobeying the law is a more serious offense." Bai Yuan smiled, flipped the shallow blade in his hand, and used the heavy back of the blade directly. Since we're from the same village, I'll respect the elderly and care for the young, and use the back of the knife. No sooner had he finished speaking than the back of the blade whistled through the air and struck Danzo hard in the waist. Bang! A muffled thud. Danzo flew sideways and crashed heavily into a row of laboratory shelves. Glass bottles shattered on the floor, and colorful medicines splashed all over him. Danzo clutched his waist, his face contorted in pain. The blow hadn't drawn blood, but the force had nearly shattered his kidney. Is this the back of a knife meant to respect the elderly and care for the young? Damn it, kill him! Danzo spat out the words through gritted teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden doors around the laboratory opened, and 8 masked root ninjas rushed in. They exuded a murderous aura, they were Danzo's trump cards. Want to gang up on them? Bai Yuan flicked the dust off his knife, not turning around, but slightly tilting his head to say to his teammates behind him, Ching, you handle the small fry, don't let them bother me while I'm collecting the loot. No, you take Da Huang and step aside. No. Uchiha Haru stepped forward, blocking Nono and Daki. Black and red flames erupted from the short sword in her hand, making her face look somewhat frightening. Perfect timing. I've been fighting brainless IWA ninja for the past 6 months, I've almost forgotten how to deal with these cold-blooded ninjas who only obey orders. Ching snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, she advanced, charging towards the 8 elite members of the Root sect. A Root ninja used the body flicker technique to sneak up behind Haru and launch a surprise attack, but under the Sharingan with its 3 tomo, his movements were like a slideshow. Without turning her head, Ching swung the short knife backward at an odd angle. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The Root ninja's kunai was blocked, and before he could react, he froze. The magical shackles technique. The Root ninja froze. In his mind's eye, several large wedges had pierced his limbs, pinning him to the ground. The excruciating mental pain prevented him from even screaming, he simply rolled his eyes back and collapsed, convulsing. It's an illusion. Watch out, shouted the leader of the Root troops. It's too late. Ching's figure had already rushed into the crowd. The space here was too small, and there were still wounded people, so she didn't use a large-scale fire release technique, but directly used the Uchiha fluid technique. She struck one opponent in the chin with the hilt of her knife, followed by an elbow to another's chest, and a knee strike to the stomach of a third. Each strike was incredibly swift and impossible to defend against. In just a dozen breaths, half of the Root elites had fallen, and the remaining half only dared to circle around and probe on the periphery, not daring to approach rashly. Nono knelt beside Da Wang, her hands glowing green as she used her palm magic to heal. Ugh! Da Huang weakly opened his eyes, saw Nono, and whimpered pitifully, nuzzling his head against her chest. It's all right, don't worry. Nono stroked Da Wang's charred fur with heartache, tears welling in her eyes, but her gaze was cold. In her other hand, she had already gripped several poison senbon needles, if anyone dared to approach, she would shoot them without hesitation. On the other side. Wind release, vacuum wave barrage. Danzo didn't care about manners anymore. He climbed up from the ruins and spat out several sharp wind blades. But none of these attacks worked against Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan easily dodged all the wind blades. Lord Danzo, your ninjutsu is quite powerful, but your accuracy is a bit lacking, Bai Yuan complained while dodging. Looks like hiding underground all year round has taken a toll on your eyesight. Want me to recommend a new potion I developed? Only 50,000 taels, no cheating. Shut up. Danzo was so angry that his chest tightened. This was the first time he had ever been tricked like this by a junior. He bit his thumb hard, drawing blood, and slammed both hands heavily on the ground. The Baku's spirit communication technique. Bang! A burst of white smoke exploded, and a gigantic monster with an elephant's trunk, tiger's paws, and a bull's tail appeared in the laboratory. This was Danzo's strongest summoning beast, Baku. Absorb him. Danzo ordered. The Dream Eater opened its massive jaws and roared, unleashing a tremendous suction force. The air, rubble, glass shards, and even distant instruments in the laboratory were all pulled and rushed madly into the Dream Eater's mouth. The wind release technique, combined with the Baku's suction power, can multiply its power several times over. Danzo seized the opportunity to form hand seals, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Hakugen. Bai Yuan. Qing called out, feeling the strong suction behind her. Don't panic. Bai Yuan, stabilizing himself by planting his knife in the ground, looked at the gaping mouth, and instead of being afraid, he laughed. That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Bai Yuan reached into his pocket with his left hand and pulled out a bulging paper package. Orochimaru Senpai's specially made, super concentrated devil pepper powder bomb, plus extra high-strength pepper. Let's see if you can withstand this. Bai Yuan flicked his wrist, using the suction force to throw the paper package over. The paper package was sucked directly into the Baku's huge mouth. The next second, the dream-devouring beast, still frantically devouring its prey, suddenly froze. Its trunk twitched, and its eyes widened, bloodshot. Achoo! Achoo! Boom! A huge sneeze echoed throughout the entire underground base. The suction force instantly transformed into a tremendous thrust. The Baku wriggled its nose in agony, tears and snot streaming down its face, its massive body rolling wildly on the ground, smashing the surrounding equipment to pieces. What kind of despicable trick is this? Danzo was dumbfounded. His wind release technique, which he had just prepared, was interrupted. The chaotic chakra and the pungent smell made him choke on his own saliva. Isn't it exciting, Lord Danzo? Taking advantage of the chaos, Bai Yuan passed through the smoke and dust and arrived in front of Danzo again. Besides, this is a very expensive seasoning, it'll be on your bill. Bai Yuan reversed the asahi in his hand again, this time aiming at Danzo's old face. This cut was for Big Yellow. Snap! With a crisp sound, the back of the blade struck Danzo hard on the left cheek. Danzo was sent flying, spinning several times in the air, several teeth flying out mixed with blood. This kick was for no-no. Bai Yuan then kicked Danzo in the stomach. Bang! Danzo crashed through the wall like a shrimp, becoming embedded in the rubble and unable to move. The entire room fell silent. Who else? Bai Yuan stood on the gravel, looking down at Danzo, whose face was bruised and swollen and who couldn't get up for a long time. He then glanced back at the root ninjas. His eyes were cold, yet shrewd. Those who don't want a beating, put your hands on your heads and squat down, handing over all your valuables. We're legitimate victims, only seeking money, not murder. The root ninjas exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, a cracking sound came from the ceiling above. Countless pieces of stone fell, followed by a ray of sunlight shining in. Boom! The roof of the entire laboratory collapsed, and two figures fell from the sky along with the smoke and dust. Danzo! UBD! How dare you touch my disciple? I'll break your bones! Tsunade's roar exploded. She slammed her fist into the ground, causing the already collapsing base to shake violently once more. Jiraiya jumped down, struck a strange pose, and scanned the entire area with his eyes. Looks like, we've arrived just in time. Jiraiya's lips twitched as he looked at the mess on the floor and Danzo embedded in the wall. Or perhaps, we're too late. When Bai Yuan saw Tsunade and the others arrive, he immediately dropped his fierce demeanor and instantly put on an expression as if he had suffered a great injustice. Tsunade-sensei! Jiraiya-sama! You've finally arrived! Bai Yuan pointed at Danzo inside the wall, crying and shouting, Elder Danzo kidnapped my teammates, refused to pay the fine, and even tried to kill me to silence me. You must stand up for me. Inside the wall, Danzo, who had just caught his breath, heard these words and his vision went black, he almost fainted from anger. Who reneged on their debt? Who was silenced? Who is really the victim? Chapter 74. The power of Tsunade's punch was still there, pebbles and dust were scattered everywhere. Cough cough. Jiraiya waved away the dust in front of him, his gaze sweeping over his surroundings. The root base was now a scene of ruins, with experimental equipment scattered everywhere, and the air filled with the smells of medicine, blood, and a strong odor of chili powder. Achoo! A newly landed ANBU ninja couldn't help but sneeze loudly, startling himself so much that he quickly covered his mouth. Hiruzen Sarutobi, dressed in the Hokage's robes, landed solemnly amidst the ruins. Behind him, dozens of ANBU members wearing animal masks spread out, surrounding the entire underground hall. Danzo, is this what you meant by for Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his old friend, who was embedded in the wall with half his face swollen, and his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He should have been heartbroken for his old friend, but the corners of his mouth wanted to turn up uncontrollably, but he forcibly suppressed it. Seeing his old friend, who always had a sour face, in such a sorry state, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but laugh. Hiruzen. Danzo struggled to climb down the wall, his arms hanging limply at his sides, his eyes bloodshot. He looked at the Anbu around him, then at the three of them, Bai Yuan, Jiraiya, and Tsunade protecting them, and was furious. Hiruzen. You've come at the perfect time. Danzo pointed a horse finger at Hakugen and shouted, these three brats are rogue ninja. They attacked the village's higher UPS and tried to steal Root's classified supplies. They've betrayed us. Kill them immediately. The atmosphere froze instantly. The muscles of the ANBU ninjas tensed, although they didn't believe Team 7 would betray them, no one dared to move until the Hokage gave the order. Uchiha Haru raised her short sword, her three Tomo Sharingan coldly staring at Danzo, her chakra beginning to surge. Don't rush. A hand pressed down on Qing's knife. Bai Yuan walked out from behind Tsunade at a leisurely pace. Lord Hokage, Elder Danzo says we've betrayed us. That's a terrible injustice. Bai Yuan sighed, we just came to pick up our teammates who were illegally detained, and also had a brief sparring session with Elder Danzo. As for what Elder Danzo said about stealing supplies, we feel these things are unsafe to leave here and want to safeguard them for the village. You see, Elder Danzo can't even protect himself, how can he protect anything else? Nonsense! Danzo roared. I'm doing this for the village. Nono's talents can only flourish within the root. What do you brats know? Oh? So, having talent means being arrested and used for human experimentation. Bai Yuan's eyes changed. Lord Danzo, when you say for the village, does that also include selling our Team 7 to Iwagakure as bait? Does that include leaking our patrol coordinates to the enemy country? Don't you dare make false accusations. Danzo's expression changed, and he stubbornly denied it. Although everyone knew what was going on, it couldn't be discussed openly. I knew you would deny it. Bai Yuan suddenly laughed, a laugh that sent chills down Danzo's spine. Bai Yuan reached into his robes and, under everyone's gaze, pulled out a notebook. What is this? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. Evidence. Bai Yuan pulled out a simple camera and waved it around. Before sparring with Lord Danzo, I found something interesting in his safe. To prevent Lord Danzo from destroying the evidence, I even took quite a few photos. Danzo was stunned for a moment, then his face turned pale. Stop. Please enjoy. Bai Yuan ignored Danzo, cleared his throat, and began to recite in a serious manner. October 12th, Konoha year 34, cloudy. That old monkey Hiruzen is out there giving his will of fire lectures again, shamelessly calling himself the strongest Hokage of all time. This kind of shameless scoundrel who only knows how to talk big has no right to lead Konoha. Everyone saw him in the sunlight, receiving cheers from the villagers. That fake smile was disgusting. They don't know that the true backbone of Konoha is me, Shimura Danzo. I stand guard in the darkness like a lone wolf, a crow carrying its prey. This loneliness, no one can understand, nor does it need to be understood. One day I will prove myself right. Then I'll make Hiruzen kneel before me and admit his incompetence. I'll make him massage my shoulders and legs, watching me build a perfect Konoha. Pfft! Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Immediately afterwards, a burst of suppressed coughs erupted. Hiruzen Sarutobi's facial muscles twitched, and his fingers trembled so much that he almost dropped his pipe. Shameless? Unscrupulous? Massaging shoulders and legs? Shut up! All of you shut up! Danzo's face turned purple, and his usual gloomy demeanor vanished completely. He lunged at Bai Yuan in a shrill voice, trying to snatch back the diary, but stumbled as he went. Bai Yuan darted forward, slipping onto Jiraiya's broad back. Lord Danzo, don't worry, this diary is quite thick. I, Shimura Danzo, am unparalleled in wisdom and strategy. In terms of methods, vision, and ruthlessness, in which aspect am I not superior to Hiruzen? Foolish commoners, you do not recognize a hero like me. Once I hold power, I will surely wipe out all unstable forces in Konoha and establish a well-ordered and powerful village. Then I'll make Hiruzen my secretary, and the whole village will sing my praises of my brilliance. Only then will I be worthy of him. Ha 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 ha. Jiraiya immediately squatted down, slapping the floor so hard it shook the ground, tears streaming down his face from laughing. Unparalleled wisdom? Hero? Uncle Danzo, your diary is as good as my novel. Tsunade crushed the stones at her feet with the sole of her boot, letting out a sneer. Elder Danzo has quite the rich inner world. Danzo was panting heavily, his face flushed. Bai Yuan poked half his head out and continued reading. March of Konoha year 35. I've set my sights on a brat from the Uchiha clan. His eyes are truly beautiful. If I could obtain them, I could see a much wider world. Once I get those eyes, I'll find a way to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, Master would release, and I'll be the next god of shinobi, perhaps even surpassing him. For this goal, I will bear all the evil alone. If hell has a name, it will be called Root. This is the romance of a man. A man's romance? The romance of gouging out someone's eyes. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Bai Yuan's smile faded, and his voice rose. Everyone, don't rush, there's more. Aside from the old guard, all the newly recruited kids in Root are good-for-nothings. Nono has always refused to succumb to darkness. That greedy white-haired guy is too annoying. We need to reduce their numbers so they'll learn the harsh realities of this world. Reports from the front lines indicate that those 3 brats have finally arrived. A sword that I can't fully control must be made controllable, otherwise, keeping it around will only cause trouble. I've already leaked the coordinates of those 3 brats to the IWA ninja. Using them as a pawn, they'll never trace it back to me. If the front lines collapse because of this, it'll be a perfect opportunity to severely damage Hiruzen's prestige, making his false will of fire a complete joke. Sacrificing a few unstable pawns in a camp is the only way for Konoha to truly seize power and become stronger. Everything I've done is for Konoha. Yes, entirely for Konoha. Danzo gasped, his face, which had never seen the light of day, turning purplish red, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his cheeks. He stared intently at Bai Yuan, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, then frantically scanned Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and the surrounding Anbu. A chill ran down his spine, and his ears rang. Even breathing stopped for half a second in the underground space. Chapter 75. Leaking your comrades' coordinates, and then self-righteously convincingly doing it for Konoha. Tsunade rubbed her temples, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You're simply insane. Jiraiya's expression also darkened. And this final monologue in the dead of night. A slight smile tugged at the corner of Bai Yuan's lips. The plan is going smoothly, I'm very happy. I successfully captured Nono, and also obtained a special ninja dog. The only pity is that the Uchiha brat self-destructed. The explosive power was extremely rare, it was impossible to get close. I estimate his body is completely gone. I, Danzo Shimura, have endured humiliation and hardship, pouring my heart and soul into the village. My back is aching from exhaustion, I haven't even had the chance to find a woman. Once I succeed, my secretary Hiruzen will be in charge of entertaining the villagers, while I'll take control of Konoha, I will be the perfect Hokage. Perfect. There was a full 3 seconds of silence in the underground lobby. Then, a gasp broke the silence. It was unclear which ANBU ninja couldn't hold their breath and made the strange sound. The so-called darkness of endurance persona instantly crumbled to pieces. It turns out this self-proclaimed powerful figure burdened with darkness was, in reality, a middle-aged man struggling with erectile dysfunction, unable to find women, and subsequently indulging in a lustful desire for power and a lewd fantasy. This stark contrast. Danzo Shimura froze, his face turning a deep purplish red at a visible speed, and the veins on his forehead bulged. The well-trained elite members of the shadowy forces all around seemed to be undergoing the greatest test of their careers. Behind their masks, some were biting their lips until they bled, some were pinching their thighs until they were bruised, and some even buried their heads in their chests, their shoulders shaking violently like leaves. Danzo's eyes jerked violently, even rolling back in his head, and he roared. Destroy it! Wind release, vacuum giant ball! A gust of wind swept through, and Tsunade clenched her fists, ready to strike. A figure strode forward. Hiruzen Sarutobi swung his Vajra staff, which had instantly grown longer, and with a muffled whistle, slammed it heavily into the center of the wind ball. A dull thud echoed, and the airflow dissipated instantly. Hiruzen Sarutobi rushed to Danzo's side and slapped his old friend's chest with his rough, large hand. 5 Elements Seal. Black runes crawled onto his skin, sealing off all of Danzo's rampaging chakra. Danzo slammed his knees against the cold stone slab, looking up and staring intently at Bai Yuan hiding behind him. You little thing, you at percent at. She screamed hysterically. How dare Lord Danzo swear? Bai Yuan stepped forward slowly, his face beaming. You are a high-ranking member of Konoha, you should have the manners of one. His expression immediately turned serious, think about those root members you dragged in. You used them as tools to brainwash them. In your heart, these lives were nothing more than sacrifices and stepping stones for your own self-gratification. What you call bearing darkness is just an excuse for your own desires and selfishness. Bai Yuan tossed the diary in his hand. I was just helping you lift this veil. Since you like it so much, hiding in the shadows yearning for the sunlight, why are you afraid to face it? Danzo gritted his teeth, his chest heaving violently, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyelids rolled back, and he fainted. Hiruzen Sarutobi knocked the ashes out of his pipe, stared at his old friend on the ground, and sighed deeply. Danzo, you're truly beyond words. The Hokage looked up and sized up Bai Yuan. This 13-year-old boy sent chills down the spine of even the Hokage. If this situation were any other time, he would definitely be charged with disrespect. He glanced around at the shady members who were trying hard to suppress their laughter, then looked at his apprentices who were beaming with delight. Hiruzen understood that Danzo's political career in Konoha was essentially over. Even if he rises again in the future, he won't be able to wash away the scandals of being a lone wolf in darkness, a drama queen, and having kidney problems. Once your reputation is ruined and becomes a laughing stock, that's not a pleasant feeling. Bai Yuan, however, delivered a fatal blow to Danzo in an absurd and contrasting way. Detain Danzo and keep him under strict guard. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand, his tone weary, root, temporarily sealed off, All personnel will undergo ANBU interrogation. Yes. Several secret agents stepped forward and pulled Danzo aside. Lord Hokage. Just as Hiruzen was about to turn around and leave this place that was giving him a headache, that voice that made him both laugh and cry rang out again. Bai Yuan rubbed his hands together, a sweet smile on his face. Shouldn't we talk about compensation? Bai Yuan pointed to the mess on the ground, then to the big yellow dog being treated by Nono, and finally to his own frightened chest. Look, Elder Danzo may have fainted, but the mess he left behind is still there. Our Class 7 is the victim, shouldn't you reimburse us for emotional distress, medical expenses? Hiruzen Sarutobi stumbled and nearly fell. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a long breath and then slowly exhaled, as if to clear away all the pent-up emotions in his chest. He steadied himself and looked at the boy in front of him, who was putting on a heartbroken expression and demanding compensation. If Hiruzen hadn't witnessed firsthand how Hakugen had pinned Danzo against the wall and rubbed him against the wall, and how he had used that diary to ruin Danzo's reputation, he almost would have believed this kid's lies. Cough. Hiruzen coughed, trying to regain his Hokage's authority. He glanced around, and the ANBU ninjas immediately straightened up. Although the smiles in their eyes hadn't faded, they at least outwardly regained their composure. Bai Yuan, the village will give us a response regarding compensation later. Hiruzen intended to use delaying tactics, saying, the primary task now is to treat the wounded, and. He glanced at Danzo, who was being dragged to the side like a dead dog, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. And to rectify the root causes. Lord Hokage, let's not say such polite things. Bai Yuan completely ignored the question and interrupted Hiruzen, taking a step forward. I know the village's procedures, first an investigation, then a meeting, then buck passing, and finally nothing comes of it. By the time the verdict comes out, my big yellow dog's bones will have all grown crooked. Bai Yuan pointed to the large yellow dog that Nono was holding not far away. Although the bleeding had stopped, the dog's wounds were still conspicuous, and most of its golden fur was charred black, making it look extremely pitiful. Moreover, our Class 7 is completely disheartened this time. Bai Yuan clutched his chest dramatically, his face contorted in pain. Do you know how we felt when we found out we'd been betrayed by our own village's higher UPS and used as bait by Uegakuer? This isn't just about money, it's a crisis of trust. This isn't the first time we've been betrayed. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eye twitched, this was a very serious problem. Especially now, with Team 7 having just made a great contribution, if they suffer injustice in the village and don't get an explanation, it would discourage all the ninjas who risked their lives on the front lines. What do you want? Hiruzen asked in a deep voice. Bai Yuan's lips curled into a smile, and his appearance of weakness and pain vanished instantly. It's very simple. Since Elder Danzo has fainted, I think we should take care of the harmful things he left behind and the embezzled money he made, to prevent them from harming the village again. Chapter 76. It's very simple. Since Elder Danzo has fainted, I think we should take care of the harmful things he left behind and the embezzled money he made, to prevent them from harming the village again. Bai Yuan turned around, waved his hand, and pointed to the supply crates and storage rooms in the root base that had not yet been completely destroyed. Ching, get to work. Put away anything that looks acceptable, no, I mean, all those dangerous items. Okay. Uchiha Haru couldn't wait any longer. Although they weren't short of money, she enjoyed seeing Danzo suffer. The girl's figure instantly transformed into a blur, rushing towards the nearest supply rack. Wait. Those are strategic materials from the root. A root Jonin, who was still not completely dizzy, struggled to stop him. Wind release, wind. The root ninja had just formed the hand seals when Bai Yuan's figure flashed and he was right in front of him. Snap. The scabbard struck him precisely on the back of the neck. Strategic materials? Strategic materials used to kidnap fellow village ninjas. Bai Yuan glanced at him coldly. Since it's used to harm people, then it's a murder weapon. Confiscating the murder weapon is perfectly reasonable. The root ninja rolled his eyes and completely passed out. Third generation. You're just going to watch like this? A squad leader from the Secret Service asked in a low voice. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the busy Team 7, then at the mess left by Root, and finally his gaze fell on the unconscious Danzo. He remembered that diary. Shameless. A shameless scoundrel. The veins on Hiruzen's forehead bulged. Let them take it. Hiruzen turned away, out of sight, out of mind. As long as it doesn't involve the village's core secret scrolls, the rest, consider it Danzo's compensation to them. This is tantamount to tacit approval. With the Hokage's permission, Bai Yuan completely let loose. He has a sharp eye and only targets the best things. Bai Yuan nimbly scurried between the supply shelves, wreaking havoc. Gleaming chakram metals, along with boxes of precious medicinal herbs and ninjutsu scrolls, were all stuffed into sealing scrolls. The foundation that was originally built up at the root is shrinking rapidly at a visible rate. Bai Yuan not only frantically took things, but also pulled out a small notebook and began writing accounts furiously. Jiraiya, standing to the side, stared in disbelief and nudged Tsunade beside him. Hey, Tsunade, isn't your student a little too? Tsunade crossed her arms, not only not stopping him, but also looking on with admiration. What? You weren't involved? I think this kid did a great job. To deal with someone like Danzo, you have to be even more ruthless than him. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly and grinned. And Tsunade watched Bai Yuan's practiced movements, a smile playing on her lips. Don't you think this kid has a bit of my style from back in the day? Jiraiya's lips twitched. Back then, your style was to renege on a bet after losing, not to blatantly try to cheat. Just then, Danzo, who had been unconscious, seemed to sense that his wealth was being lost, and he slowly woke up. He opened his eyes, his blurry vision gradually clearing, and in just one glance, he saw a scene that made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. Bai Yuan stood before his private collection shelf, his left hand gripping the chilling Ama no Murakumo, and his right hand holding the incomparably sharp Ama no Ryu. These were legendary divine weapons, 2 Kusanagi swords. These were treasures Danzo had emptied his coffers and gone through countless hardships to acquire. He would even consider it a luxury to glance at them, let alone use them. Lay down. Danzo weakly stretched out his hand, his voice trembling. That's my... Oh, Lord Danzo is awake. Bai Yuan heard the voice, turned around, and looked at him with delight and warmth. He walked a few steps to Danzo, grasped Danzo's outstretched hand tightly, and shook it vigorously. That's great. I'm so glad you're awake. I was just worried about who could check this list. Bai Yuan shoved the small notebook filled with accounts in front of Danzo. Look, this is a list of the supplies we moved for you to protect the scene. Although it's just a drop in the ocean compared to the damage you caused us, considering Lord Danzo's financial difficulties, we've reluctantly accepted it as payment for the debt. Danzo stared wide-eyed at the densely packed items on the list. Chakram metal, medicinal herbs, explosive tags, and those 2 Kusanagi swords. You, shameless. Danzo was so angry that he trembled all over and his face turned red. Oh dear, Lord Danzo, please don't get agitated. Bai Yuan patted Danzo's chest with concern. I know you feel bad and want to give more. But our Class 7 has principles, what we say we'll give is what we'll give, and we absolutely won't take more. As he spoke, Bai Yuan casually snatched a bulging money pouch from Danzo's arms. Of course, this money pouch might have been dropped into my hands by accident. Thank you for your generosity, Lord Danzo. Pfft. Danzo could no longer hold back. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. This time, he was filled with endless frustration and regret. He regretted it. I regret messing with that BD. I regret writing that damn diary. Seeing Danzo faint again, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head helplessly. All right, Bai Yuan, that's enough. Hiruzen spoke up. Danzo was, after all, a high-ranking member of the village, they couldn't really force him to his death. Take Danzo away and put him in solitary confinement. No one is allowed to visit him without my order. Hiruzen waved his hand, and several ANBU immediately stepped forward and dragged Danzo away like a sack of potatoes. All right, that's a wrap. Bai Yuan clapped his hands, then contentedly tucked the sealed scroll filled with supplies into his pocket. This trip had been incredibly profitable. Not only had he rescued people, but he had also emptied a third of the root's coffers. Nono, can you still walk? Bai Yuan walked to Nono's side and squatted down. At this moment, after a short rest and simple treatment, Nono's complexion was still pale, but she had improved a lot. Her eyes reddened as she looked at the boy who had stirred up the root base to save her. Bai Yuan. Nono's voice was choked with sobs. Don't cry. Bai Yuan grinned and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. As Bai Yuan spoke, he picked up Nono and carried her on his back. Ching, take Big Yellow with you. Let's go home. No. Uchiha Haru sheathed her short sword, and although she complained, she gently picked up the injured Big Yellow. Da Wang, you better be strong. I'll give you something good to eat when we get back, Ching whispered to Da Wang. Woof. Big Yellow responded weakly, its tail wagging gently. The 3 people and 1 dog, escorted by Tsunade and Jiraiya, swaggered out of the dark underground base under the complicated gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi. As they emerged from the passageway, the sun had just risen. The warm sunlight bathed them, and the feeling of seeing the light of day again made all 3 squint. The sun was warm, and the breeze was gentle. Konoha remained bustling, with people coming and going on the streets, as if the farce that had just occurred underground had never happened. But Bai Yuan knew that everything had changed. From this day forward, Team 7 was no longer a pushover, they had declared their existence to the entire Hidden Leaf village in a special way. Shiraka-kun. Orochimaru, who had been silent all along, suddenly appeared under the shade of a tree not far away. He didn't approach, but just watched from a distance. The sunlight never reaches him, he seems to belong to the shadows by nature. But the look in his eyes when he looked at Bai Yuan was filled with unprecedented fervor and approval. Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, his voice low and husky, that Danzo guy, he's really done for this time. You've certainly given me an interesting show. Bai Yuan stopped and winked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru-senpai, remember our deal? Your share was included in that compensation for emotional distress. Bai Yuan patted the scroll in his arms. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then let out a chilling laugh. He. Thank you very much then. Cooperating with you is indeed much more interesting than working with that idiot Danzo. Orochimaru gave Bai Yuan a deep look, then slowly disappeared into the shadows of the trees behind him. All right, stop flirting. Tsunade walked over and slapped Bai Yuan on the back of the head. Although she didn't use much force, it still made Bai Yuan stagger. While today's incident was satisfying, you've completely offended Danzo. He won't be in trouble for a while, but be careful, he might retaliate in the future. Although Tsunade speaks harshly, the concern in her eyes is undeniable. Don't worry, teacher. Bai Yuan lifted Nono up a little, a smile appearing on his face. As long as I don't die, everything will be fine. And Bai Yuan looked up and gazed ahead, his eyes becoming deep and indifferent. None of us in Class 7 are easy to deal with. Chapter 77. Sunlight streamed onto the streets of Konoha. Orochimaru's figure disappeared into the shadows of the trees, and deep within the alley, a pair of red eyes with 3 sets of spiraling blades slowly vanished. Uchiha Ruri, seeing that Haru was all right, breathed a sigh of relief, quietly turned and left, heading towards the orphanage to continue being a civilian at the orphanage. Bai Yuan carried Nono on his back, Qing held De Huang and Tsunade and Jiraiya walked on either side. The surrounding villagers watched their group with curiosity. Bai Yuan straightened his back, his steps steady, completely unconcerned about the stares of others. Before long, the group returned to their 3-bedroom apartment in the western district of Konoha. This is the home of Class 7. Tsunade followed her inside. Nono got off Shiro's back, not even bothering to take off her shoes, and immediately pounced on the big yellow dog. Big Yellow lay on the cushion in the living room, its golden fur covered in large patches of charred black, several wounds so deep you could see the bone, still oozing blood. It weakly opened its eyes, saw Nono, and let out a low whimper, trying to nuzzle its furry head into Nono's hand. Nono's eyes immediately reddened, and a faint green light emanated from her hands as she attempted to use her palm healing technique. A hand pressed down on her shoulder. Your own chakra is almost gone, don't push yourself. Tsunade stepped forward, kneeling on one knee next to Rhubarb. Leave it to me. Tsunade formed hand seals, and dense green chakra instantly covered Bumblebee's entire body. Beneath its charred fur, the injured muscles began to heal at a visible speed. Rhubarb's rapid breathing gradually became steady and strong. 10 minutes later, Tsunade withdrew her chakra and wiped the sweat from her forehead. All right. It has a good foundation, and its body has a special fire-style chakra that's healing itself. It just needs a few days of rest. Tsunade stood up, her gaze sweeping over the 3 students, her eyes softening considerably. You all rest well too. Don't worry about anything else, there won't be any trouble. I'm going back now. After Tsunade finished speaking, she closed the door and left. Only the intermittent breathing of a few people remained in the room. Nono knelt on the ground, burying her face in the yellow fur. Her shoulders began to tremble, and her hands gripped the mat tightly, her knuckles turning white. Bai Yuan walked over and sat cross-legged next to her. Nono leaned against Bai Yuan's shoulder, her tears quickly soaking Bai Yuan's clothes. She didn't cry loudly, but silently vented the fear she had accumulated over the past few days. Qing stood to the side, biting her lip hard. She turned her head away, trying to hide the tears in her eyes. Then, she squatted down, opened her arms, and hugged Bai Yuan and Nono together. It's so embarrassing. Qing buried her head in Bai Yuan's back, her voice muffled, her hands crumpling their clothes. The 3 people and the dog were huddled together in the living room. Bai Yuan reached out and embraced the 2 girls, gently resting his chin on Qing's head. He felt his companion's body temperature, and his heart pounded. The next day, Bai Yuan went to the Konoha Mission Settlement Center alone. Narashikeo, sporting dark circles under his eyes, rubbed his temples. The A-rank mission on the eastern front of the Land of Rain has been upgraded to S-rank because we eliminated the Iwagakure Explosives Squad. Narashikeo, pen in hand, spoke with a weary voice, including the head of the Iwagakure Explosives Squad leader Monkey, and the bounties for the other 12 special Jonin. Narashikeo raised his head and took a deep look at the 13-year-old boy. A total of 56,200,000 taels. The village has verified it, this is the payment. Narashikeo pushed a sealing scroll in front of Hakugen. Bai Yuan stared calmly at the long string of zeros. He reached for the voucher and casually stuffed it into his pocket. He didn't check it carefully, and there wasn't a hint of happiness on his face. We have enough money. He achieved financial freedom. Those days of struggling in the mud for a few thousand taels of silver are now a thing of the past. Bai Yuan left the settlement center. He first paid off his mortgage in one lump sum. Then he created a shadow clone, carrying 2 million taels of cash, a bunch of medicinal herbs from the root, and one of the Kusanagi swords, and delivered it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled when he received the gift, it was a pure and genuine laugh. 2 more shadow clones were created, one sending Tsunade 30 million ryo in gambling funds, and the other 10 million ryo to Jiraiya. Don't ask why Jiraiya has so little money, the answer is, they were afraid he'd die of a sudden. Next, Hakugen raided Konoha's high-end ninja tool shops. He commissioned a dagger made of chakram metal for Nono, along with a specially made medical kit containing a large capacity sealing scroll. He also commissioned a chakram metal katana for Haru, but this was a spare, a nice to have. The real gift was another one, the Kusanagi sword Tenporyu no Tsurugi that originally belonged to Suzuki. As for Dawang, he bought a box of nutritious dog food, specially made weight-bearing armor, and protective chakram metal armor, thanks to Lord Danzo for his generosity. Night. Bai Yuan stood alone on the balcony, the evening breeze ruffling his short hair. The Hokage rock in the distance looked majestic in the night. The real war in the Land of Rain has not yet begun. World War II has not officially started, and it has not yet reached the scale of battles involving thousands of people. The true masters, such as Hanzo of the Salamander, Cho, the third Kazekage, and even Onaki, have not yet made their appearance. A notification sound suddenly rang in my mind. World line disturbance confirmed. The fates of key plot characters, Yakushi Nono and Shimura Danzo, undergo significant shifts. Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow. System is calculating rewards. Calculation complete. A burst of golden light exploded before Bai Yuan's eyes, dazzling him. Congratulations, host! You have successfully rescued Yakushi Nono and dealt with Shimura Danzo. This system took your 300 grams of high-purity Grell crystals and painstakingly refined the following rewards. Super generous. Thank me. Omega. Bai Yuan's lips twitched slightly, but he continued reading. Reward 1, 10,000 experience points. Already issued. Reward 2, Kaleidoscope of an unknown close relative X1. This is a pair of unbound kaleidoscopes. Once bound to someone, it becomes that person's close relative's kaleidoscope. Reward 3, 3 extra spins on the deluxe roulette. Friendly reminder, this system has carefully selected all winners, eliminating any unlucky draws. Please feel free to spin. Bai Yuan's gaze skipped over the first and third items and landed on the second reward. A kaleidoscope of unknown close relatives. That's right. Host, this is absolutely amazing. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan will go blind if used too much. The best solution is to transplant a close relative's Mangekyo Sharingan and evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But these eyes are a universal socket, as long as they are bound to someone, they can conceptually become that person's close relative's Mangekyo Sharingan. The system's cheeky voice revealed a hint of excited boasting. Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and asked the question he was most concerned about. Since it's so powerful, can I use these eyes directly? Well, that won't work. The current host doesn't have Uchiha blood, and hasn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. These things are just two useless glass balls to you. Only someone who has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan can truly make them useful through transplantation and fusion. Bai Yuan was slightly taken aback, and the image of Qing appeared in his mind. Chapter 78. Well, that won't work. The current host doesn't have Uchiha blood, and hasn't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet. These things are just two useless glass balls to you. Only someone who has already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan can truly make them useful through transplantation and fusion. Bai Yuan was slightly taken aback, and the image of Qing appeared in his mind. Then bind this to Qing, and then transplant it, wouldn't that be the eternal kaleidoscope? Bai Yuan even softened his breathing, directly surpassing the shadow realm. Of course. After binding, these eyes will conceptually become her closest kin, the kaleidoscope. Although the fusion won't bring new special eye techniques, it can greatly enhance the original owner's eye power, and the power of existing eye techniques will also surge. Most importantly, it directly evolves into the eternal kaleidoscope. The system's cheeky voice revealed a hint of boastful excitement. How could this system be so heartless? Upon hearing the system's affirmative reply, Bai Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Qing recently awakened her Manjikyo Sharingan, and while her strength skyrocketed, Bai Yuan began to worry about the risk of her going blind in the future. The more you use the kaleidoscope, the closer your eyes get to darkness. Bai Yuan is even planning to find a way to get the first-generation cells to help her suppress the backlash. Unexpectedly, the system presented the perfect solution directly to us. If she gives these unbound eyes to Qing for fusion, she will gain the eternal kaleidoscope. From then on, the risk of blindness caused by the depletion of her eye power will no longer exist. Bai Yuan stroked his chin, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his face. Damn system, at least you did something human. Bai Yuan carefully placed the pair of eyes into a ceiling scroll and stored them away. Bai Yuan focused his attention on the third reward. Luxury roulette draw, let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a large golden roulette wheel appeared in his mind. It was covered with countless grids, flashing with various icons and words. Giveaway begins. Good luck. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, its pointer sweeping across countless awards. Finally, under Bai Yuan's watchful gaze, the pointer slowly came to rest on an area marked with the words Ghost Path. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the initial Shinigami skill pack, Heido 1 to Heido 31. Relevant knowledge has been provided. A flood of information instantly filled Bai Yuan's mind. From the simplest Heido Ichikyu to Heido Ichikyu, Crimson Fire Cannon, he instantly mastered all the incantations, usages and techniques of the Kido, as if he had known them all along. This is good. Bai Yuan nodded happily. This was real, immediate combat power. With these ghost paths, his attack methods would increase significantly, no longer limited to swordsmanship and water escape techniques. Although his breaking path level was currently too low, he could probably only use White Lightning and Crimson Fire Cannon. Second giveaway, here we come. The roulette wheel spun again. This time, the pointer stopped in an area with an ice blue snowflake pattern. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won the grand prize, the Zanpakuto ability Harinmaru. Ability description: the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto, possessing the terrifying power to manipulate celestial phenomena and freeze all things. The system's voice suddenly rose in pitch, taking on a passionate and impassioned tone, shouting exaggeratedly in Bai Yuan's mind, "Sit upon the frosty heaven, Harinmaru." Unlock condition: after the host retrieves the lost sword spirit, it can fuse with Asachi to obtain the Harinmaru ability. Bai Yuan didn't react for a moment. Ice Wheel? What is Toshiro Hitsugaya's strongest ice-type Zanpakuto? He asked instinctively. Xiao Bai's ability? Can I use my sword spirit? The system replied in a matter-of-fact tone, yes. Then my sword spirit won't lose its own abilities, will it? No matter how strong someone else's abilities are, they are still someone else's. He hoped that his own sword spirit could cultivate its own power. What are you thinking? Although every Zanpakuto is unique to its master, you, the host, have this system. Your soul will naturally give birth to a Zanpakuto that is uniquely yours, the system explained in a tone that sounded like it was looking at an idiot. Harinmaru's ability is a super reward that this system painstakingly drew from the prize pool for you, out of pity for you. If you're worried, this system can take it back for you. No. Bai Yuan immediately refused. Are you kidding me? This is the strongest ice-type ability that everyone craves, you're going to take it back? Wait a minute, Bai Yuan thought of a crucial problem. If I use Harinmaru later, what if I encounter Shiro himself? Wouldn't that immediately expose my mistake? The host can choose not to use it. The system spoke with a tone of smug amusement. Besides, it's too early to encounter a newbie. As long as you accumulate enough experience points, you might acquire other Zanpakuto abilities in the future. Then you can switch them out, and who will know who you are? Bai Yuan. That makes a lot of sense. Third draw, last chance. The roulette wheel spun for the third time. This time, the pointer stopped on a glittering golden skull icon. Congratulations, host! Your luck is off the charts. You've won a hidden grand prize, a special talisman, soul returns. My beloved. Spell description: you will resurrect a loved one, regardless of whether their soul has dissipated, as long as there is a deep connection between you. Prerequisite: cannot be female. Additional effect of the talisman: the host only needs to hold it, and there will be an even more difficult surprise. Omega. Bai Yuan! Bai Yuan! Bai Yuan roared inwardly, die! System! God's beloved, God's deeply rooted difficulty, die! I'll seal this thing away forever. Bai Yuan's face was full of anger, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He opened the sealing scroll and sealed the damned talisman inside, while also casting the 5 elements seal and the 4 symbols seal. Don't get so excited, host. There will be a surprise, really. Shut up. What a load of rubbish. One day I'll show you a surprise that defies all reason. Bai Yuan stared at the sealing scroll and the ashes in his hand for a long time. Although he grew increasingly angry at the system's cheeky antics, his frustration lessened considerably. He gazed at the sealing scroll again, and a strange thought suddenly occurred to him: could this damned talisman be referring to the resurrection system? System, is this talisman used to resurrect you? Can you resurrect? Host is very clever. But you answered incorrectly. If even this system needs your help to revive, then we are truly doomed. In short, as long as you don't cross the bottom line of the world's fundamental rules, this system will not disappear. Bai Yuan was completely bewildered. What world bottom line? Disrupting the world line and causing global chaos? Or excessive killing causing the collapse of order? None of those. While they might have some minor impact, they won't cause any serious damage. These are too far removed from the host's capabilities. In short, don't try to change the upper limit of life's destiny. Like what happened with Big Yellow, luckily it was just a lower life form's ascension, otherwise, we would all be finished. Chapter 79. Host, you're very clever. But you answered incorrectly. If even this system needs your help to revive, then we're truly doomed. In short, as long as you don't cross the bottom line of the world's fundamental rules, this system will not disappear. Bai Yuan was completely bewildered. What world bottom line? Disrupting the world line and causing chaos? Or excessive killing causing the collapse of order? None of these. While they may have some minor impact, they won't cause any serious damage. These are too far removed from the host's capabilities. In short, don't try to change the upper limit of life's destiny. Like what happened with Big Yellow, luckily, it was just a lower level life form's ascension, otherwise, we would all be finished. Bai Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Was it that serious last time? Then, thinking of the change in the fates of Nono and Danzo, he quickly asked the system, that fate thing, since it's so taboo, why did changing Danzo and Nono's fate this time result in such a generous reward? Changing fate and the upper limit of a life's destiny are two different things. The system's voice was unusually serious. This system restricts you from directly modifying the upper limit of a species' destiny using money or experience points. To use a slightly exaggerated analogy, you can't pay me to turn an ordinary dog into a mythical beast, the Kylin, from Earth. If I did that, money or experience points simply couldn't fill such a huge deficit. This enormous deficit would cause both me and you, the host, to pay a price far beyond our wildest imagination, perhaps even sacrificing our very existence. However, changing a person's path of destiny is another matter entirely. The path of destiny itself is the result of countless choices, and it is inherently changeable. Your choice to save Nono, your choice to bring down Danzo. These were all accomplished within the bounds of the world's rules, through your own efforts and wisdom. Changing the trajectory of fate can be considered as the host completing a special mission. If these missions are positive and beneficial to the existence of this world, the rewards will gradually increase. Bai Yuan nodded, lost in thought, and then, with the thought, summoned the system panel. A semi-transparent light screen unfolded before my eyes. Host profile. Name, Bai Yuan. Identity, Konoha Special Jonin. Status, normal and total set. Basic attributes. Strength, 79. Agility, 79. Physical condition, 79. Spirit, 79. Chakra manipulation, 79, perfect control. Chakra level, 8200/8200. Asset management. Cash on hand, over 33 million taels, after deducting expenses and teammate share. Experience points, 55,100. Core equipment. Shallow hit. Skill list. Basic abilities, swordsmanship analysis, Konoha fist, taijutsu mastery. Water breathing, forms 1 to 10. Ninjutsu, 3 body technique, shadow clone technique, water release, water wall, second Hokage version, water release, water dragon bullet, second Hokage version, water release, great exploding water wave, etc. Sealing techniques, crafting high quality sealing talismans, sealing scrolls, 4 symbols sealing, 5 elements sealing, and evil sealing seals. System warning. All attributes have reached the critical value of 79 points. The host's soul has a critical deficiency. Forcibly breaking through the 80-point threshold will trigger the Kylian form's ethereal transformation, causing the host to fall into a coma. The only solution: retrieve the lost soul blade of shallow strike. Bai Yuan looked at the red warning words on the panel and pulled out a sachi from his ninja tool pouch. The system has repeatedly mentioned the importance of superficial communication, so it seems that the only solution is to keep communicating through both direct and indirect methods. The black blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight. He then sat cross-legged, placed the long sword flat on his knees, gently grasped the icy blade with both hands, and slowly closed his eyes. Dao-chan. This is how the Grim Reaper communicates with the sword spirit. He had tried countless times before, each time occasionally seeing a glimmer of light, but always to no avail. Today, he wanted to try again, attempting to explore that faint, elusive bond deep within his spirit. His consciousness sank along the blade. The darkness remained empty and deathly silent, perhaps due to the turmoil in his mind. He couldn't even see the light he once knew, nor could he hear any sound. After a long while, Bai Yuan opened his eyes, exhaled a long breath, and sheathed the Qianda sword again. Since attribute points are locked, the only option is to train the skills at hand to the bone. Bai Yuan has been studying the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's manuscripts for a long time. Ranged ninjutsu for clearing the way, close-range water breathing for finishing off enemies. And the second Hokage's S-rank water release technique. I need to learn that as soon as possible. Bai Yuan was thinking about tactics. He had 8200 chakra points, which meant he could use the high-consumption water release technique as a regular skill. He would first use the great explosive water wave to change the terrain, creating a suitable environment for water release and water breathing, and then use water breathing to strike at close range. This approach can both compensate for the shortcomings of swordsmanship when facing large-scale attacks and maximize the results of the battle. I heard soft footsteps behind me. Bai Yuan turned around. Qing, wearing loose pajamas, walked over carrying 2 cups of hot tea. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She no longer had the air of a pampered young lady, but rather the sweetness of a girl next door. Dawang is asleep, and Nono is keeping it company. They've also gone through life and death. Qing handed the hot tea to Bai Yuan, leaned against the railing, and looked at the Hokage building in the distance. Still worried? Bai Yuan took a sip of tea. No. Qing shook her head, turning to look at Bai Yuan. Her eyes held a complex expression. I'm worried about you. Qing's mind was filled with the events that had occurred at the root base during the day, the matter of Shirabuchi's transformation into a Kirayan, the anxious look he often showed after the transformation, and the heavy feeling on his body that did not belong to his age. Moreover, her right eye always felt a bit swollen and painful, yet also very comfortable. She always felt a continuous stream of yin-yang energy surging from somewhere in her right eye and flowing throughout her body. It felt very strange. She didn't know what was going on. Bai Yuan reached out and ruffled Qing's hair. Don't overthink it. Bai Yuan smiled, his voice soft. I'm standing right here, aren't I? I know what I'm doing regarding Killian. Besides, we both have near cage level strength now, even if we run into some serious trouble, we won't be the ones to suffer. Qing smiled shyly, then paused, shook her head, and slapped Bai Yuan's hand away. Who's worried about you? I just feel that now that we're not short of money, I'm going to double my training starting tomorrow. Qing's eyes darted around. I'm starting to get a feel for the flame release techniques Aunt taught me. Next time, I won't let you be the only one at the front. Bai Yuan looked at Qing's shy profile, and the smile on his lips deepened. Okay, let's work hard together starting tomorrow. Bai Yuan finished his tea, his gaze gentle as water as he looked at Qing. I'm going back now, Qing said, her face flushed as she ran back to her room, covering her face with her hands halfway, as if fleeing. The proud and aloof Haru is so cute. Bai Yuan looked up at the sky with a sigh, gazing at the moonlight. The night wind seemed to blow away the bloodshed and gloom in his heart. A long time. Bai Yuan returned to the house, looking at his sleeping companions, and mentally called out to the system, is there a way to allow Qing to successfully merge with her close relative's kaleidoscope overnight without anyone knowing? Why go through all that trouble? How can I explain the origin of these eyes? Sure. But it'll cost extra, 5,000 experience points. Painless fusion overnight, awakening to eternity tomorrow. Shut up. Back in his room, Bai Yuan hesitated for a long time before finally taking out the sealing scroll used to cast the sealing spell, breaking the seal, and then carrying the talisman close to his body. Chapter 80. A secluded training ground in the western district of Konoha on a crisp autumn morning. The air was bitterly cold, and a thin layer of frost covered the blades of grass. Bang! A splash of water erupted on the surface of the water. Bai Yuan stood in the ankle-deep water, his hands rapidly forming hand seals. A surge of chakra instantly gathered in his throat. A water dragon as thick as a water vat formed in front of Bai Yuan, roaring as it crashed forward. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Several dozen meters away. Uchiha Haru, dressed in a crisp black training uniform, watched her three Tomo Sharingan spin rapidly. She gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly and took a deep breath. Uchiha Flame Leap Blade. Chakra was poured into the blade without reservation, and the rising crimson flames mixed with a touch of dark black radiated high temperature. Qing faced the roaring water dragon and slashed down heavily with her sword. Boom! The black and red flames collided violently with the water dragon. The intense heat instantly vaporized the water, and the training ground was immediately enveloped in a thick, hot fog. The thick fog obscured visibility. Haru immediately used her Sharingan to focus on the thick fog on her right, holding her sword horizontally in front of her. When the sound of metal clashing rang out, a black scabbard struck her Kusanagi sword. A powerful force traveled up the hilt, making Haru's hands go numb, and her feet slid back 2 or 3 meters in the mud before she regained her balance. A strong wind cleaved through the thick fog. Bai Yuan's figure appeared. He didn't even draw his sword, only using the scabbard to block Qing's attacks, a slight smile on his lips. His reaction was quick. The Sharingan's dynamic vision is truly useful, he was even able to predict my attack from a blind spot. Bai Yuan put away his shallow attack and exhaled a breath of white air. Haru shook her aching wrist and sheathed her sword. Your water dragon bullet technique is much faster than before. If my Sharingan hadn't seen through the flow of your chakra, I wouldn't have had time to draw my sword. Having endured life or death trials and received substantial investment of resources, Team 7's strength has undergone a complete transformation. Even without using their trump cards, the two members are now considered among the elite in Konoha. Let's go back and have breakfast. Nono made pork rib porridge today. Bai Yuan casually ruffled Qing's hair. Qing slapped his hand away, her cheeks slightly flushed, and quickly followed after him. As soon as Bai Yuan got back to the apartment building, before he could even take out his keys, he saw Tsunade, with obvious dark circles under her eyes, tightly gripping a little girl's wrist, jumping off the roof. The girl was about 10 years old, dressed in simple clothes, with striking bright red hair. At that moment, she was struggling desperately, her face full of wariness and defiance. Tsunade-sensei. Bai Yuan was stunned for a moment. You're human trafficking. Get lost. Do I look like the kind of person who would do that kind of thing? Tsunade rolled her eyes at him, then shoved the red-haired girl in front of Bai Yuan. Grandma hasn't been feeling well these past few days and needs to rest. This girl hasn't been here long since we brought her from the land of whirlpools, and she's caused quite a bit of trouble in the village. Grandma asked me to send her to stay with you for a couple of days. Tsunade leaned closer to Bai Yuan and said quickly in a low voice, You're also part of the Senjou lineage, so Grandma trusts you a lot. Besides, this girl has a special identity, you know what I mean. Bai Yuan's eyes narrowed. Red-haired, from the land of whirlpools, with a special identity. Kushina Uzumaki. The future second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Then where are you going? Bai Yuan asked, looking at Tsunade's impatient expression. Didn't I strike it rich? Of course I'm going to win more money. Jiraiya got there before me. I'll come pick him up in a few days. Before she could finish speaking, Tsunade vanished from her spot with a body flicker technique, giving Bai Yuan no chance to refuse. A cold wind blew through the apartment building corridor. Bai Yuan, Qing, and Kushina Uzumaki standing in front of the two stared at each other wide-eyed. Kushina rubbed her wrist, which Tsunade had pinched, and looked up, her round eyes glaring fiercely at Bai Yuan. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful girl before? Are you like those annoying people who think my hair looks like a tomato? Kushina shouted. Arriving in Konoha, leaving behind her familiar hometown, and surrounded by unfamiliar faces and undisguised gazes, Kushina, already hot-tempered, became extremely wary and combative. She assumed that the tall boy in front of her would also make sarcastic remarks. Bai Yuan didn't speak, but simply stroked his chin, carefully examining Kushina's hair. Tomato? It doesn't look like one. Bai Yuan shook his head seriously. Kushina paused, her guardedness fading slightly. Could this person be different? Your hair is so round, like a tomato, Bai Yuan continued. But your hair, I think it looks more like a small chili pepper. The kind that's dried and really pungent. You. Kushina's face flushed crimson instantly, her hair moved on its own without wind, even threatening to float upwards. She raised her fist and charged towards Bai Yuan without a second thought. I'm going to beat you up. Smack. A crisp, light sound. Kushina's fist didn't even touch the hem of Bai Yuan's clothes before she received a solid chop to the forehead. It wasn't very strong, but it was very. Ouch. Kushina clutched her forehead and squatted on the ground, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. She stared at Bai Yuan, her face filled with disbelief. At the Ninja Academy, she had used her brute strength to defeat everyone in her class, even the graduating boys dared not mess with her. But this guy in front of me didn't even move an inch, I didn't even see how I got hit. Little girl, you've got quite a temper. Bai Yuan, hands in his pockets, grinned at her. You're definitely a little firecracker, but it'd be best if you didn't get naughty. I'm not one of those brats at school who aren't even genin. The disparity in strength is undeniable and speaks louder than any words. Kushina bit her lip, forcing back the tears welling in her eyes. She stubbornly stood up, turning her head away from Bai Yuan. Come in, don't stand in the wind outside. Haru stepped forward, opened the door, and glanced back at Kushina. The autumn wind is still quite cold for someone who hasn't graduated yet. Be careful not to catch a cold. Kushina hesitated for a moment, but still followed him inside. The room was warm and cozy, filled with the rich aroma of pork rib congee. Big Yellow was lying on the living room carpet gnawing on a large beef bone. When it saw the stranger come in, it only glanced up at him, and finding no hostility, it continued to gnaw on the bone. No, add another set of chopsticks in a bowl. Tsunade-sensei tossed a little chili pepper over. Bai Yuan shouted towards the kitchen. Okay, coming right away. Nono's gentle voice came from the kitchen. Kushina sat on the far edge of the sofa, her hands gripping the fabric on her knees, cautiously surveying the room. It didn't look like a ninja's dwelling, it seemed more like a cozy, ordinary home. There were no cold, impersonal ninja tools, instead, there were even several potted plants on the balcony. Chapter 81. Kushina sat on the far edge of the sofa, her hands gripping the fabric on her knees, cautiously surveying the room. It didn't look like a ninja's dwelling, it seemed more like a cozy, ordinary home. There were no cold, impersonal ninja tools, instead, there were even several potted plants on the balcony. Hey, have some hot water. A steaming cup of tea was pushed in front of Kushina. Haru sat opposite her, holding a rag and carefully wiping the Kusanagi sword. Without looking up, her tone carried the characteristic arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Don't misunderstand, I'm just worried you'll catch a cold. If Lady Mito blames us, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Kushina held the teacup, feeling the warmth from her palms, and her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. I don't need your sympathy, Kushina muttered softly. Who's pitying you? Bai Yuan came out of the kitchen carrying 2 plates of side dishes, smiling as he placed them on the coffee table. Eat your food. After you finish, you can go wherever you want, but you can't go more than 2 kilometers from our house. Although they could sense the distance of more than 2 kilometers, Bai Yuan and De Huang might not be able to provide timely assistance in case of an emergency. The meal was eaten quietly. Kushina initially maintained a haughty demeanor, but the pork rib porridge that Nono cooked was so delicious that she couldn't resist and ate 2 bowls. After eating and drinking their fill, Bai Yuan went to the study to organize Tobirama's manuscripts, Qing went back to her room to take a shower, and Nono washed the dishes in the kitchen. Feeling bored, Kushina went outside to play by herself. She had just reached a shady spot when several 6th grade boys in Ninja Academy uniforms approached from a distance. The one leading them was the same chubby 6th grade boy who had fought with Kushina, a 4th grade student, at school. It was a one-on-one fight. Kushina had a slight advantage, and the fat man was ultimately defeated and fled in defeat. Hey, isn't this the tomato from that other village? The fat boy spotted Kushina immediately and grinned. This time, he brought along his classmates. Several 6th graders quickly surrounded her, loudly mocking, "Why are you here all alone? Is it because your hair is so ugly that you can't even make any friends?" That's right, a red-haired monster, the henchman chimed in. Kushina clenched her fists, and her hair began to fall wildly again. "I'm going to beat you all to a pulp." She was about to rush forward and fight those brats to the death. Just then, a gentle voice came from behind the fat man. "Kids, bullying girls is not a good habit." Several boys turned around. Nono stood there smiling, carrying a basket full of fresh vegetables. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a cold light on her gold-rimmed glasses. At her feet lay a large dog. Its nearly meter-long body exuded an aura of menace, and beneath its golden fur, faint red flames flickered. Wah! Big Yellow bared its teeth and let out a low growl. A burst of scorching air shot out, and the lawn on the ground shook violently like waves. Oh my God! Help! The boys were so frightened that they fell to the ground, their faces turning deathly pale. Nono stepped forward, still maintaining that gentle smile, and even reached out to straighten the fat man's disheveled collar. Listen carefully. Nono's voice was soft, but every word was clear. If I hear you call her a monster again, my big dog will eat you all up. Understand? Gulp. The fat man swallowed hard, looking into Nono's eyes, which held no smile, and felt a strange sense of dread. This was the killing intent that Nono had accumulated from years of battlefield experience, and she released even a trace of it. Even a trace was enough to intimidate a child who hadn't even graduated yet. I understand. I understand. The boys scrambled away, not daring to look back. Kushina stood there, stunned, staring at the older sister who had just been gently washing dishes in the kitchen. Nono turned around, the coldness on her face instantly vanishing, replaced by a reassuring smile. She reached out and ruffled Kushina's long red hair. Your hair is so beautiful, so warm, like fire. Let's go home and have some fruit. Kushina watched Nono's retreating figure, and her eyes suddenly reddened without warning. Since arriving in Konoha, very few people her age had stood by her side to protect her. On the second-floor balcony, Bai Yuan leaned against the railing, perceiving everything that was happening through his five senses. Tisk, Nono is actually using Big Yellow to scare students who haven't graduated yet. Isn't that bullying kids? Bai Yuan couldn't help but complain. Isn't our Class 7 style starting to lean a bit towards villains? Bullying those who haven't graduated makes you a villain? I think it's fine, they're not hurt. Haru had somehow walked onto the balcony, shook her wet hair, and looked at Nono and Kushina walking towards them in the distance. Besides, a ninja's life is far more brutal than this. If being frightened is considered a setback, how can one become a qualified ninja? Those children are only a few months away from becoming genin. Bai Yuan turned his head, looked at Qing's beautiful profile, and smiled gently. Yes, you're right. Kushina stayed with Team 7 for 2 days. On the third day, Tsunade arrived to pick them up with lifeless eyes, clearly having lost a lot of money at the casino. As she was leaving, Kushina stood at the door, hesitating for a long time, looking at Shiro, Haru, and Nono with a face full of reluctance. Kushina pouted, her voice very soft, thank you for your hospitality. Can I come again sometime? Bai Yuan waved his hand, come anytime you want, you're always welcome. And while you're at it, tell Rope Tree you guys can come join us. Kushina grinned and nodded emphatically. Days passed quickly amidst the mundane practice. The cold wind grew increasingly biting, and heavy snow covered the rooftops of Konoha. Kushina and Nawaka became regulars at Team 7, but those two hot-blooded idiots remained as mischievous as ever. Tsunade and the other two, on the other hand, came less often, probably engrossed in their own hobbies, perhaps? Time flies, and the New Year's bells of Konoha Year 36 are about to ring. Fireworks burst outside the window, the fire in the stove inside the house burned brightly, and the dining table was laden with a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. Just as Class 7 was preparing to raise a glass to celebrate this hard-won peaceful New Year's Eve. Bang! 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 There was a loud knocking on the door. The knocking was urgent and heavy, carrying an ominous air, instantly shattering the warmth inside the house. Bai Yuan's eyes sharpened, and he placed his hand on the hilt of Asada's sword. Qing and Nono immediately put down what they were doing and tacitly occupied the tactical blind spot in the living room, one on the left and one on the right. De Huang even jumped up, letting out a low growl. Who would bang on a door like this on New Year's Eve? Chapter 82. There was a rapid knocking at the door, and the door creaked as it was being pounded on. Bai Yuan's eyes sharpened, and he placed his hand on the hilt of Asada's sword. Qing and Nono immediately put down what they were doing and tacitly occupied the tactical blind spot in the living room, one on the left and one on the right. De Huang even jumped up, letting out a low growl. Who would bang on a door like this on New Year's Eve? Help! Open the door! Someone's been killed! A male voice with a cracked tone came from outside the door. Upon hearing the sound, Bai Yuan's tense shoulders relaxed, he rolled his eyes in exasperation, and stepped forward to open the door. A white figure tumbled and crawled in, collapsing onto the living room carpet and sliding forward 2 meters. Upon seeing who it was, De Wang immediately closed its mouth, which was about to bite, and took 2 steps back in disgust. Jiraiya-senpai. Nono emerged from behind cover, looking at the man on the ground with a bruised and swollen face and disheveled hair. Were you attacked? 10,000 times more terrifying than being attacked. Jiraiya, clutching his bruised right eye and panting heavily, scrambled behind the sofa to hide. Bang! Before Jiraiya could hide properly, the door that had just been closed, along with half a wall, exploded with a loud bang, scattering rubble and wood chips all over the room. A strong wind swept in, carrying snowflakes. Tsunade stood in the middle of the hole in the wall, white smoke still rising from her fists. Her eyes were filled with rage, her golden twin tails danced wildly in the cold wind, and she exuded a terrifying killing intent. Jiraiya! You hopeless BD! How dare you peep into the women's bathhouse on New Year's Eve? Tsunade stepped across the ruins, the floor beneath her feet creaking and cracking. Jiraiya covered his head in fright. I was gathering material for my book. Gathering material? How can that be called spying? How dare you talk back? Tsunade swung her fist, ready to smash it down. Stop! Bai Yuan shouted, his figure flashed, and he precisely cut between the two, catching Tsunade's wrist with one hand. Boom! A gust of wind and air rippled out from where the two people made contact, causing the surrounding furniture to shake violently. Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Although she hadn't used her full strength, the force of that punch was something no ordinary Jonin could withstand. Not only did Hakugen catch it, but his body didn't even sway. This disciple's power is abnormal again. Tsunade-sensei, calm down. Bai Yuan pointed to the mess in the living room, sighed, and said, beating him is no problem, but you'll have to pay for the repairs to this wall and the front door. Upon hearing the words repair fee, Tsunade's ferocious killing intent instantly subsided. She guiltily withdrew her hand and coughed twice. Who let this idiot come here? Make him pay for it later. Jiraiya peeked half his head out from behind the sofa, muttering aggrievedly, you were the one who smashed it. Shut up! Tsunade glared at him. After this farce, Tsunade and Jiraiya playfully left. The atmosphere inside the house became much more cheerful. However, Bai Yuan looked at the heavy snow falling outside the dilapidated gate and turned to look at the two girls. Since the door is already broken, why don't we go out now? Bai Yuan walked to the storage room, took out several sealing scrolls, and stuffed them into his ninja tool bag. Today is Lunar New Year's Eve. Our Class 7 has received so many kindnesses from people, we should go and deliver some New Year's gifts. Haru and Nono smiled at each other and put on their winter coats. Let's go. Qing patted De Wang's head. You go too, and put on your weighted armor. Big Yellow barked excitedly. Bai Yuan moved a huge rock to block the damaged wall, and the group left the house. First stop, the territory of the Thousand Hands clan. The spacious courtyard was covered with snow, making it appear empty and desolate. Mito Uzumaki sat under the eaves, covered with a thick blanket. Her face was still young, but the life force in her body was much weaker than before. Mizudono Oto-san. Bai Yuan walked down to the corridor, bowed respectfully, and presented a beautifully crafted wooden box with both hands. This is a medicinal formula specially prepared for you by Nanoyu. It can nourish your meridians and internal organs. This is a medicine that Bai Yuan recommended using the system, combined with medicinal herbs from the roots, and had Nanoyu research and refine. It can prolong the life of an elderly person who is mentally and physically exhausted. Mito didn't look at the wooden box, her gaze lingered on Shiro for a long time, her eyes filled with tenderness and relief. This chakra, and the life force of this body. Senju has finally waited for this, Mito whispered, then sighed softly, even Hashirama at this age was not as good as you. No one noticed her whispered words, Hakugen and the others could only hear the latter half of the sentence. Mito extended her hand towards Hakuyuan. Hakuyuan put down the gift box and quickly grasped Mito's hand, finding it slightly cool to the touch. Lord Mito is too kind. How could I possibly be compared to the god of shinobi? Child, Hashirama is human too, and a complete idiot at that. I heard about your situation from Xiao Gang. You're both good kids. Live well. With your current strength, as long as you don't let your guard down or act arrogantly, no one can stop you from leaving if you want. Don't worry about me, this old woman has lived long enough. The fact that you can support each other and progress together in this chaotic world is the best way to repay me. Leaving the Senju clan's territory, Bai Yuan felt a heavy weight in his heart. Lady Mito's health was deteriorating year by year. Unlike Tsunade of later generations, she was an elderly survivor from the Warring States period. Even Hashirama Senju's perfect sage body died young due to the excessive consumption of sage art, true several thousand hands. In that era, almost everyone died young, many were even victims of war as children around 10 years old. Life expectancy couldn't be altered by ordinary medicine alone. Mito Uzumaki watched the departing Shirabuchi and his group, and murmured softly. The Senju, the truly strong one has never been the Senju, but Hashirama. If we're really talking about vitality and bloodline limits, even the distant relative Uzumaki surpasses the Senju. Finally, Senju and Uchiha, Yang release and Yin release, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Senju Hakubuchi and Uchiha Haru. Has fate finally stopped toying with humanity? The second stop was a secluded public training ground in Konoha. Heavy snow was falling, and the temperature was very low. However, in the center of the training field, a small area of snow was slowly melting. Matt Day, dressed in a thin green bodysuit, was doing one-finger handstand push-ups. Sweat dripped from his chin, radiating heat like steam. 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Dai suddenly flipped himself up and let out a loud roar. Youth doesn't cool down just because it snows. Senior Dai. Bai Yuan stepped forward and threw a large package over. This is a specially made training suit. It's highly elastic, with excellent heat dissipation, breathability, and cold protection, made of high-density silk material. It also contains some medicinal herbs to quickly replenish nutrients and improve training effectiveness and physical fitness. Dai caught the package and stared blankly at Bai Yuan. 2 streams of tears, as white as noodles, instantly flowed down his rugged cheeks. Bai Yuan, you actually came to see me on New Year's Eve. Is this the bond of youth? Dai looked up and burst into tears, then quickly wiped them away, his eyes becoming incredibly fervent. Now that I've accepted such a precious gift, I must repay you in the most passionate way. Come on, Bai Yuan, let's exchange our youthful memories as close friends. Chapter 83. Dai assumed the starting stance for the Leaf Village fluid technique, his entire body tense. Haru and Nono immediately retreated 100 meters away, dragging Big Yellow along with them. They knew very well what kind of commotion would occur if these two martial arts monsters clashed. Bai Yuan did not refuse. He stretched his neck, took off the light cloth and tossed it to Qing, then took off his coat, leaving him wearing only a black short-sleeved shirt. Who? Bai Yuan exhaled a long stream of white air from his mouth and nose, releasing 79 points of strength, agility, and physique without reservation at this moment. There were no hand seals, nor any dazzling ninjutsu. Bang! A large crater simultaneously exploded beneath their feet. The two afterimages collided violently in mid-air. The collision of fists produced a dull thud. A visible shockwave emanated from the two men, instantly scattering the falling snowflakes and creating a vacuum zone. That was a heavy punch. Dai roared excitedly, again. Konoha whirlwind. Dai's body spun rapidly in the air, his right leg slashing fiercely at Bai Yuan's shoulder with a shrill sound as it tore through the air. Bai Yuan's eyes were sharp. Instead of retreating, he advanced and raised his left arm to block the kick. Bang! Bai Yuan's left foot sank half a foot into the mud, but he didn't care. Using the reaction force from Dai's kick, he transformed his right hand into a chop, stabbing straight at Dai's chest at an extremely strange angle. They were moving so fast that their shadows were barely visible. Dai's combat instincts were extremely sharp. He twisted his waist forcefully in mid-air, narrowly avoiding the attack. The hand blade grazed Dai's bodysuit, and the force of the wind cut a deep gash in the tree trunk behind him. That's amazing. Your physical skills are 10 times more terrifying than they were 6 months ago. The item fell to the ground, its arms crossed in front of its chest, and an abnormal red color began to appear on its skin. In that case, I shall reciprocate Bai Yuan Jun's enthusiasm. The third gate of life in the 8 gates formation opens. Boom! A burst of green chakra energy erupted from Dai's body, instantly flattening the surrounding snow with the violent airflow. Having opened the gate of life, Dai's speed and power surged once more, unleashing a ferocious barrage of attacks upon Bai Yuan with an overwhelming momentum. Straight punch, whip kick, elbow strike. Each strike carried deadly destructive power. But Bai Yuan's response was even more astonishing. He simply stood still. With his abnormally fast reaction speed of 79 points, he accurately captured the trajectory of Dai's every attack. Slap, block, unload, shake. Bai Yuan's arms precisely neutralized Dai's storm-like attacks. His occasional counterattacks forced Dai to interrupt his offensive and focus entirely on defense. The force of the punches howled, and the earth churned up. In just 5 minutes, the training ground was riddled with deep craters and broken trees, a complete mess. Huff, huff. Dai dispelled the 8 gates formation, plopped down on the snow, and gasped for breath. He was exhausted, but his eyes were brighter than ever before. I lost. Dai gave a thumbs up, revealing his signature gleaming teeth. Bai Yuan, your taijutsu is simply monstrous. Without unlocking the deeper levels of the 8 gates, I simply couldn't break through your defenses. Bai Yuan walked over and reached out to help Dai up. His breathing remained steady. Senior Dai, your physical skills are truly pure physical skills. Bai Yuan praised sincerely. If he hadn't used the system to boost his attributes to an unreasonable level, he wouldn't have been a match for Dai in a pure physical skills contest. After saying goodbye to Might Guy, the 3 people and the dog arrived at the Inyazuka family mansion. It was nearly midnight. Inyazuka Gaku was training his pack of ninja dogs in the yard. Hearing the noise, he turned around and saw Team 7 outside the gate. Woof woof woof. A dozen or so enormous Inyazuka family ninja dogs sensed the presence of strangers and immediately rushed to the doorway, baring their teeth and barking fiercely. These ninja dogs were seasoned veterans, possessing a strong sense of ferocity. Wearing black weighted armor, De Huang slowly walked out from behind Bai Yuan. It didn't make a sound. It simply glanced calmly at the pack of ninja dogs. The fire attribute chakra within De Huang's body circulated slightly, and a faint dark red light instantly shone from the white pattern on its forehead. An aura of pressure emanated from its body. Roar! A very low, muffled growl rolled out from Big Yellow's throat. With a roar, a visible spark escaped from the corner of its mouth, and the temperature in the air suddenly rose. The dozen or so Inyazuka ninja dogs, which had been barking menacingly just moments before, suddenly fell silent. They retreated in terror, their tails tucked tightly between their legs, and some even lay on the ground whimpering. Inyazuka-ja was stunned. He looked at his usually arrogant companions, who never yielded to anyone, and now they had all become good little boys. Happy New Year's Eve, Senior Ja. Bai Yuan laughed and tossed over 2 large sacks. This is a New Year's gift that Big Yellow specially brought for its classmates. Premium meat and bone meal, super nutritious. Inyazuka swallowed hard, looking at the proudly puffed out Great Yellow, and said with a wry smile, "This is hardly a classmate. Great Yellow's changes over the past few months have exceeded the comprehension of our Inyazuka clan. The last stop was a very important one for Shiryu and Nono. Konoha Orphanage. The orphanage was quiet late at night, the children were all fast asleep. In the courtyard, Uchi Haruri, dressed in a simple dark blue kimono, was sweeping the snow off the road. Aunt! When Qing saw Liulai, she immediately ran over and took her arm like an ordinary girl. Liulai put down the broom and gently stroked Qing's hair with tender eyes. Nono tiptoed into the house to visit the sleeping Grandma Yunhua. She quietly untied the storage scroll, took out the food, medicine, and other daily necessities, and neatly placed them on the cabinet next to her. Then she stuffed a stack of cash next to Grandma Yunhua's pillow. Bai Yuan stood in the courtyard, looking around. "You guys talk first." He discovered that a section of the wall on the west side of the orphanage had collapsed, and several parts of the roof were damaged, with wind blowing into the building through the gaps. Bai Yuan rolled up his sleeves and walked to the collapsed wall to examine it. No one in Class 7 currently knows Earth release, but Bai Yuan's physical strength is more than enough. He turned and walked towards the abandoned open space outside the courtyard. Not long after, he returned carrying a large pile of blue stones in his arms, his steps steady. Relying on his strength, Bai Yuan moved the heavy stones to the corner. Facing the irregularly shaped blue stone, he drew his knife. With a flash of light, stone chips fell, smoothing the uneven edges of the stones. Then, with swift hands, he moved and stacked the stones, quickly assembling a flat and sturdy wall framework. Afterward, he opened the sealing scroll and retrieved the old cement powder. Nono came out of the house and understood at a glance. She walked to the base of the wall, quickly formed hand seals, and precisely controlled a thin stream of water to mix the cement that Bai Yuan had just piled up in the corner of the yard. Bai Yuan took the plaster and quickly smoothed out the gaps, completely repairing the collapse in less than half an hour. Qing stood to the side, took a deep breath, and exhaled a small ball of flame, instantly drying and setting the plaster on the wall. The 3 men worked together very skillfully to repair the walls and roof. Liulai stood under the corridor, watching the 3 young people working together seamlessly. Her lips twitched slightly, she couldn't bear it. "Auntie, this is for you." After the repairs were completed, Qing took out an exquisite package from her bosom. Inside was a meticulously crafted and expensive dress. Liulai paused slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She hadn't worn beautiful clothes for many years since Jing's death. "Thank you." Ruri accepted the kimono. "You're so kind." Bai Yuan dusted off his hands and grinned. "Senior Liulai, tomorrow night is the first day of the Lunar New Year. We've prepared hot pot at home, everyone please come." The snow was still falling, but in the darkness of night, the dilapidated orphanage felt incredibly warm. The 3 people and their dog walked back to their apartment in the West End. Dim yellow lights shone from the houses lining both sides of the street. Bai Yuan walked leisurely in the middle. Qing and Nono walked side by side on either side of him, with De Huang leading the way. At this moment, there is no killing or scheming, and no need to think about those troublesome plots and schemes. Chapter 84. The first day of the Lunar New Year in the 36th year of Konoha. It snowed heavily overnight, and Konoha village was covered with a thick layer of snow. On the second floor of the West District apartment building, Bai Yuan, dressed in a thin black short-sleeved shirt, held a trowel in his hand and was gritting his teeth as he stared at a wall. Yesterday, Tsunade's punch not only smashed the main door, but also collapsed half of the wall. To prevent drafts, Bai Yuan moved several large blue stones early in the morning and used brute force to pile them up. Nono stood to the side, her hands forming a mudra, precisely controlling a thin stream of water to mix the cement dust on the ground. Bai Yuan moved swiftly, smearing mud and leaving after images as he filled the gaps. "Sunny, keep the heat low." Uchiha Haru puffed out her cheeks, took a breath, and exhaled a ball of fire. The fire was very low in temperature, providing only a little heat, and slowly dried the wall. In less than an hour, the wall was repaired and a new door was installed. "We have to get this renovation fee back from Tsunade-sensei or Jiraiya-senpai at the dinner table today." Bai Yuan threw down his repair tools and dusted off his hands. As evening approached, the doorbell rang. The first to arrive were Mighty and Inyazuka-ja. Dai, carrying 2 enormous packages, entered the room and immediately gave a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. "Bai Yuan. This is a 500-pound weighted wristband I carefully selected for you. It's also the weight of youth." Bai Yuan took it with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, then immediately slipped it onto the leg of the big yellow dog that was wagging its tail beside him. The big yellow dog suddenly sank down and let out a pitiful whimper. Inyazuka-ja was much more normal, he brought a large rack of fine animal ribs. Big Yellow immediately shed its burden, grabbed the ribs, and crawled under the table. Everyone burst into laughter. The doorbell rang again. The 3 future Sunin have entered this time. Tsunade, beaming, carrying 2 bottles of fine wine, went straight to sit on the sofa. Jiraiya wore a pair of oddly shaped sunglasses that concealed the dark circles under his eyes, and held a crudely bound booklet in his hand. He mysteriously pulled Bai Yuan aside. "Brother Bai Yuan, this is the draft of my first book, First Intimate Experience, which I wrote based on years of research experience. It's priceless, and I'm giving it to you." Jiraiya said cautiously at first, then with great pride. Bai Yuan took the manuscript, casually flipped through a few pages, underscore. "Destined to fail, just like that Xylan." Bai Yuan glanced at the slightly uneven table legs under the dining table and casually tucked the manuscript under them. "The size is just right, thank you very much." Jiraiya clutched his chest, looking like he was having a heart attack. Orochimaru was the last to enter, shaking off the snowflakes. He hadn't brought a gift, but he smiled and stared at Bai Yuan with a somewhat intense gaze. Bai Yuan, unconcerned, pulled him to a seat. As darkness fell completely, the last 2 groups of guests arrived. Mito wore a plain, deep purple kimono, her red hair piled high. Although her steps were somewhat slow, her composure as someone in a superior position still commanded respect. Uchiha Ruri accompanied Granny Kunhua from the orphanage. Ruri was still wearing a simple dark blue kimono, looking like an ordinary housekeeper. Following them into the room were 2 little devils bickering. "You tomato, you should change your hairstyle to a bun like your grandma's." Senju Nawaka yelled. "I don't want to." "Why don't you change?" Kushina Uzumaki clenched her fists. "I'm a man, I don't keep long hair." The once spacious living room was now packed with people. Bai Yuan carried the last, enormous hot pot with 2 broths in each broth out of the kitchen and placed it in the center of the dining table. The rich aroma of butter and the savory flavor of the mushroom broth instantly filled the entire room. "Dinner's ready." At Bai Yuan's command, the atmosphere at the dining table was instantly ignited. The battle between Nawaki and Kushina continued from the moment they entered the house all the way to the dining table. The 2 of them stirred the pot with their 4 chopsticks. A thinly sliced Wagyu beef simmers in the red broth. Just as Nawaka's chopsticks were about to grab it, Kushina's chopsticks shot out horizontally, sending him flying. The slice of meat traced an arc in mid-air. Suddenly, a large mouth popped out from under the table, caught the slice of meat precisely, and swallowed it without even chewing. Big Yellow licked its lips, then, still wanting more, shrank back under the table. "You stinky dog! Spit it out!" Kushina snapped, crawling under the table to grab De Huang's ears. De Huang didn't dare resist, only letting out a low growl for help as it hid near Nono's legs. "All right, there's still plenty of meat." Nono smiled and ruffled Kushina's red hair, then put another piece of meat into her bowl. Tsunade slammed her hand on the solid wood dining table, causing the soup to slosh around slightly. "All of you, eat in peace." The two little devils immediately quieted down. At the other end of the table, Orochimaru held a cup of sake, not touching his chopsticks. He turned his head and lowered his voice to Bai Yuan beside him, saying, "Bai Yuan-kun, the power within you is very special. I'm quite interested. Let me draw a vial of blood." Bai Yuan picked up a meatball and put it in his mouth. "Orochimaru-senpai, can we not talk about blood tests during the new year?" Bai Yuan swallowed a dumpling. "Let's talk about it next time." Orochimaru let out a low chuckle, but didn't press the matter. "All right, we'll talk about it when you're ready." Three elders sat at the coffee table by the French windows. Mito, Ruri, and Granny Kunhua did not participate in the young people's scramble for food, they simply drank their tea quietly. Mito picked up her teacup, squinted slightly, and gently blew on the steam. Her attention eventually settled on the Uchiha woman opposite her who was peeling an orange for Granny Kunhua. In Mito's perception, this woman possessed two streams of chakra, one cold and one fiery, both well controlled. This level of power surpassed that of Uchiha Izuna. The Mangekyo Sharingan and an aura second only to the Mangekyo Sharingan. "The Uchiha clan, there's actually someone like you." Mito suddenly spoke, her voice low, only the three of them could hear her. Liulai paused for a moment while peeling the orange. Without looking up, she placed the peeled orange beside her mother-in-law before slowly picking up her own teacup. "You flatter me, Lady Mito. I'm just an ordinary person sweeping the floors at an orphanage," Ruri said calmly. Mito opened her eyes, her gaze deep and unfathomable. If Kagami knew, he would be very pleased. Mito mentioned that name. Liulai subconsciously rubbed the ring on her index finger with her left hand, a hint of nostalgia flashing in the depths of her eyes, but she quickly hid it. "That's all in the past. Now I just want to see Haru grow up safely and peacefully." Ruri met Mito's gaze. The two women, one old and one young, stared at each other for a moment. The widow of the first Hokage, and a powerful Uchiha who lived in seclusion. Mito suddenly smiled, raising her teacup in a gesture of respect. "With you all here in Konoha, I can go see Hashirama with peace of mind." Chapter 85. Liulai raised her teacup in return, and the two drank it down in one gulp. The atmosphere inside was warm and lively. This was perhaps the most unusual unofficial gathering since the founding of Konoha village. The wind and snow were howling outside the window. 4 members of the Secret Service, wearing animal masks, appeared silently outside the second-floor balcony. The ANBU squad leader in charge received a mandatory summons from the Hokage, requiring him to notify Tsunade and Jiraiya as quickly as possible. He originally planned to break in through the window to show the urgency of the situation. His hand was already on the window frame, and he habitually activated his senses. The next second, the squad leader's body stiffened instantly, cold sweat soaking through the back of his clothes. In his perception, almost everyone in this room was a monster. An abyss-like, endless chakra lurked in the corner, Mito Uzumaki. 3 extremely dangerous chakra streams, vast and full of personality, the 3 legendary Sunin. A chilling, sharp, yet intensely hot aura flickered in and out of existence, Uchiha Ruri. There was also a powerful chakra fluctuation, equally deep and chilling, like a sharp blade ready to be drawn. Even the dark figure lurking under the table surged with violent fire attribute energy. Sunny and the big yellow dog under the table. The one in the middle of the table, with its immense chakra and life force, resembled a whirlpool of ocean waves, giving off a chilling and deadly sense of threat. Bai Yuan. Is this some kind of Five Shadows conference? The squad leader's mind was buzzing. He abruptly pulled back the foot that was about to break the window, stiffly took half a step back, obediently walked to the front door, and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell seemed particularly jarring in the noisy living room. The laughter and conversation inside the room stopped abruptly. Bai Yuan put down his chopsticks, walked to the door, and opened it. A cold wind rushed in, and he frowned as he looked at the 4 ANBU members standing straight in the wind and snow. The squad leader swallowed hard, enduring the invisible pressure emanating from the room, and knelt on one knee. Urgent military situation. Top-level mobilization order. The voices from the shadows were slightly distorted due to tension, but every word carried clearly throughout the living room. All outposts in Konoha, the land of rain, have completely collapsed. The border guards between the land of fire and the land of rain have sent an urgent distress signal. Furthermore, an anomaly has occurred at all of Konoha's outposts in the land of rivers, all have lost contact. The Hokage has ordered all Jonin in the village to immediately assemble at the Hokage building. Quiet. The cheerful atmosphere inside vanished instantly. Tsunade's sake cup cracked with a snap. Jiraiya's playful expression vanished, his eyes sharpening behind his sunglasses. Orochimaru put down his sake, licked his dry lips, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Might Guy and Inyazuka Jacques immediately stood up straight, their expressions solemn. The border has collapsed. Okay. We'll be there soon. Tsunade stood up and casually grabbed her coat to put it on. She didn't look back at Nawaki, but strode towards the door. Jiraiya and Orochimaru followed closely behind. Might Guy and Inyazuka nodded to Hakubuchi and chose to go home. Such a big matter was beyond the reach of two genin. The once crowded living room suddenly felt more than half empty. Mito stood up with Ruri's help. The old woman, who had lived through turbulent times, showed no panic on her face, only a deep sigh. Take the children back. Things won't be peaceful in Konoha from now on, Mito said softly. Li Yulai nodded, patted Qing's head, glanced at Bai Yuan, and then walked out the door with Uzumaki Mito, Granny Kyunhua, and the two little devils. Only the 3 members of Class 7 and Big Yellow, who had returned to his mat, remained inside. The broth in the hot pot was still bubbling and making a gurgling sound. Bai Yuan stood on the balcony, looking at the dark snowy night outside and the blinding lights of the Hokage building in the distance. The wind tousled his hair. He turned around and looked at Nono, who was silently clearing away the dishes, and Haru, who was holding the Kusanagi sword. Are you full? Bai Yuan asked. I'm full. Qing raised her head, the 3 Tomo pearl in her eyes had been activated at some point, and the scarlet light flickered in the dim living room. Then let's go organize the ninja tools. Bai Yuan walked to the tea table and hung the chienda at his waist. His hand gripped the hilt, feeling its familiar coldness. He knew very well that the notification he had just received wasn't just for Tsunade and her team. As special Jonin, Team 7 would soon receive their own orders. My months of peace and tranquility have come to an end. Bring all the explosive tags and plenty of healing items. Remove De Wang's weights and put on the Chakram metal armor. Bai Yuan looked at his 2 companions, patted De Wang's head, and smiled. Late at night. The Hokage building's conference room was brightly lit, filled with clan leaders and elite Jonin from various villages, creating a tense atmosphere. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the main seat, his face gloomy. The pipe on the table glowed intermittently, and the smoke he exhaled could not conceal the weariness in his eyes. A few hours ago, all our strongholds on the front lines of the Land of Rain collapsed. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heavy voice echoed in the conference room. The Sand Village has achieved its greatest victory on the main battlefield, their puppet army continues its advance at an extremely rapid pace. Currently, Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Rain Village, is attempting to drive out the Sand Village ninja, with little success. The Sand Village's vanguard is already approaching the border of the Land of Fire. Several suppressed gasps echoed through the hall. We absolutely cannot let the flames of war reach the Land of Fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his 3 disciples. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, each of you will lead a large contingent to the border of the Land of Fire immediately to provide reinforcements. Drive them out, drive them into the Land of Rain, and stabilize the situation. That's the most crucial place. The 3 nodded in unison, accepted the order, and quickly left the meeting room. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag on his cigarette, his gaze shifting to a man standing on the other side. The man had a silver ponytail, a short sword strapped to his back, and an air of profound and imposing presence. Furthermore, all of Konoha's outposts in the Land of Rivers have lost contact. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned. The Anbu speculate that this is very likely the work of Tsunagakuer. They probably want to use the Land of Rivers as a springboard to directly infiltrate our territory. Sakumo Hatake. Yes. Shuo Mao stepped forward, his expression calm. Sakumo, you will lead the special task force from the Land of Rivers. Depart immediately. Investigate our outposts, find out what exactly happened in the Land of Rivers, and eliminate the enemy's infiltration teams. Sakumo Hatake knelt on one knee to accept the order. He then raised his head, meeting the Hokage's gaze. Hokage-sama, I request that Team 7 be assigned to the Special Task Force as my second-in-command. A brief silence fell over the meeting room. Chapter 86. Koharu Yudin frowned, her tone stern. Sakumo, Team 7 certainly made great contributions in the direct combat in the Land of Rain, but they are, after all, just 14-year-old children. This task force has already been equipped with 2 veteran Jonin squads and 1 elite Chunin squad. For such a high-risk infiltration mission, the deputy position should be given to someone more experienced. Tsunade, who hadn't gone far, stopped, crossed her arms, and snorted coldly, Advisor Koharu, my student is in no way inferior to any of the Jonin teams present here. You should know that I'm not talking about combat strength, Koharu Yudin retorted without backing down. This mission is infiltration and reconnaissance, they're too young. As long as they're strong enough, that's fine. Tsunade's voice rose a few decibels. Reconnaissance missions will naturally be handled by other squadrons. As long as Team 7 defeats the enemy, they can complete the mission and even bring their comrades back safely. Sakumo Nii leans towards sword-fighting attacks. He can cut through an entire enemy battalion, but his comrades will be stuck in place, unable to protect themselves. He needs top-tier ninjutsu users to ensure the team's safety. Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at Tsunade, then at the resolute Sakumo. Images flashed through his mind of Hakugen's exaggeratedly powerful frontal attacks and the horrifying enemy casualty assessment report submitted by the Anbu. Those 3 children. What an outrageous kid. He's just a grand disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi. I agree, Hiruzen Sarutobi said in a deep voice. Sakumo, you need to keep a close eye on them. Those 3 brats don't play by the rules. Outside the gates of Konoha, a blizzard raged in the darkness. Sakumo Hatake, carrying the legendary White Fang short sword that was renowned throughout the ninja world, stood silently in the wind and snow, with 20 ninja from the Special Task Force standing neatly behind him. 2 Jonin squads and 1 Chunin squad, fully armed, exuded a chilling aura. Soon, 3 figures and a large ninja dog came into view. Bai Yuan, clad in a black combat suit, a light sword hanging from his waist, moved with unhurried steps. Uchiha Haru's 3 Tomo eyes slowly shifted, a kusanagi sword slung across her back, her cold beauty exuding a deadly danger. Yakushi Nono smiled, carrying a specially made medical kit and a new chakram metal short sword. Da Huang shed his usual burdens, donning a chakram metal armor that clung to his muscular physique, each step leaving deep claw marks on the snow. Within the task force, several Chunin looked at this team, whose average age was only 14, with inquisitive eyes. A Jonin captain muttered in a low voice, as expected of someone famous from the land of rain, even their simple footwork gives off an air of impeccable skill. Get ready! Sakumo spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but it made everyone straighten their backs instantly. He looked at Bai Yuan and the other two, and sensed an extremely restrained yet incredibly dangerous aura. It was the oppressive feeling of someone who had fought on the battlefield and experienced life and death. Set off! 25 dark figures instantly disappeared into the snowstorm, speeding towards the land of rivers. Upon entering the land of rivers, the snow gradually turned into continuous freezing rain. The raindrops pattered against the leaves, making a dense rustling sound. Bai Yuan darted among the branches, his movements so light they left no trace. Qing followed closely behind, half a step away, their movements almost perfectly synchronized. A meter behind them, Nono sat on the broad back of De Huang, alertly sensing their surroundings. Sakumo suddenly stopped on a thick tree trunk and made a subtle stop gesture. The special task force behind them instantly scattered and concealed themselves, their movements perfectly synchronized. After a day's journey, the task force arrived at a narrow canyon with steep cliffs on both sides, making the terrain extremely treacherous. Sakumo's sharp eyes saw through the disguise hidden in the rain. In the crevices of the rock walls on both sides of the canyon, in the mud below, lurks an elite puppet army of the Sand Village. 2 elite Jonin-level puppeteers were stationed in a blind spot at the rear, their fingers connected by chakra threads barely visible to the naked eye. More than 10 special Jonin were scattered in concealed positions, controlling heavily armored defensive puppets resembling scorpions and centipedes. The puppets' metal joints gleamed with a cold, eerie blue light. Sakumo lowered his body and issued tactical instructions. He planned to use the terrain for cover, leading 2 Jonin squads to flank from both sides, first assassinating the sensory ninjas on the outer perimeter, and then gradually dismantling the enemy's formation. This was the most standard and least casualty-prone elite assassination tactic. The ninjas of the task force had already gripped their ninja tools, ready to cooperate with White Fang's commands at any time. Before he could even make any tactical hand signals, Bai Yuan had already stepped forward and walked to his side. Senior Shuo Mao. Bai Yuan drew his shallow sword from his waist, the black blade gleaming coldly in the rain. This kind of enemy ambush and our own probing assassination is too slow. Our target is the fortress outpost behind us, we shouldn't waste time here. Shuo Mao was slightly taken aback and was about to speak up to stop him. Bai Yuan, however, had already shot out like a cannonball. Just run them over. Bai Yuan's voice boomed through the rain, completely shattering the pretense. The task force members were shocked, never expecting that their deputy would dare to openly defy the assassination tactics. The instant Bai Yuan charged out, Nono completed her hand seals, bringing her hands together in front of her chest. Her massive water release chakra erupted from her body, fueled by the freezing rain. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A gigantic water dragon of exaggerated size rose from the ground with a destructive roar, crashing headlong into the Sand Village's position with an unreasonable force. The violent torrent of water instantly dispersed the poisonous mist in the air, smashing several defensive puppets on the outer perimeter into pieces. The Jonin of the task force stared wide-eyed. They couldn't even see the hand seals, the water dragon bullet was almost instantaneous. The Sand Village's elite Jonin's expression changed drastically. His 10 fingers danced wildly as he manipulated a heavily armored shield puppet to step forward and defend against the terrifying water-style attack. The 7th Squad's offensive has only just begun. Qing leaped down from the treetop, her hands already forming a hand seal mid-air. Fire release, Great Flame Annihilation. A massive, black-red sea of fire, like a tsunami, erupted from her mouth, turning half the sky crimson. The dark red flames and the enormous water dragon collided violently in the center of the canyon, producing an extremely violent reaction. Boom! A massive amount of high-temperature steam erupted instantly, enveloping the entire battlefield like a white mushroom cloud. The Sand Village ninjas' vision was completely cut off, their exposed skin was scalded by the boiling steam, their screams echoed everywhere, and even their chakra perception became extremely dulled. With a deep roar, the massive beast transformed into a golden-red lightning bolt and plunged into the steam. It opened its gaping maw, compressing fire attribute chakra deep within its throat, unleashing a violently spinning fire tornado. The tornado tore through the right flank of the defenses, incinerating 3 Sand Village ninja hiding behind cover, along with their prized puppets, into charred remains. Amidst the chaos and wailing, true death descended. Chapter 87. Water Breathing, Unleashed Tide of Strike. A series of azure water-like blades wove together in the steam to form an impenetrable net of death. The 2 steel defensive puppets blocking the way, along with the Sand Village ninja hiding behind them, were cleaved in 2 by this unreasonable, monstrous force, man and steel. An elite Sand Village Jonin retreated in terror, just about to release the poison needle from his mouth. Qing's eyes, adorned with 3 tomo, suddenly locked onto him. The elite Jonin felt as if several huge, invisible wedges were firmly nailed into his mind, his soul seemed to be torn apart, and his body instantly froze on the spot. The next second, Nono appeared beside him like a ghost, her chakra metal dagger covered in rushing water blades, and casually sliced across his carotid artery. Blood gushed out, and the battle ended in just a few dozen seconds. All that remained in the canyon were the remains of puppets and warm corpses. Bai Yuan casually flicked away the blood droplets from the blade of the sword and sheathed it. Nono skillfully pulled out a sealing scroll and sealed the intelligence letter on the body of the elite Sand Village Jonin. De Huang then used its nose to push aside a few pebbles to make sure there were no spies who had escaped by feigning death. Everything flowed naturally, like clouds and water. The task force members on the tree trunks behind them, their hands still on their kunao, stared in disbelief, their minds completely blank. This had long since transcended the realm of infiltration and reconnaissance, it was a swift and devastating frontal massacre. Sakumo Hitaki leaped down from the tree trunk and walked to the center of the ravaged battlefield. He looked at the steel golems that had been brutally severed, then at Bai Yuan and the other 2, whose breathing was perfectly steady, and was filled with overwhelming shock. What a clean and decisive battle! Sakumo's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Completely abandoning the stealth and probing of ninjas, he forcibly altered the terrain with wide-range ninjutsu, deprived the enemy of their vision, and then carried out a precise harvest with absolute violence. Bai Yuan nodded, his tone calm. A door that can be smashed with a single punch. Wasting time looking for the key is completely unnecessary. In times of war, time is a comrade's life. Sakumo took a deep breath and slowly drew the short sword from his back. White teeth emerged from their sheaths. An extremely cold, pure killing intent instantly enveloped Bai Yuan. This killing intent carried no personal emotion, it was like a precise will, measuring Bai Yuan's true strength. The special task force members gripped their weapons nervously, thinking that Shuo Mao was about to punish his deputy for disobeying orders. Bai Yuan. Shuo Mao's sword tip drooped, raindrops sliding down the silvery blade. Please forgive my sudden impulse, it's been far too long since I've encountered a swordsman of your caliber. Let me see your sword. This is not a battle to the death, but a testament between swordsmen. No nonsense. Sakumo's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Too fast. This speed has exceeded the visual capture limit of ordinary people, even the trajectory of falling raindrops was forcibly cut off by his high-speed movement. Bai Yu's blade flashed like a ghost's sigh, silently slicing towards Bai Yuan's throat. There were no superfluous movements, only the deadly precision of a practiced killing technique. Instead of retreating, Bai Yuan advanced. The muscles tensed instantly, unleashing a full burst of 79 points of strength and agility. The sword was drawn with a shallow strike, creating a piercing sonic boom. Water-breathing 7th form, Shizuku Ripple Strike. From extreme stillness to extreme motion. Point to point. Clang. A piercing clang of metal resounded through the canyon, and the powerful shockwave instantly drained the water from the ground, creating a brief circular vacuum. Sakumo's pupils contracted sharply as he felt an overwhelming, terrifying force emanating from Shiroya. A sharp, tingling pain shot through the muscles of his right arm, forcing him to use the recoil to perform a backflip to dissipate the force. Beneath Bai Yuan's feet, the hard rock ground had been trampled into large spider-web-like cracks. Shuo Mao forcibly twisted his waist in mid-air, and Bai Yu drew a strange arc in the air, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue, once again stabbing towards Bai Yuan's ribs from an extremely tricky blind spot. Bai Yuan didn't need to use his eyes. The subtle changes perceived by his five senses allowed him to easily detect Bai Yu's trajectory. Water-breathing 8th type water Takitsubo. The shallow strike, carrying terrifying water pressure from above, precisely struck White Fang's blade. The two clashed fiercely in the cold rain, their white light colliding with the azure water and sword energy, and the dazzling sparks from the friction of metal flashing frequently in the dim canyon. Sakumo's swordsmanship is the pinnacle of assassination techniques in the ninja world. Every strike is aimed directly at vital points, continuous and without any flaws. Bai Yuan's response was simple and brutal. Relying on his superhuman physical abilities and the inexhaustible power of water breathing, he forcefully crushed Shuo Mao's killing techniques with absolute force. Boom! In the final, violent collision, several sturdy ancient trees around the perimeter were cleaved in two by the overflowing sword energy. The two used the force to separate, facing each other at a distance of 10 meters. Shuo Mao's white teeth hovered in mid-air, while Bai Yuan's shallow blows pointed diagonally at the ground. The sound of rain became clear again. The members of the special task force didn't dare to breathe, their gazes towards Bai Yuan shifting from disdain to utter awe. This 14-year-old boy could actually rival Lord Bai Yu in both physical combat and swordsmanship. Looking at his slightly numb right hand, Sakumo slowly sheathed the white fang, the fighting spirit in his eyes completely dissipating, replaced by extreme approval. No wonder Tsunade speaks so highly of you. Sakumo's voice carried a hint of emotion. You are indeed not just assassination blades, but a heavy hammer capable of shattering any defense. With you here, I can relax a lot, that conventional assassination command system is no longer necessary. Senior Shuo Mao, you flatter me. Actually, I only dared to be so reckless because I had your support and the Special Task Force's comrades backing me up. I've suffered a lot from my arrogant recklessness. Bai Yuan put away his light sword and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Haha, then you can rest assured and leave the rest to us. Sakumo laughed heartily. The group continued forward, passing through the canyon, where the terrain suddenly opened up before them. After another half-day of frantic running, the sky gradually darkened, and they had already penetrated deep into the land of rivers, almost reaching the former outpost of Konoha. But as the task force continued deeper, what appeared before them was a scene of ruins. Collapsed stone pillars and dilapidated buildings stood in the cold rain, and there was an indescribable sense of oppression in the air. Is this the outpost? A special forces ninja asked. Haru's three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated, and beneath the lifeless ruins, she saw a dense, interwoven mass of eerie blue light. Stop! There's a trap! Bai Yuan stood on high ground, looking down at the ruins below, riddled with traps, his fingers lightly tapping the hilt of his sword. Whether it's a sentry post or not, this welcoming ceremony is genuine. Chapter 88. In the freezing rain, the outline of the ruins was blurred. Collapsed stone pillars and broken walls intertwined, and the air was filled with the smell of rotting earth. Haru's three-tomo Sharingan slowly rotated. She stopped and looked at the empty pile of rubble in front of her, but her eyes reflected a dense array of eerie blue lights. These lights were as fine as hair, spreading outwards along the cracks in the ground. There's something underground. Qing lowered her voice, her fingers resting on the hilt of the Tenburiu sword. There are many of them, their chakra threads forming a net. Bai Yuan stood on a broken stone tablet, his fingers rhythmically tapping the shallowly forged hilt of his sword. He looked down at the lifeless ruins and gave a slight smirk. We've been ambushed. These sand village ninjas, instead of eating dumplings at home during the new year, are out playing in the mud in these ruins. Bai Yuan sighed, his five senses fully aware. For a few tens of thousands of taels of silver, why risk their lives? Big Yellow shook off the rain and sneezed loudly. It scratched the ground with its paws in disgust, clearly unhappy with the rotten smell, and grunted in dissatisfaction. Sakumo Hatake stopped in his tracks, his right hand gripping the hilt of the sword behind his back. He didn't have Sharingan, but his intuition, honed by years of navigating the line between life and death, allowed him to sense the murderous intent lurking in the shadows. Be careful of the enemy, form a defensive formation. Sakumo gave the tactical hand signal. The task force ninjas quickly gathered, and several Chunin skilled in earth release techniques began forming hand seals. Deep within the ruins, in a half-collapsed tower, the commander of the Sand Village Puppeteer Squad, Wind Sand, frowned. He watched as the Konoha ninja suddenly stopped and began forming a battle array, knowing their ambush had been exposed. Konoha's sensory ninjas are indeed sharp. But once you enter these ruins, don't expect to leave alive. Feng Sha tightened his grip. Activate all the mechanisms and crush them. The water on the ground suddenly boiled violently. A piercing crackling sound came from underground. Immediately afterwards, large slabs of stone were violently overturned, and sand and mud flew into the air. Hundreds of puppets emerged from the ground. These puppets are bizarre in shape, taking on various animal and human forms, and are intricately designed with traps, all of which are poisonous. The dozens of puppets in the front row opened their mouths, spewing out large plumes of purplish-black poisonous mist that, carried by the wind, poured towards Konoha's formation. The puppets in the back raised their arms, and the sound of triggers firing filled the air as countless poisoned sticks pierced through the rain, raining down upon them. Earth release, earth flow wall. 3 Konoha Chunin simultaneously slammed their fists into the ground, and a thick stone wall rose up, blocking the first volley of senbon needles. The senbon needles were embedded in the stone wall, making a series of rapid, thumping sounds. Shuo Mao's figure disappeared the moment the stone wall rose. A white blade of light tore a path through the poisonous mist. Sakumo's figure blurred as he weaved through the horde of puppets, each strike precisely severing several chakra threads. The out-of-control puppets crashed into the muddy water. The severed heavy golem was not immediately destroyed, its abdominal shell suddenly popped open, and the explosive tags inside lit up instantly. Boom! The fireball exploded around Sakumo. Sakumo twisted his waist mid-air, using the shockwave to slide backward and avoid the core damage. Poisonous shrapnel grazed the hem of his clothes. Watch out! The puppet will self-destruct after it's destroyed. Sakumo shouted a warning as soon as he landed. The battle reached a stalemate for a time. The puppeteers of Tsunagaku were hid in underground passages and blind spots in ruins, remotely controlling their puppets using sensory ninjutsu. They didn't care about the loss of puppets, they simply used sheer numbers to wear down their opponents. Destroy one, and 2 more would immediately take its place. The sheer number of puppets directly divided the Konoha team into several smaller squads. The Jonin managed to hold their own thanks to their skills, but the Chunin faced immense pressure dealing with these fearless, poison-covered iron behemoths. A Konoha Chunin used a kunao to block the puppet's slash, but couldn't prevent a poisonous spike from springing out of the puppet's chest. His arm was slashed, and purple poison spread rapidly along the blood. His legs buckled, and he half-knelt in the mud. The 2 centipede puppets immediately turned around and pounced on him, brandishing their scythe-like claws. A water whip appeared out of thin air, precisely binding the 2 puppets. Nono exerted force with her wrist, hurling the puppets violently against a stone wall in the distance. She instantly appeared beside the injured Chunin, first using medicine to detoxify him and then casting the palm healing technique. The aura of the palm healing technique covered the wound, quickly healing it. Hold the perimeter and don't let them get close to the medical area, Nono said calmly, while observing whether the toxins had been neutralized. Fortunately, a ninja of this level couldn't possibly have toxins that were too powerful, otherwise, they could only alleviate the toxins and then use the fine touch extraction technique after the battle. With a low growl, Big Yellow stomped its feet, its massive body transforming into a golden red afterimage. Fang! It spun rapidly in mid-air, shredding the three shield-wielding puppets blocking its path into shreds of metal. Upon landing, it imbued its four claws with fire attribute chakra, its flaming claws slamming into the head of a centipede puppet, the violent explosion destroying its core. Big Yellow flicked the debris from its claws, retreating with a look of disgust to Nono's side. Hey, is that really a ninja dog? Its destructive power is even more exaggerated than our ninjutsu, a Chunin couldn't help but exclaim. Shut up, focus on defense. We can't be worse than ninja dogs, the Jonin captain snapped. Qing's heavenly step sword traced dark trajectories in the night. Relying on the perception of her Sharingan, she could always find the most vulnerable joint of the puppet. She cleaved a tall, shield-shaped puppet in two, shield and core together. Too many. Qing frowned, jumped back to avoid the dense barrage of poisonous needles. This kind of fighting style is too wasteful of energy. Bai Yuan jumped onto a stone platform, looking down at the chaotic battlefield. The sandstorm atop the tower revealed the disheveled state of the Konoha ninja. He recognized White Fang's troublesome nature and also saw the usefulness of the medical ninja. Separate them, take out the weaker Chunin and medical ninjas first. Kazesa issued the new order. Dozens of spider-shaped, peculiar puppets crawled out of the ground, their bellies swollen. They moved with incredible speed, their 6 legs propelling them across the ruins, their target the densest part of the Konoha formation and the location of Nono. It's a swarm of exploding spiders. Scatter! A Jonin's voice changed as he recognized the puppet. If these puppets detonate within the formation, the task force will suffer heavy casualties. Sakumo was too far away and was tightly entangled by more than a dozen heavily armed puppets, so he couldn't return in a short time. He was a swordsman ninja, and in this kind of large-scale battle and terrain, he couldn't protect everyone when outnumbered. So he mostly resorted to assassination. Seeing the critical situation, Qing acted rashly, gripped the heavenly step flow sword, and planned to use the flame leap blade to forcefully rush in and stop them. Just then, Bai Yuan leaped down from the high platform, creating a gust of wind, and landed steadily beside Nono. Qing, come back! Bai Yuan called out to her. Qing withdrew from her stance and retreated after a few leaps. How can we possibly engage in melee combat against self-destructing units? Bai Yuan's gaze swept past the frantically charging exploding spiders, looking deeper into the ruins. He then raised his voice, those belonging to Konoha who are not strong enough, retreat and jump to higher ground. Upon hearing Bai Yuan's warning, the entire task force of ninjas retreated to higher ground. Big Yellow, come back! Dawang immediately abandoned its target and darted back to Bai Yuan's feet in a blur. Swim, Tsunagakur! Hakubuchi turned his head and looked at Nono. Nono instantly understood, and the two of them simultaneously raised their hands to form hand seals like afterimages, their movements perfectly synchronized. The surrounding raindrops seemed to have stopped. A massive amount of chakra surged within them. Bai Yuan's chakra was released without reservation, a staggering 8,200 points, surging and bounding forth. Water release, great explosive water wave. Their voices overlapped. A massive torrent of water erupted from in front of the two, instantly forming a raging wall of water several meters high. The water waves, carrying enormous kinetic energy, crashed directly into the swarm of exploding spiders. The immense water pressure instantly crushed the spider golem's fragile legs. Their speed was useless against the torrent. The explosive tags were soaked through in the water without producing a single spark, and were swept to the bottom along with the golem's remains. The water continued to spread in all directions along the terrain of the ruins, and the underground passages in the low-lying areas were quickly filled. The sand puppet masters hiding in the shadows were horrified to find that their hiding places had become a body of water. Sakumo and the Special Task Force ninjas stood atop a high stone pillar, staring dumbfounded at the ruins below that had instantly transformed into a lake. This kind of large-scale water-style technique that altered the terrain was something no ordinary ninja could pull off. The wind and sand on the tower looked extremely grim. His proud army of puppets had been completely silenced by this unreasonable combined water escape technique. The high pressure brought by the torrent swept everything away, and most of the puppets were turned into scrap metal in the water. Is this all there is to it? Bai Yuan stood on a stone pillar that was half submerged in water, his indifferent gaze fixed on the direction of the tower. The massive floodwaters filled the underground passage, and the underwater puppeteers, struggling to breathe, were desperately swimming upwards. Bai Yuan tilted his head slightly and called out to Qing, who was preparing to form a hand seal. Too much water, the fire release technique won't be effective. Bai Yuan drew his asakaza from his waist. I'll handle it. He formed a hand seal with his left hand, and with a series of bangs beside him, 10 shadow clones appeared. The shadow clones moved in unison, leaping from the heights and landing lightly on the churning water. They spread out in 10 directions, forming an encirclement, and then simultaneously plunged their shallow spears into the water. Blue light converged on the hilts of the swords of the main body and the 10 shadow clones, producing a crackling sound. Heido no 11, lightning. 11 bolts of lightning erupted from the black blade and crashed directly into the water below. A deafening crackling sound of electric shocks echoed through the air. The instant the lightning struck the water's surface, it spread wildly along the conductive current. 11 sources of lightning were interconnected, and arcs of electricity crisscrossed the entire body of water. Muffled screams and the sound of choking on water came one after another from underwater. Those sand village puppeteers hiding in the shadows and submerged in the water were instantly struck by a powerful electric current. The violent spasms rendered them completely immobile, and one after another, their eyes rolled back as they sank to the bottom of the water. The shadow clone vanished in a puff of white smoke. Bai Yuan sheathed his Asachi sword, looking down at the still electrifying water below. Happy New Year to the sand villagers who got electrocuted. The task force members stood atop a high stone pillar, gazing at the lightning-filled waters below. Their throats were dry, and they remained speechless for a long time. The puppet army that had just left them helpless was wiped out by a single large-scale attack. Multiple shadow clone techniques? There's even a lightning release technique like this I've never seen before. A veteran Jonin's voice trembled. Is this kid's chakra inexhaustible? On the tower deep within the ruins, Feng Sha's face was deathly pale. He looked down at the waters completely covered by lightning, and a chill ran through him. An entire puppet squad was wiped out in just a few minutes. His prized tactics became a joke in the face of such unreasonable ninjutsu. The intelligence had to be sent back. Feng Sha gritted his teeth, turned around, and sprinted towards the back of the tower. He had just taken a step. A white flash of light unexpectedly sliced through the rain. Feng Sha froze, his vision spun, and he tumbled into the muddy water. Before losing consciousness, he only saw Sakumo Hitaki with silver hair slowly sheathing his short sword. Sakumo stood atop the tallest building ruin, sheathed his white fang, and looked down at the ruins below, a slight smile playing on his lips. Everyone take a 10-minute break, then prepare to continue. Continue the exploration. Sakumo's voice rang out above the ruins. An ambush battle that should have been incredibly difficult ended just like that. Chapter 89. The 10-minute break passed quickly, and the group continued moving forward. The freezing rain gradually stopped, and the ruins of the river country were gradually shrouded in mist. Squad 7 walked at the forefront of the task force, with Big Yellow following beside Bai Yuan. This place is really no place for a human to stay. Bai Yuan flexed his wrist and shook off the water droplets on the back of his hand. Big Yellow snorted in agreement and shook its body vigorously. Its golden fur sprayed out a cloud of muddy water, which splashed right onto Bai Yuan's face. Bai Yuan wiped his face, his expression darkening. "You idiot, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" Big Yellow whimpered and turned around, giving a pitiful look. Qing walked beside them, watching the interaction between the man and the dog, a slight smile playing on her lips. She took out a handkerchief she always carried and casually handed it to Bai Yuan. "Here, wipe yourself." "Thank you." Bai Yuan took the handkerchief and nudged Qing's arm lightly with his elbow. Qing's steps faltered slightly, she quickly quickened her pace, staring intently at the mist ahead. "Stop fooling around, focus on getting on our way." Nono chuckled softly behind him, the senbon needles tucked from her sleeve already slipping between her fingers. "Bai Yuan, there are people ahead." "I sensed it." Bai Yuan put away his joking attitude. Within his perception range, more than a dozen chakra reactions were rapidly approaching from 3 kilometers ahead. And 7 kilometers further away, there was an extremely faint, familiar aura, the aura of his missing companions. Bai Yuan raised his hand to signal. Hitaki Sakumo followed suit and gave the order. The entire task force immediately stopped and took cover. Less than 5 minutes later, the sound of something cutting through the air was heard. A dozen or so figures dressed in Sand Village attire burst out of the mist. The 2 leading figures had purple paint on their faces and fierce eyes. The Sand Village ninja also noticed the anomaly ahead, and the leading special Jonin immediately formed hand seals. Wind release, Great Kamaitachi. The wind blades sliced through the thick fog, whipping up sand and creating a sandstorm that hurtled towards Konoha. Mokumo didn't even flinch. A mere Jonin's wind release technique wasn't even worth his attention. Before Mumu could even make a move, Haru stepped forward and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from the sun's mouth, the intense flames colliding with the sandstorm. The wind fanned the flames, and the wind-style chakra acted as fuel, transforming the area into a sea of fire that surged back towards the Sand Village ninja. The Sand Village's special Jonin staggered backward, his face filled with astonishment. Just as the Sand Village's formation was broken, Konoha KT moved. With a flash, Konoha KT and several Konoha elites rushed out of their cover, using kunao and shuriken to block all enemy escape routes. Facing the Konoha special forces, this patrol was utterly powerless. A few flashes of blades, and the battle was over in no time. Mokumo KT's ninja sword stopped in front of the special Jonin's throat. With a flick of his wrist, he struck the back of the opponent's neck with the hilt, knocking him unconscious. Shaking off the water droplets from the sword, Mokumo KT turned to look at a Chunin. "Come work in the mountains, see what secrets these guys are hiding." The blonde Konoha ninja stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and placed his palm on the head of the unconscious sand ninja. The Yamanaka clan's secret technique was perfect for reading memories. 2 minutes later, Yamanaka opened his eyes, his face somewhat pale. He stood up and quickly walked to the middle of the group to report, "Captain Kagure, Lord Sakumo. 7 kilometers ahead in this direction is a large Tsunagakuer camp, with over 100 Tsunagakuer ninja." Yamanaka paused, his tone becoming urgent. "I also saw the Konoha headband. Some of our missing patrol members are still alive, they're being held deep within the camp." "Yama is right." Bai Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The chakra reaction exceeded 100. "I also sensed Konoha's chakra, but it was extremely weak, and their life signs were very unstable." The atmosphere within the task force suddenly tightened. Mokyum KD strode over, his brow furrowed. "Are you sure it's over 100 people?" "No mistake." Bai Yuan nodded. Mokumo immediately turned to Sakumo, quickening his pace. "Lord Sakumo. Our mission is to investigate why the sentry ninjas lost contact, and whether the Land of Rivers is showing signs of the Sand Village using this route to invade the Land of Fire. We've not only encountered multiple Sand Village units, but we've also discovered the Sand Village's main camp. The intelligence is very comprehensive. Sakumo didn't speak, but simply watched the mist in the distance. We must retreat immediately. Mumu Gongdeo continued. Bringing the intelligence back to the village is the top priority. This small team only has a dozen or so men. Launching a full-scale attack on a camp defended by 100 men is tantamount to suicide. It also defeats the purpose of the reconnaissance mission. Several Konoha Chunin nodded slightly. As ninjas, completing the mission and bringing crucial intelligence back to the village was their primary objective. As for their captured comrades, those were unavoidable sacrifices in war. Withdrawal. Bai Yuan's voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. Mokumu KD frowned and looked at Hakayu. Hakayu, I admit your Team 7 is very strong. But this is war. Ninjas must prioritize the mission, they can't risk the lives of their entire team because of a momentary impulse. Just then, a system notification popped up. Ding! Great benefactor host, please persevere with the rescue operation. There will be an unexpected surprise at the Sand Village camp. Bai Yuan turned around, his gaze falling on Haru and Nono beside him. Haru, Nono, Daiki, prepare for battle. Yes. Qing gripped the heavenly step flow sword tightly, without asking why. Nono silently took out several homemade antidotes and soldier pills from her medical kit and distributed them to Bai Yuan and Qing. De Wang let out an excited roar, its muscles tensing. Bai Yuan! Have you gone mad? Mu Gongdeo shouted, we've already completed our mission. Are we really going to kill them all? Bai Yuan turned his head and looked at Mumu Gongdeo, we'll go ourselves. You go back and hand in the mission. In my perception, there is no one in the Tsunagakure camp who surpasses Sakumo-senpai. Why not do what's within your capabilities? A ninja's primary goal is to complete the mission, but you went back and brought back the information, didn't that also complete the mission? Only the sound of the wind could be heard in the ruins. Mokumo KD opened his mouth, but couldn't find the words to refute it. The Konoha ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with struggle. Bai Yuan looked at Hitaki Sakumo, who had remained silent. Senior Sakumo, take the intelligence back. We'll go rescue the people. Bai Yuan's eyes were resolute. As long as the third Kazekage doesn't come in person, we can escape unscathed. Sakumo gazed quietly at the boy before him, then suddenly smiled. The seriousness on his face vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. Kimeki KD. Sakumo turned around, his voice regaining its commander's authority. Exist. This is an order. You take everyone and return to Konoha immediately. Report the situation in the Land of Rivers, as well as the intelligence on the Sand Village's camp, to the Hokage without missing a single word. Mokume KD paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, Lord Sakumo. Then you. Me. Sakumo drew the white fang short sword from his back with a backhand motion, the silver-white blade flashing a dazzling cold light in the night. Shuomao walked to Bai Yuan's side, the tip of his blade pointing directly at the direction of the Sand Village camp deep in the mist. As the commander of this task force, I hereby declare that my primary mission, along with that of my 3 deputies, is to rescue our fellow villagers of Konoha. Bai Yuan looked at Hitaki Sakumo and murmured to himself, as expected of White Fang, who died because the lives of comrades are more important than rules. Chapter 90. Mumu KD led the rest of the task force away, leaving only the howling wind in the wilderness. Let's go. Bai Yuan walked in front, with Class 7 and Shuomao following closely behind. 10 minutes later, the outline of the Sand Village camp slowly became clear through the mist. The camp was built against several tall, broken walls, with tents stretching across a large area. On the high walls, several sand village sentries vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Qing looked up and her Sharingan with 3 tomo spun rapidly, its red light flashing in the rain and mist. The 3 sentries on the tower froze, without uttering a sound, and fell straight off the wall, crashing into the mud with a dull thud. "Well done," Bai Yuan said softly. Big Yellow squatted down beside them and yawned. It flicked its tail, its golden fur standing out in the night. "It's our turn." Bai Yuan turned his head and looked at Nono. Bai Yuan and Nono simultaneously leaped onto the high wall, their hands rapidly forming hand seals, their chakra surging within them. Water release, great explosive water wave. A deafening roar erupted in the night as a torrent of water, appearing out of nowhere, transformed into a wall of water tens of meters high, crashing down upon the sand village camp. Large numbers of tents collapsed instantly, and the sound of breaking wooden pillars echoed throughout the air. The camp immediately descended into chaos, with screams erupting everywhere. But this 100-man squad was no rabble. The chaos lasted only a few seconds before several shouts came from deep within the camp. "Enemy attack! Everyone leave the tents, wind release squad, form ranks!" With a roar, nearly 100 figures leaped out of the tents, quickly regaining their footing amidst the rushing water. Their movements were synchronized, with the sand ninja at the front rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release, wind blade. Wind release, a chaotic dance of air currents. Dozens of sand ninja combined their wind release techniques, converging into a massive tornado in mid-air. A howling gale crashed against the wall of water. The water droplets were shredded by the wind, transforming into a torrential downpour. The original water surge was forcibly torn apart by this combined wind release attack. The sand village has such a strong sense of oppression. Bai Yuan gripped the azure sword tightly, exhaling white steam from his mouth and nose. Sakumo drew his white fang short sword, stepped on the waves, and charged towards the sand ninja who were arrayed in front of him. Bai Yuan followed closely behind. Water breathing, Form 3, flowing dance. Bai Yuan's movements were unpredictable amidst the mist. He unleashed his full power, his shallow strikes entangled with high-pressure water jets, crashing into the sand village's defenses. 2 sand ninja raised their kunao to block, but Hakugen unleashed his full power. The blade slammed down, severing the kunao along with the opponent's arm. Blood spurted out, but was immediately washed away by the rain. The moment he killed the 2 men, dozens of wind blades shot out from both sides simultaneously. Bai Yuan exerted force with both legs, stomping a deep pit in the mud, narrowly avoiding fatal blows, though the hem of his clothes was still cut open. Behind them, the sand village puppeteers were already in position, dozens of puppets connected by chakra threads. The sound of mechanisms snapping open filled the air, and a dense barrage of poison needles and senbon needles covered the space where Hakubuchi and Sakumo were located. "Cover me!" Nono shouted to the big yellow dog beside her. She stepped on the water, crouched low, and quickly found a hidden entrance to an underground cell. 4 elite sand village soldiers guarded the entrance, controlling 2 heavy shield puppets to block the passage. Nono's hands glowed faintly, and her chakra short sword was covered with a layer of high-pressure water blades. Water release, torrent water blade. Without pausing, Nono rushed into the puppet's defensive perimeter. A sand ninja twitched her fingers, and the puppet spewed out a large plume of purple poisonous mist. As a medical elite, she ignored the poison, her water blade precisely slicing into the puppet's joints, and with a twist of her wrist, she shredded it into pieces. Immediately afterward, Nono ducked to dodge the kunao, and her short sword slashed across the throat of the sand ninja. After taking down the guards, Nono used a high-pressure water jet to cut open the lock. Inside the cell, several missing Konoha patrol members lay on the ground, barely breathing, their bodies covered in purplish-black poison spots. Nono immediately stepped forward, her hands glowing green. Nono quickly stabilized the vital signs of the group, then took out the antidote from the scroll and deftly injected it into each person. Rhubarb stood guard at the cell door, steadfastly holding his ground. Just as the Sand Ninja were attempting to use a puppet formation to annihilate Hakugen and Sakumo, two bursts of chakra energy erupted from deep within the camp. Bang! The roof of the command post was ripped off by a force, and a man and a woman landed high on the ruins, looking down at the battlefield. The man was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, his left hand free, while his right hand controlled two blade puppets through chakra threads. The woman's fingers were spread open, and she was surrounded by four highly poisonous puppets. The surrounding Sand Ninja, seeing the two appear, were greatly encouraged and their attack became even more ferocious. Its elder Chiyo's son, Suna, and her daughter-in-law, Rinsa. Sakumo slashed a puppet in half with his sword, his eyes grave. Such important figures are actually here. Sandstorm looked at the mess on the ground, his face turning ashen. He and his wife had been ordered to retrieve classified information, but they had been ambushed by Konoha. Konoha's White Fang, and these brats. Sandstorm sneered, glancing at the surrounded group. They're asking for death. Don't kill them. Bai Yuan looked at the two people above and gestured to Shuo Mao, capture them alive. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, such a big fish, killing them would be a terrible waste. Arrogant. Xiaolan's face darkened, and she quickly formed a hand seal with her free left hand. Wind release, vacuum blade. Invisible wind blades sliced through the air. The two puppets in Xiaolan's right hand simultaneously launched a high-speed charge, weaving through the wind blades towards Bai Yuan and Shuo Mao. He controlled the puppets with one hand and unleashed wind-based attacks with the other, his offensive so fast it was breathtaking. Dozens of Sand Ninjas attacked simultaneously, and various wind-release ninjutsu blocked Hakugen's escape space from all directions. Instead of retreating, Bai Yuan advanced, weaving through the puppets' attacks. The breath of water, its forms constantly flowing and transforming. With a shallow swing, the water swirled and formed a whirlpool. Bai Yuan withstood the attacks from the surrounding Sand Ninja, using the accumulated power of the flowing water to shatter the vacuum blade, and then swung his sword to smash into the arm blade of a puppet. When the recoil force traveled back along the chakra threads, causing a tingling sensation in Sandstorm's fingers. How can this brat be so strong? On the other side, Phosphoria did not launch a direct attack. She controlled four highly poisonous puppets to silently disperse, targeting Nono and Haru, who had just brought the wounded out of the cell. The four puppets worked in perfect coordination, two blocked the retreat, while the other two struck vital points. A dozen or so Sand Village ninjas nearby also threw kunao in support, and the poison needles shot from the puppet's mouth sealed off all directions. Qing snorted coldly, holding the heavenly step-flowing sword horizontally in front of her. Fire release, great flame annihilation. A sea of black and red flames spewed from Qing's mouth, swirling around her, the flames carrying a trace of fire release. The Sand Ninja on the outer perimeter tried to blow the flames back with wind release, but the black and red flames rose against the wind, the high temperature instantly melting the poison needles in the air. The two puppets of phosphorus veil that were close by were stained with the black flames, their shells sizzling, and they were forced to retreat. Nono, on the other hand, remained calm. She conjured chakra scalpels in both hands and, using the puddles left by the great explosion water wave, performed water instantaneous movement, weaving through the gaps in the puppets' attacks and precisely judging the trajectory of the chakra threads. With a swift movement, she severed the chakra threads of the two puppets. Big Yellow suddenly jumped up. A vortex of flames. A swirling fire tornado hurtled towards Rinsa. Several Sand Ninja rushed forward without regard for their own safety, using their bodies and wind release techniques to shield Rinsa. The vortex of flames scorched them and also halted the attack. Rinsa's expression changed, and she could only recall her remaining two puppets for defense. Seeing his wife on the defensive and his men falling one after another, Xiaolan gritted his teeth, forcibly stabilized the puppet that had been shaken off, and once again formed a hand seal with one hand. Wind release, gale twin puppet kill. A burst of wind blades erupted at close range, and the two puppets simultaneously launched a piercing attack. The wind blades and puppets attacked at the same time, sealing off Bai Yuan's space. Bai Yuan took a deep breath and focused all his energy on his breathing. He gripped his fists tightly and charged directly at the wind blades and the puppet. Bang! The water flow collided with the wind blades, briefly stopping the crossed thrusts of the two puppets. Bai Yuan's arms bulged with veins as he exerted force, sending the two rapidly spinning puppets flying. Just as Sandstorm was stunned by the puppet being launched into the air, a silver light slashed in from the side. Several sand ninja who tried to block with their bodies were instantly cut in half. The white dagger slashed in an arc, soaring over the wall of people, and struck Xiaolan on the back of the neck with the back of the blade. With a muffled thud, Xiaolan didn't even utter a sound before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Chapter 91. The white dagger slashed in an arc, soaring over the wall of people, and struck Xiaolan on the back of the neck with the back of the blade. With a muffled thud, Xiaolan didn't even utter a sound before her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Sandstorm! Phosphorus cried out, her 10 fingers snapping together, preparing to unleash the 4 puppet poison veins to seal the throat. Haru's 3 Tomo Sharingan met Rince's gaze. Rince froze, her mind going blank. Nono appeared silently behind her, delivering a swift chop to her neck. Rince collapsed limply to the ground. The village's important figures were knocked unconscious, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law fell into enemy hands, and the Tsunagakuer forces' offensive stalled. The wind on the battlefield paused. Then, the remaining 60 or 70 Sand Village ninja roared in fury. Give the adult back! Reclaim Lord Sandstorm! Driven by a sense of shame and duty, the ninjas charged forward instead of retreating, their eyes bloodshot as they surged toward Bai Yuan and his companions. Without formation coordination, all that's left is pure suicidal fighting. A Sand Village Jonin with a missing arm rammed into Big Yellow with an explosive tag in his teeth. Several puppeteers filled their broken puppets with poison gas bombs and rushed into the crowd to detonate them. Bai Yuan remained expressionless. In a battle of this scale, holding back would only lead to one's own demise. Go all out! Bai Yuan gripped the shallow sword with both hands, channeling his full power into his breathing technique. The blade roared like flowing water as he charged into the crowd, each swing sending up sprays of blood. The ever-flowing sword shape tore gaps through the enemy ranks. Sakumo's white fang short sword transformed into a grim reaper in the night, reaping the sand ninja who launched a suicidal attack. Haru's powerful fireballs and phoenix flowers exploded continuously, igniting the charging enemies. Nono's water-style technique, combined with the countless senbon needles in her sleeves, pierced through the enemy's throat. The melee lasted for half an hour. The mud and water in the camp had turned dark red. The last sand ninja was stabbed through the chest by Hakugen. His hand was still clutching Hakugen's clothes, and his eyes were desperately looking in the direction where Sandstorm had fallen before he finally lost his life. The battle is over. Bai Yuan stared blankly at the last sand ninja, lost in thought. Rain washed away the bloodstains on the muddy ground, and those eyes that had looked towards his own Sandstorm couple until their dying breath made Bai Yuan's fingers, which were gripping Asachi, slowly tighten. The soft sound of splashing water came from behind. Qing walked over and patted Bai Yuan's shoulder. The red light in her eyes had faded, her cheeks were still covered in mud, and her brows were furrowed with worry. Immediately afterwards, Nono also came over, her hands glowing with a faint green light, silently checking Bai Yuan for any hidden injuries. It must be tough experiencing something like this for the first time, Qing said softly, assuming that her usually greedy and unreliable teammate was shocked by the horrific scene before her. Bai Yuan shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the corpse. Then, he exhaled a puff of white steam and sheathed the Asaka. I'm fine, just feeling a bit heavy-hearted. Bai Yuan's voice trembled slightly in the night wind. I've always considered myself a Konoha ninja, and I've never paid attention to the will of ninjas from other countries. But only when I truly fought to the end did I realize that we are all flesh and blood beings. I had forgotten that war is actually a continuation of politics. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic campsite. Every ninja village has its own will. Tsunagakuer fights to the death to survive in the sandstorms, while Konoha fights to protect this most fertile land. When it comes to the battlefield, everyone is fighting for their own village, no one is more noble than anyone else. Bai Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, his tone tinged with helplessness. A ninja's life is truly as it always has been. Nono withdrew her medical chakra and sighed softly, this is the world of ninjas. All we can do is try our best to survive. Qing didn't reply, but simply stood silently to the side, accompanying Bai Yuan as he looked at the land soaked in blood. Sakumo Hatake approached, while I don't quite understand what you mean by the continuation of politics, this is the fate of ninjas. In Konoha, the will of fire is for comrades, but in the ninja world, most ninjas exist merely as tools. This is much better. If it weren't for the first generation lord, even children under 10 years old would have died on the battlefield. Hatake Sakumo patted Shiroyuki's shoulder to comfort him. Big Yellow looked at Bai Yuan, then suddenly ran out, circled a puppet twice, and took a bite out of its metal shell. Gala! It cried out, covered its mouth, and backed away, sobbing pitifully at Bai Yuan, its big, watery eyes filled with tears. Bai Yuan chuckled and hugged De Huang, thanks, silly dog. Bai Yuan murmured to himself, Hashirama established ninja villages and ended the Warring States period's ninja clan wars. Am I also going to unify the ninja world and end the ninja village wars? But, that would be too exhausting. Who in their right mind wants to be the founding emperor? Super Son Minato. Why not just let him be the first emperor of the shinobi world? Let's talk about it in 10 years. Let's leave the 10-year-old little son alone. Hopefully, 10 years from now, Kushina won't complain about how weak the little son is. The warmest and fastest man in the ninja world, he shouldn't be as weak as his son, right? Bai Yuan's mood instantly improved when he thought of Minato and Naruto in the future. He then used a rope to tie up the unconscious sandstorm couple. Captures of this caliber are incredibly valuable. They could make Tsunagakuer hesitant to act during the war, and even turn the tide of battle. Bai Yuan sighed softly as he looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. Seeing that Bai Yuan had recovered his composure, Shuo Mao ignored everything and went straight into the depths of the command post to investigate. A moment later, he came out holding a black encrypted scroll, his face grim. Bai Yuan, come and take a look at this. Shuo Mao handed over the scroll. Bai Yuan took the scroll and quickly deciphered it with no. As the words on the scroll appeared, Bai Yuan's breath hitched. The Hidden Mist Village seems to have reached some kind of agreement with the Hidden Cloud Village, and is mobilizing a large force. Speculated target, the Land of Whirlpools. The operation is scheduled for the near future. The Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools is not only an ally of Konoha, but also the foundation of the 1,000-year-old alliance between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. If the Land of Whirlpools is destroyed, a large number of sealing techniques will be lost, and Konoha will lose its strategic buffer zone. Moreover, it is Mito's hometown. Have the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village gone mad? They want to completely shatter the ninja world's Gaju, a term referring to the overall structure or pattern, and break the Millennium Old Gaju, a term referring to the established order or structure. Haru's voice trembled with anxiety. Sakumo clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Such a huge matter, and the village and the Land of Whirlpools were completely unaware. The Land of Whirlpools. Bai Yuan closed the scroll, his gaze turning coldly eastward. He muttered to himself, it's not about disrupting a 1,000-year-old order. The Senju don't represent Konoha. The Senju and Uzumaki already broke the 1,000-year order when they first established Konoha. The destruction of Uzumaki village is imminent. Bai Yuan's mind conjured up images of Mito Uzumaki's gentle face, and the red-haired girl who always came to freeload meals. The war was bound to escalate in an even worse direction. Bai Yuan, damn system, tell me, what exactly is meant by unexpected joy? Chapter 92. Bai Yuan growled deep within his consciousness, damn system, tell me, what kind of unexpected joy is it that the land of whirlpools is about to disappear? A cold, mechanical voice echoed in Bai Yuan's mind. Ding! Host rewarded with 1,000 experience points. System notification: in the original timeline, Konoha did not come to the aid of the land of whirlpools. Yet, the host has intercepted intelligence about the impending destruction of the land of whirlpools. Isn't that a pleasant surprise? Bullshit! Bai Yuan's voice was icy cold. This is horrific. How are Mito and Kushina supposed to withstand this? Even Tsunade. The system ignored Bai Yuan's question and instead unfolded a series of dazzling light screens in the consciousness space. The Ninja World Training System version 4.0 shop update is complete. Given the host's current strength, low-level junk has been cleared out in this update. The list of abilities and resources is as follows. Bai Yuan forcibly suppressed his emotions and glanced at the list. Breath of the Sun, Complete Legacy 3000 experience points. Basic Sharingan, Evolvable 10,000 experience points. Immortal Body, Unmarked Healing 10,000 experience points. Bai Yuan raised an eyebrow upon seeing this. A healing level sage body without seals, priced the same as a basic Sharingan? The system will pop up a text explanation as needed. The host's life force has completed a physical leap. Physical strength and cellular activity are now highly compatible with the characteristics of a sage body. Therefore, exchanging for a Hashirama-level sage body will consume significantly less resources. Bloodline. Bai Yuan didn't pay much attention. His relentless training day and night, and the attribute boosts he forcibly added during life or death situations, along with the tempering of his body through life and death trials, had ultimately paid off. This effort and enhancement directly leveled the gap. Bai Yuan continued reading. Mangekyo Sharingan, 100,000 experience points. Rin-Egan, 1 million experience points. Zanpakuto ability, random 1 million training points. 1 atomic bomb, 1 million experience points. Armed. Has something terrible sneaked in? Atomic bomb? Wait, system. Is that the atomic bomb I'm referring to? Yes, host. Asterisk. This thing's deterrent effect is far less effective than its launch effect. Should this thing even exist in the ninja world? I don't know, host. This system is just asking you, are you happy to have a nuclear bomb? Happy, my foot. Who would dare use this thing? And at this price, I'd have to be a ghost to give up the Rin-Egan for a nuclear bomb. That's none of this system's business. That's all for now. Good night, you grumpy host. Bai Yuan stared at the last row of zeros and took a deep breath. 1 million experience points was an unattainable number for him at his current level. But Bai Yuan no longer considered how much it would cost, nor did he have the mind to calculate it. The war was deteriorating at an alarming rate, and the enemy's strength was only increasing. The Great Explosion water wave combined with the Death God's Kido's field-clearing tactics has already shown initial success. If he can exchange for the sun breathing to complete the powerful destructive force of his slashes, coupled with the infinite regeneration of the sage body, his combat system will undergo a qualitative change. However, everything on the battlefield in the land of whirlpools is still uncertain. Perhaps, we should leave some things unsaid. Wait a minute. Bai Yuan was taken aback and looked at the system items again. In reality, the torrential rain had stopped, and the ruins of the sand village camp were filled with the stench of blood. Sakumo Hatake was half squatting on the ground, checking on the condition of the rescued Konoha patrol members. Although they had received emergency treatment from Nono, the prolonged ordeal had left them extremely weak, and they were barely able to catch their breath against the wall. Lord Sakumo, the poison has been completely cleared, but they still need time to recover their strength, Nono reported softly from the side. Sakumo nodded, stood up, and turned his gaze to Sandstorm and Phosphorus, who were thrown into the muddy water. These two, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, are prisoners of great political and strategic significance. Their value is greater alive than dead, Hakugen reminded him. But they are still elite Jonin of Tsunagakuer. Even if they are knocked unconscious, they could become a deadly threat during transport. Sakumo nodded slightly, his voice completely calm. No, go and sever their tendons. These two are too dangerous, nothing can go wrong during the transport. After we return to the village, restore their meridians. Without hesitation, Nono walked to the two of them. Her hands glowed with a faint blue chakra light, and a chakra scalpel instantly materialized. Just as Nono approached Tsunashi, Sandstorm, who was in a deep coma, suddenly experienced an unnatural rise and fall in her chest. Before being knocked unconscious, Sandstorm had sealed a wisp of wind-release chakra in her lungs. At this moment, the chakra burst through the blocked meridians, and excruciating pain instantly coursed through her entire body. Sandstorm suddenly opened his eyes, his eyeballs bloodshot. Although his hands were bound, his neck muscles twisted, and he opened his mouth and threw a poisoned senbon straight at Nono's face. At the same time, the chakra within Sandstorm's body also went berserk, preparing to detonate and commit suicide. However, in the instant that Shalan's chest heaved, Bai Yuan's five senses had already detected the subtle tremor of his muscles. Clang! Bai Yuan's scabbard struck the poisoned needle with pinpoint accuracy, sending the potentially fatal needle flying. The scabbard, still carrying considerable momentum, slammed into Shalan's forehead, forcefully interrupting the surging chakra within him. At the same moment, Haru's figure appeared directly in front of Sarashima. Her crimson three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly, its powerful eye energy piercing directly into Sarashima's mind. Shalan's body suddenly stiffened, and her eyes lost focus. Nono gathered chakra and used a scalpel to slice across Sandstorm's wrist and ankle without hesitation. The muscle tissue and meridians were precisely severed without a drop of blood flowing. But the pain of severed nerves caused Shalan's facial muscles to twitch, and she fainted again. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Woof! Big Yellow was startled by this sudden turn of events. It bared its teeth at the collapsed Shalan and pawed at Shalan's head with its front paws. Bai Yuan grabbed Da Huang by the scruff of its neck and slung it aside. Don't cause trouble. These two are important bargaining chips. What will you use to compensate if you kill them? Bai Yuan patted Da Huang's big head. Phosphorescent gauze seemed to sense something as well, her eyelids twitched slightly, and her fingers moved subtly. But Nono gave her no chance to retaliate. The blue scalpel fell decisively, stripping her of all mobility in the same way. After doing all this, Nono stood up and shook off the chakra in her hands. She adjusted her glasses and spoke softly to the two unconscious people in an extremely gentle tone, "Don't worry, I'll take care of getting you back at the Konoha hospital." His gentle yet utterly ruthless demeanor sent a chill down the spines of the rescued Konoha patrol members standing nearby. They looked at the three young special Jonin with a newfound awe. The hidden danger has been eliminated, now we must send the intelligence out as soon as possible. Bai Yuan sheathed his sword and turned to walk towards Shuo Mao. The crisis in the land of whirlpools is imminent, and relying solely on them to escort the wounded and prisoners back on foot and relay intelligence would be too slow. Bai Yuan bit his right thumb, and his hands transformed into a blur before slamming them onto the muddy ground. Spiritual communication. Black runes radiated outwards, accompanied by a puff of white smoke, and a small, snow-white snake with purple markings on its scales appeared in the spot. This is a communication snake that Orochimaru specifically left for him. Bai Yuan pulled a blank slip of paper from his ninja tool pouch and quickly wrote, "The land of whirlpools is about to be destroyed." He rolled the paper into a tiny roll, stuffed it into the snake's mouth, and stared coldly into its vertical pupils. "Give it to Orochimaru." Bai Yuan spoke quickly. "Tell him to go see Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately. Tsunade must abandon all her missions at the front and return to Konoha immediately, or she'll regret it." Bai Yuan paused, his gaze deepening. "As for Jiraiya, let him make his own decision. Go quickly." The white snake flicked its tongue, nodded in a human-like manner, then transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished without a trace. After watching Bai Yuan finish doing all this, Sakumo asked in a deep voice, "You're sending Tsunade back to the village now? Do you really not trust the higher UPS?" "There's no distrust." Bai Yuan took a deep breath. "The land of whirlpools is the homeland of the Uzumaki clan and a 1,000-year-old ally of the Senju clan. Isn't it only right to bring Tsunade-sensei back? What we can do now is safely bring these two bargaining chips back and prepare for the impending upheaval." After half a day of rest, the light of dawn barely pierced through the thick clouds at the edge of the land of rivers. With continued treatment from Nono, several rescued outpost members have been able to keep up with the team's pace, albeit with some difficulty. The biggest problem became the two prisoners who had lost their ability to move. Without any hesitation, Bai Yuan tied Shalan and Lin Sha back to back, bound them together with a specially made rope engraved with sealing techniques, and then threw them onto De Wang's back. "Wah!" Big Yellow let out a low, aggrieved cry, turning its head to look at the two people covered in blood and mud on its back, its face full of disgust. "Bear with it. When we get back to the village, I'll personally stew a big pot of pork ribs for you." Bai Yuan patted De Wang's armor. Big Yellow immediately perked up, its golden tail swaying like a propeller, causing the prisoner on its back to sway as well. Qing walked to Bai Yuan's side, the heavenly step flowing sword hanging at her waist, her cold gaze sweeping over the dense forest in front of her. "Let's go." Sakumo gave the brief order. His white dagger flashed with a cold light in the morning light as he leaped into the woods, clearing a path ahead. Bai Yuan and Qing stood guard on either side of the group, while Nono and De Huang protected the wounded and prisoners in the center. Braving the cold morning rain, the group trudged through the muddy branches, retreating at full speed towards Konoha. The wind whistled in my ears. Bai Yuan's heart pounded slightly as he darted swiftly among the treetops. The system shop's exchange list, the destruction of the land of whirlpools, and the possible reactions from Konoha's higher UPS, several things jumbled through his mind. Qing approached during a gap in the leap and keenly sensed the suppressed killing intent emanating from Bai Yuan. Her voice, carried clearly on the wind, came through, "No matter what we face after returning to the village, I will use these eyes to clear away all obstacles for you." Bai Yuan turned his head and looked at Qing's eyes, which had returned to their original black color. He didn't thank her, but simply reached out and grabbed Qing's wrist, squeezing it tightly. Nono watched their retreating figures from behind, a slight smile playing on her lips. She casually patted De Wang's head, her steps becoming lighter. Thick fog loomed ahead, obscuring the path. Chapter 93. Muddy. 2 days and 2 nights of continuous high-speed running left Bai Yuan and the others' ninja uniforms covered in mud. De Huang, carrying 2 prisoners bound like dumplings with sealing ropes on his back, panted heavily with his tongue lolling out. "Hang in there a little longer." Nono leaped between the branches, reaching out to place her hand on the broad neck of the yellow dog. The soft green light of the palm healing technique seeped into its fur, relieving its muscle soreness. Big Yellow rubbed against Nono's palm, let out a low growl, and pushed off the ground with its feet, increasing its speed even further. Breaking through the thick fog at the edge of the land of rivers, the gentle sunlight of the land of fire fell on everyone's shoulders. The massive blue gate of Konoha village finally came into view at the edge of the horizon. Sakumo Hatake stopped in his tracks, his white dagger gleaming coldly in the morning light. He turned to look at Hakugen, his eyes bloodshot from days of travel. I'll take the prisoners and the intelligence directly to the Hokage. Sakumo gripped his sword hilt tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white. You all return to the village to rest. Leave this matter to me. Bai Yuan stopped on a thick tree trunk. He looked at the renowned White Fang, a senior figure in the ninja world, his eyes filled with pure trust in the Konoha leadership. Senior Sakumo, Bai Yuan said calmly, a wisp of white steam rising from his mouth and nose, you go to the Hokage building. I'll go to the Senju clan's territory. Without much thought, Sakumo nodded. In a flash, he hoisted sandstorm and phosphorus veil, and disappeared into a blur as he headed straight for the Hokage building. Bai Yuan turned around and gestured to Qing and Nono. The three people and the dog leaped quickly across the rooftops, deliberately avoiding the bustling street below. Qing followed closely to Bai Yuan's right, keenly sensing the increasingly cold and oppressive aura emanating from him. Soon, the tall but desolate walls of the Thousand Hands clan's territory came into view. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the withered leaves in the yard were swept up by the wind, making a rustling sound. Bai Yuan. The door to the main house was suddenly flung open. Tsunade strode out, her eyes red-rimmed. Orochimaru stood behind her, his golden snake eyes revealing a deep thoughtfulness. Upon receiving the intelligence, Orochimaru immediately summoned Tsunade back from the front lines. The two of them returned much faster than Hakugen and his group. Come in. Tsunade's voice was hoarse as she pulled Bai Yuan over. The interior was dimly lit. Mito Uzumaki sat upright in the main seat. She was still dressed in a dark purple robe, her long red hair piled high, her expression unusually serene, without the slightest ripple of emotion. Bai Yuan stepped forward, took out a handwritten intelligence scroll from his ninja tool pouch, and handed it over with both hands. Mito stretched out her pale hand, took the scroll, and slowly unfurled it. The room was so quiet that only De Huang's heavy breathing could be heard. De Huang seemed to sense the enormous chakra within Mito's body, and in fright, it tucked its tail between its legs and obediently shrank behind Nono. Mito's gaze swept over the scroll, and the hand holding it trembled slightly. Plop! The teacup on the small table next to him was knocked over by Mito's wide sleeve, and tea spilled all over the floor. Mito slowly closed the scroll. Her face, which had been preserved in its prime by the yin seal, aged in an instant, and a deep weariness and vicissitude spread rapidly from the depths of her eyes. Grandma! Tsunade suddenly knelt down in front of Mito, gripping Mito's sleeves tightly with both hands. Grandma, don't worry, I'll go to save them. The Senju have already been disbanded, I have to go. Mito looked at Tsunade and gently shook her head. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village have joined forces. Mito's voice was extremely low. Hiruzen won't let the main force take such a risk. Tsunade gritted her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes. Let's go to the Hokage building, Mito said, closing her eyes. Let's hear what Hiruzen has to say. If he disagrees. Mito didn't continue, only waving her hand weakly. Bai Yuan stood up and gripped the shallowly forked hilt of his sword at his waist. Let's go. Bai Yuan turned and walked outside. Tsunade wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and strode after him. Orochimaru licked his lips, and with a swift movement, he merged into the group. Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat behind his large desk, holding the scroll Sakumo had handed him. He took a deep drag on his pipe, the thick smoke obscuring his expression. Shuo-mao stood in front of the desk, his back ramrod straight. Hokage-sama, once the land of whirlpools falls, Konoha's eastern border will lose its strategic barrier. A large number of sealing techniques will also fall into the hands of Kumigakure and Kirigakure. Sakumo's tone was urgent. The task force can serve as the vanguard. Please allocate 3 battalions to immediately reinforce them, we will surely be able to defend Uzashio village. Hiruzen put down the scroll, tapped the rim of his pipe, and made a crisp sound. Sakumo, the information you brought back is very valuable. Hiruzen's voice was low and calm. The capture of Sandstorm and Rinsa has also given the village a huge advantage. However, Hiruzen's tone shifted, becoming serious. The battle lines in the Land of Rain are strained. The Sand Village's main forces are gathering there. Even in the Land of Rivers, there are signs of an attack from the Sand Village. And the Iwagakure forces, though they've withdrawn from the Land of Rain, their main force on their home soil is still poised for action. Konoha's current military strength is already stretched thin. Hiruzen raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Sakumo. If 3 battalions are detached for the Land of Whirlpools, the Land of Fire's advantage in advancing through the Land of Rain will be completely wiped out. Shuomao clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. The Land of Whirlpools is our ally. Sakumo's voice rose a few decibels. I am the Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen's tone left no room for argument. I must be responsible for the overall interests of Konoha. The Land of Whirlpools is too far away, the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Mist Village were already prepared. This is simply a trap. Bang! The heavy solid wood door was kicked and shattered by a tremendous force. Tsunade strode into the office, her body radiating a violent surge of chakra. Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, instantly creating a deep crack. Are you just going to watch the Land of Whirlpools be destroyed? Swish! 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 Several dark figures appeared in the office in an instant. Seeing that it was Tsunade and Hiruzen Sarutobi arguing, they stepped aside. Just then, a chilling sense of oppression rushed in from outside the door. Bai Yuan walked in, stepping on the wood chips on the ground, and only glanced coldly at the few ANBU members. The ANBU members' breath hitched, and their bodies tensed instinctively. Haru followed beside Bai Yuan, her crimson 3-tomo Sharingan slowly rotating, generating an invisible pressure from her yin release. Nono stood on the other side, gently pushing up her glasses. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Bai Yuan. Hiruzen looked at Bai Yuan, his eyes narrowing slightly. What are you trying to do? Lord Hokage, Bai Yuan said calmly, his tone revealing neither joy nor anger, we're just here to hear the village's decision. Hiruzen looked at the oppressive team before him. He could tell that these 3 boys and girls had experienced intense warfare in the past 2 years, and their killing intent was beyond what ordinary Jonin could assess. Chapter 94. Tsunade. Hiruzen looked at his disciple again, sighed, and said, be rational. Intelligence says that Kumigakure and Kirigakure have mobilized a large number of ninja. Uzushiagakure is surrounded by the sea, our reinforcements will have to cross a long distance. By the time the main force arrives, it might be too late. Then send out an elite squad. Tsunade stared intently at Hiruzen. Even sending an elite squad would be a drop in the ocean. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again, expertly stuffing it with tobacco. Konoha can't afford any more losses. We need to preserve our strength to deal with the situation in the Land of Rain. Sakumo listened intently, his lips pressed tightly together. He understood Hiruzen's concerns, but emotionally he felt incredibly stifled. Bai Yuan quietly observed Hiruzen's face, which was filled with a sense of the big picture. So, the village is planning to abandon the Land of Whirlpools. Bai Yuan's voice was exceptionally clear in the office. Hiruzen did not give a direct answer. The village will strengthen its defenses on the eastern border. Hiruzen downplayed the seriousness of the matter. Sakumo, I'll have the intelligence department interrogate the prisoners you brought back immediately, and also send a message to Tsunagakure, telling them that Chiyo's precious son and daughter-in-law are in our hands. You've done a great service this time. Whoosh! A dark figure suddenly flashed past the window. A member of the Secret Service wearing a bird mask knelt on one knee on the windowsill, speaking urgently. Lord Hokage! Urgent information! Hiruzen immediately stood up, speak. Megakure leader Hanzo of the Salamander has officially declared war on both the land of wind and the land of fire. Hanzo personally intervened, forcibly halting the advance of Tsunagakure's Cho forces deep into the land of rain. Meanwhile, the Megakure army is approaching our border, and Lord Jiraiya requests urgent reinforcements. The office was deathly silent. Hiruzen's expression turned extremely grim. He strode to the ninja world map beside him, his gaze sweeping over the border between the land of rain and the land of fire. Has Hanzo gone mad? Hiruzen muttered to himself. Then he turned around, his gaze cold and resolute. You've both heard the situation, Hiruzen said, looking at Sakumo and Tsunade. The battle in the land of rain has fully erupted. Hanzo's poison techniques are unpredictable, and the front lines need medical ninjas. Tsunade, immediately prepare supplies, summon Orochimaru, and head to the land of rain to provide support. Tsunade stood still, motionless. Sakumo, Hiruzen continued, issuing orders, you will lead 3 battalions to the western border. You must halt all of Tsunagakure's actions in the land of rivers. Shuomao bowed his head and accepted the order. Hiruzen finally looked at Bai Yuan and the other 2. Team 7. You are assigned to Tsunade's medical unit and are responsible for protecting her safety. Hiruzen declared decisively, this is the Hokage's order. Tsunade lowered her head, her fists clenched so tightly they cracked, staring intently at her teacher, her chest heaving. Finally, without a word, she raised her hand and slammed it heavily on the desk. Without a deafening crash, spiderweb-like cracks silently spread across the wooden table, centered on her palm. You've disappointed me greatly, Sarutobi-sensei. Tsunade withdrew her hand, raised her head, and her gaze was cold and resolute. She turned around, not glancing at Hiruzen again, and strode out of the office. Orochimaru, who had been standing at the door, followed closely behind. Bai Yuan's gaze swept over the cracked marks on the table, his eyes calm and undisturbed. Hakugen. Hiruzen looked into Hakugen's eyes, his tone sincere, urging this always unpredictable boy, I'm begging you. Execute the orders. Konoha needs you. Bai Yuan looked at Hiruzen. Sarutobi, is there any possibility? My name is Senju Bai Yuan. He turned and walked towards the door. Haru and Nono immediately followed. Big Yellow flicked its tail and followed closely behind. Bai Yuan. Hiruzen raised his voice. Bai Yuan stopped and turned his head slightly. Lord Hokage, Bai Yuan's tone was completely calm, Konoha will be all right. With Tsunade and the other 2 there, Hanzo can't win. The land of rivers will be all right too, Sakumo-senpai will crush them. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law must not die, they are our best assets. I apologize that I was powerless to help in the first battle of the Second Shinobi World War. I will defeat the combined forces of the Lightning and Water clans as soon as possible, we do not need the assistance of the other Konoha ninja clans. Bai Yuan. A formal war isn't as simple as a battle of 100 men. The combined forces of Lei and Shui, and the enemy numbers over 1,000, even close to 10,000. You can't possibly defend Whirlpool Village, you'll only sacrifice yourself in vain. Bai Yuan didn't answer, and walked straight out of the Hokage's office. A distant voice echoed, you will win. Don't forget the power of the Uzumaki clan itself. The corridors of the Senju clan's territory were deserted, the wooden planks creaking underfoot. Bai Yuan's steps were steady and powerful, and the image of Mito's face, which had aged 50 years in an instant, flashed through his mind. Bai Yuan pushed open the sliding door to the main house, and the atmosphere inside was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Tsunade knelt before Mito Uzumaki, her eyes red-rimmed. Orochimaru leaned against a wooden pillar beside her, his face obscured by shadow. Grandma, I have to go to the land of whirlpools. Tsunade gritted her teeth, her voice hoarse. The Senju clan has been disbanded, and the Konoha leadership has chosen to abandon us, but I can't watch Uzushio village be destroyed. Orochimaru licked his lips and let out a hoarse laugh. Since Master Sarutobi intends to deploy a large force to the Land of Rain, Orochimaru straightened up, then I'll accompany you to the Land of Whirlpools. You can't go. Bai Yuan stepped across the threshold, his voice calm. Tsunade turned her head, looking at Bai Yuan with surprise. Orochimaru also narrowed his eyes, looking at this unpredictable boy with a puzzled expression. Haru and Nono followed silently behind Bai Yuan, while De Huang flicked its tail and plopped down by the door. Bai Yuan, do you know what you're saying? Tsunade stood up. The combined forces of lightning and water, it's a war of national annihilation. The Land of Whirlpools is about to be destroyed. I know. Hakugen looked at Tsunade, but you must remain in the Land of Rain. Bai Yuan walked to the center of the room and looked directly at Tsunade and Orochimaru. Jiraiya Senpai alone in the Land of Rain can't stop Omegakure and Tsunagakure. Hakubuchi's tone was flat, yet certain. Hanzo of the Salamander has declared war. This leader of Omegakure's true strength is unfathomable. Jiraiya Senpai is no match for him, he will die. Bai Yuan paused for a moment, then turned his gaze to Orochimaru. And then there's Cho from Tsunagakure. Her poison techniques are renowned throughout the ninja world, coupled with top-tier puppet techniques like the Chikamatsu Ten Ninja. Jiraiya's wide-range ninjutsu is indeed formidable, but he can't win. Bai Yuan looked at Tsunade with a serious expression. Without Tsunade-sensei's medical ninjutsu and detoxification abilities, Konoha's front lines in the Land of Rain would have been completely destroyed by the poisonous fog. Without Orochimaru-senpai's mastery of ninjutsu and various secret techniques to restrain them, who would stop Hanzo and Chiyo's direct assault? Tsunade clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She knew Bai Yuan was telling the truth. What about the Land of Whirlpools? Chapter 95. Tsunade clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She knew Bai Yuan was telling the truth. What about the Land of Whirlpools? Let's go. Bai Yuan gripped the hilt of the shallowly forged sword at his waist. Nonsense. Orochimaru sneered, a chilling aura emanating from him. Your strength is indeed formidable, but in a battle involving thousands, the depletion of experience and chakra will leave you utterly annihilated. Your chances of survival are now close to zero. Bai Yuan exhaled a puff of white breath. Yes, that's why I notified you, but who could have imagined that Hanzo would declare war at this time? But someone has to do the work. You can't go, and the village won't send anyone, so it has to be us. Bai Yuan turned and walked outside without looking back. Don't worry too much, let's have a spar. If we lose, we won't go. The training grounds behind the Senju clan's territory were spacious enough. They were surrounded by a sturdy defensive barrier, capable of withstanding high-intensity chakra impacts. The wind whipped up the fallen leaves on the ground. Tsunade and Orochimaru stood on one side, while Team 7, the 3 members and a dog, stood on the other side. I won't hold back. Tsunade took a deep breath and slammed her fists together, producing a dull thud. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals and, without further ado, launched his attack. A major breakthrough in wind release. A violent whirlwind, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air, instantly enveloped the area in front of Class 7. The wind pressure uprooted the grass from the ground. Almost simultaneously, Qing's hands became afterimages. Fire release, Great Flame Annihilation. The black and red sea of fire surged forward like a giant tsunami, braving the fierce wind. The wind, instead of dispersing the flames, actually fueled their spread. The two forces collided in the center of the training field, unleashing blinding light and an astonishing heatwave. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. The color and temperature of this flame were completely beyond the scope of ordinary fire-style techniques. Just as Orochimaru's vision was obscured by the flames, Tsunade propelled herself upwards like a cannonball, leaping across the sea of fire. Drink! Tsunade slammed her right leg down with tremendous force towards the area where Hakugen was located. It was a tencho kick capable of shattering mountains. Bai Yuan took a deep breath, the rush of oxygen into his lungs causing his blood flow to surge instantly. He gripped the scabbard with both hands, raising his sword to meet Tsunade's leg attack. Water surface / modified. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Centered on Bai Yuan, the ground within a 20-meter radius instantly caved in. Soil and rubble shot into the sky. Bai Yuan's feet kept retreating until they sank into the mud, but the scabbard in his hand steadily blocked Tsunade's attack. 79 points of strength still forced him back a few steps in the mere physical collision. Tsunade-sensei, that force is almost murderous. Bai Yuan grinned, pushed back with his hand, and slid backward using the reaction force. Tsunade landed, a look of shock flashing in her eyes. No one in the entire hidden village could withstand her monstrous strength head-on and only take a few steps back. Before Tsunade could pursue again, Nono finished forming hand seals. Water release, great explosive water wave. A massive flow of water gushed from Nono's mouth, instantly creating an artificial lake within the sunken training ground. The churning water altered the entire terrain. Bai Yuan stood on the water, his hands forming only 3 mudras. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A gigantic water dragon rose from the lake with a deafening roar, hurtling straight at Orochimaru, who had just emerged from the sea of fire. 3 seals. Orochimaru was startled. Orochimaru quickly bit his finger and pressed it onto the water's surface. Spiritual communication. A massive, thick snake burst from the water and crashed head-on into the water dragon. Water splashed everywhere, and the snake let out a painful hiss. Just as Orochimaru was preparing to counterattack, Big Yellow came galloping across the water. Its golden fur stood on end, and dark golden chakra burned on its body. Big Yellow opened its mouth wide, and a blinding red light surged from deep within its throat. A raging vortex of flames erupted, instantly evaporating the mist on the water's surface and sweeping towards Orochimaru with its distorted, high-temperature heat. Orochimaru immediately deployed a water barrier to defend. The water and fire clashed, generating a large amount of high-temperature steam. Taking advantage of the blurred vision, Big Yellow leaped up and bit the giant snake's tail. Its sharp teeth pierced the snake's scales, and it dragged the snake backward with all its might. The giant snake, in pain, rolled wildly in the water. "What's wrong with this dog's chakra?" Orochimaru cursed under his breath, his body twisting backward as if it had no bones, dodging a silent slash. It was Haru's Uchiha fluid jutsu. Black and red flames coiled around the short sword, the blade grazing Orochimaru's hair. On the other side, Hakugen and Tsunade engaged in a high-speed taijutsu duel on the water's surface. The water-breathing technique allowed Hakugen to walk on the water as if it were flat ground. He didn't draw his sword, but instead used the scabbard to deflect the force. Each of Tsunade's punches whistled through the air, creating water columns tens of meters high as they struck the surface. "All you do is dodge!" Tsunade shouted, concentrating her chakra in her right fist. "There's no way around it, no one in the entire ninja world can withstand a punch from Master right now." "But..." Bai Yuan suddenly stopped, raised his left hand, and pointed his fingertips at the water. "Heido no 11, lightning!" An invisible spiritual pressure flowed from his fingertips into the water. Blinding lightning instantly exploded across the entire lake surface. Lightning bolts climbed up Tsunade and Orochimaru's bodies along the water's flow. The intense paralysis caused both of them to freeze simultaneously. In that instant of stunned silence, Bai Yuan's figure transformed into a blur. Water-breathing 7th form, Shizuku Ripple Strike. Orochimaru had just recovered from the paralysis when he felt a chill on the back of his neck. Hakugen's scabbard was already firmly pressed against his neck. At the same time, Haru's short sword was pressed against Tsunade's side. Nono, holding a water whip, stood not far away, blocking all escape routes. De Huang squatted on the water's surface, a snake scale in its mouth, making threatening hissing sounds. A brief silence fell over the training ground. Only the water surface was still gently rippling. Slap! 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 A crisp round of applause echoed down the corridor. Mito Uzumaki, leaning on a wooden cane, slowly walked over. Her gaze swept over the 3 members of Class 7 and their dog, her eyes filled with suppressed, deep emotion. Stop! Mito's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Bai Yuan withdrew his sword and took 2 steps back. Qing and Nono also put away their weapons at the same time. Tsunade was still somewhat unwilling and took a deep breath. But she had to admit that the teamwork of these 3, combined with their individual terrifying strength, had completely surpassed that of a Jonin team, yet they still couldn't defend the land of whirlpools. Orochimaru turned his head and looked at Bai Yuan, his golden eyes flashing with an unusual light. Tsunade. Mito stopped in her tracks. Give that to me. Tsunade remained silent for a moment, then took out an ancient summoning scroll from her bosom. She walked up to Bai Yuan and the other 2, her eyes reddening again. Bite your fingers, write your names, and press your blood imprints. Tsunade spread the scroll out on the ground. This is the contract scroll of the Slug Sage of Shikotsu Forest. The Slug Sage can not only provide top-tier medical support, but also communicate over long distances through his clones. Without hesitation, Bai Yuan bit his finger and signed his name. Qing and Nono followed suit in turn. De Huang leaned over to sniff it, but Bai Yuan quickly pressed its head down. Go to the land of whirlpools, don't be reckless. If you can't hold the land of whirlpools, take a portion of your clan and retreat back to Konoha. Abandon the old, weak, sick, and disabled. Don't be like my great-grandfather, the young survived, but they perished. Tsunade looked at her 3 young disciples, her voice trembling. Come back alive. That's an order. Orochimaru walked up to Bai Yuan and lowered his voice. Don't die out there. Konoha would be too boring without you. Bai Yuan patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Don't worry, Orochimaru-senpai, the road of science is still long. Tsunade and Orochimaru turned and left. Their retreating figures conveyed a sense of determination. The battlefield of the Land of Rain needed them to forge a path. Only the 7th Squad and Mito Uzumaki remained on the training ground. Baiwan, Mito called softly. Lord Mito. Hakugen bowed respectfully. Go, do as you see fit. But listen to Tsunade, don't be like Tobirama. Besides, you're the young ones. Mito closed her eyes slightly. Go. The Senju clan never lets family members fight alone. Bai Yuan nodded emphatically, then, leading Qing, Nono, and De Wang, he turned and leaped onto the wall, disappearing into the morning light of Konoha. Mito stood still, her figure appearing even more hunched. But the moment she opened her eyes, that gaze that had seen through the vicissitudes of life was replaced by an extreme majesty. 1,000 words. A maid dressed in plain clothes appeared behind Mito like a ghost. Madam. Pass on my command. Mito's voice carried an undeniable air of authority. Activate emergency communication. Notify all Senju clan members of Jonin rank or higher who are currently in hiding and scattered throughout Konoha and the Land of Fire. The maid looked up abruptly, her eyes filled with shock. Tell them, Mito gripped her wooden staff tightly, that the bloodline of the Senju has gone to the Land of Whirlpools. Those who wish to follow, set off immediately. Yes. The maid Kunyu, with tears in her eyes, vanished in an instant. Mito turned around, dragging her weary but unusually determined steps, and walked towards the Konoha orphanage. The gears of war are now fully engaged.